Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Grant Wishes? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hey, I heard you can grant wishes, right? Can you grant mine? Grant my wish too please. I really need this. Mine too. Pretty please Midoriya? You said helping makes you happy, so this is a win-win for everyone. Midoriya Izuku was a mother raising her young child while her husband is working overseas. He sends money for them every 2 weeks in order to pay expenses and for anything they would need. Her son, Midoriya Izuku, is at the tender age of 3, almost 4. His birthday, July 15th, is only a few weeks away. Izuku decides that having a professional take a look into what her son's future quirk could possibly be would help tremendously in preparations. She could recall the time she and her husband exchanged stories of how they first discovered their quirk. Izuku had made everything weighing a pound or less float to her, and Hisashi had accidentally set his house's kitchen on fire. Izuku, it's almost time to leave. Izuku called to her son as she could hear him running from his room. Mama. Please. Izuku had dashed from his room and now tugging at his mother's skirt for an ice cream bar before they go. It is hot out today. Oh, why not? A popsicle sounds good right now. Izuku moved to the freezer and looked in. There's only one left. Here, Izu, you have it? Izuku handed Izuku the frozen treat. She noticed his smile has disappeared and now replaced with a confused look. Izuku? Is something wrong? The bar of ice is suddenly thrusted in front of her face as Izuku's smile returns. Mama, you eat it. Izuku felt her heart swell with joy for her little boy being so thoughtful. But Izuku, what about you? Mama doesn't want one anymore if it means you don't eat it. You have it? But Izuku was resilient. He kept shaking his head and tried to give it back to Izuku. Giving up, Izuku stuck the treat back in the freezer and told Izuku of a solution. She took his hand as they left for the examination. But before they arrived at their destination, Izuku led Izuku to a convenience store and bought something. Once out, she opened the bag for Izuku to see what she purchased. It was one of those popsicles with 2 sticks which you split apart. Izuku ripped the package and treat in half and gave 1 half to Izuku. She smiled at his and patted his head. There, now we both have one. Izuku's smile widened as he happily ate at the frozen goodness. By the time they got to the doctor's appointment, Izuku's face was a sticky mess of melted syrup. Izuku quickly cleaned his face with a handkerchief before going in. They were greeted by a receptionist and were told they would be called in shortly. 10 minutes passed before a nurse stuck her head out the door that leads into the offices to alert Izuku it was time for Izuku's examination. Take her son's hand again. She walked with him to the office. Here a specialist introduced herself and started the checkup. A few tests later, the specialist left to submit the results into the database and gather the needed papers. She returned shortly and gave the mother-son duo the news. It appears though an X-ray of your son's foot that he should possess a quirk. As for the quirks of you and your husband, I cannot guarantee he will have either or a combination of the both. Your son's body temperature is average compared to the body temperature of those with fire quirks, and telekinesis is something we can't test here without the proper equipment. Because this is just a checkup, that is not required. I went ahead with the test for other branches of quirks that your son could have, such as a mutation type or a transformation quirk. There were no signs on the body, and with the quirks of the parents, it is likely Izuku's quirk here will be an emitter type. Izuku nodded along as the specialist continued to explain the possible options. Now, there are some cases where the quirk is unlike of his or her parents, and that is completely normal. Quirks themselves are still a huge mystery as of how they are passed down, so be ready to deal with something unrelated to your quirk or your husband's. There are also quirks that appear based on a child's personality. She turned to Izuku and smiled at the boy who stopped playing with the All Might action figure he brought along to stare at the woman back. So, Izuku, is there anything you like to do in particular? Any hobbies or interests? Izuku's face scrunched up comically as the specialist chuckled in amusement formed the adorable display. As if a light bulb went off, Izuku's smile widened as he turned back to the dock. I happy when others happy, so I like helping. The specialist smiled and patted Izuku's hair. That is a wonderful thing to do. Helping others is quite noble. She turned to Inko, who had the joy of watching this exchange. You have such a sweet son. I'm jealous. Mine is becoming a bit much to handle. I had to buy him a whole pack of glitter the other day. Inko chuckled into her hand as she caressed Izuku's head. Yes, I'm quite lucky to have him. He's been nothing but thoughtful that I sometimes wish he would be a bit more selfish. Now the only thing left is for me to fill this out, and you need to sign this bottom portion, Midoriya. And where did I put my pen again? The specialist lifted a couple papers off her desk but couldn't find it. Is everything all right? Inko asked. The doc waved her hand and got up from her seat to the other side of the room to grab a brand new pen. Everything's all right. I just have a bad habit of losing my pens. I wish it would just show itself when I need it, but that's just a trivial matter. Anyway, back to the papers. The specialist finished her diagnostic and sent Inko and Izuku off. She had tried to give Izuku the standard lollipop, but Izuku had taken it and offered it to the specialist herself to have. She didn't think she had the heart in her to refuse, so she accepted with a thank you, and the green-haired duo left. Goodbye, Izuku. Make sure tell me what your quirk is when it comes. A goodbye to you as well, Ms. Midoriya. Yes, thank you for the information, Ms. Aoyama. Take care now. The door shuts and Aoyama is left alone. She spins her chair to face her desk again, but the sight of something makes her pause. That wasn't there a second ago. Aoyama held up her missing pen that was just sitting on top of everything. She observed the ink levels and determined it wasn't the new one. Plus, the new one was on the other side of the desk. Strange. Kaken. Guess what? The docs say I have a quirk. I'm gonna get it when I older like you. Izuku caught up with his friend when his mom dropped him off at daycare. Of course you have a quirk. You need one if you want to be a hero. Now did they say what it is? Bakugo Katsuki was walking into the building, telling his mother off a while ago to home and he could take care of himself. The blonde already presented his quirk a few days ago and he considered it as the best quirk in the world. He guessed his friend's quirk could be cool too, but will never be better than his. Izuku shook his head no. All I can remember is she say I just have one. I can't wait for it to show. Tell it to hurry up. Kaken, I'm not for like you yet. It gonna take time. The two boys went through the normal daycare activities consisting of learning session, activity time, and nap time of course. Bakugo took his mat and slid it next to Izuku's, something he's done from day one and the caretaker doesn't even stop him at this point. This routine stays for the next couple months as summer comes and goes. It was now September and still no sign of a quirk. Inko was becoming worried. According to all the other mothers who dropped their kid off at the daycare, their kids got their quirks only a few weeks after they turned 4. But she was hesitant to bring Izuku to the doctors and wanted to give it more time. 2 months isn't all that much. Maybe if they hit the 6-month period. Mama, come to time. Inko turns off the sink after doing the dishes to smile at the small child dressed in an All Might onesie. She gets dragged to the room the computer is and pulls up Izuku's favorite video. She watches as her son recites word for word as All Might speaks while saving hundreds of people. As much as she wants her son to follow his dreams, she concerns whether or not being a hero is a good idea. That career is so dangerous and she doesn't want to lose her baby by the hands of some villain. She prays for his safety. Agha. Bakugo scratched his head in fury as he groans in exasperation. Kaken? What's wrong? Izuku walked up to his friends as he looked confused. I forgot to pack a damn pencil. Bakugo searched through his small backpack once more, but couldn't find any writing utensils. It was early in the day as Katsuki and Izuku were dropped off at daycare a few short minutes ago. Izuku's birthday had long passed and went leaving the green-haired toddler at age 4. There were no signs of his quirk yet, much to the disappointment of both of them, but they still had a few months before anything was to be set in stone. Izuku watched as his best friend continued to search his bag for another 2 minutes before finally giving up. The day just started and it's already not good. I wish I had packed the damn thing this morning, but no, the hag made me rush out the door early today. Katsuki turned his head to Izuku, who had been silently watching from the side this whole time. Well, don't just sit there. Let me borrow a pencil. Izuku had felt strange while Katsuki had ranted about a missing pencil. It wasn't the type of strange that caused alarms, but more for something unordinary. The feeling lasted for a good 10 seconds before going away. He didn't know what it was, but something about it just made it feel right. He also felt sleepy for some reason. He went to bed at the normal time so he got enough sleep. He came back to when Katsuki demanded a pencil from the green-haired boy and Izuku supplied him with an All Might-themed one. Turning back to his notebook, Izuku took out a pencil of his own and decided maybe drawing would help. Is what Izuku was greeted with when he backed up his small bag and walked over to where Katsuki was. Kaken? What happened? Izuku asks. My pencil. It's right here. But I swear I already looked here. Katsuki pointed to the small pocket in the front of his own mini bag and sure enough, his pencil was laying right there, tip a bit dull from using it last night. The two boys were packing up as their mothers would be at the daycare any minute now to pick them up. Sure enough, Izuku looked into Katsuki's bag and a pencil was definitely in there. Oh, that's weird. It's not like you to have missed that, Kaken. Of course not. It's something you would do, Deku. Izuku frowns slightly to the nickname, but puts it behind him. It's just teasing between one friend to another. Nothing harmful, right? Izuku and Katsuki went their separate ways shortly after, Katsuki still grumbling about the pencil. Inko and Izuku reached their apartment and Inko shooed Izuku to the living room, telling him that she'd get dinner ready soon. About 15 minutes in, Izuku heard a sigh. Inko noticed her little boy looking at her with a concerned expression and smiled at him. Don't look so sad, Izuku. I just had forgotten we were running low on soy sauce and didn't buy more the last time I went shopping. I wish I had some, but it's fine. I'll just use salt as a substitute. Izuku for some reason couldn't help but have another strange feeling, the same feeling when he was at daycare. Inko, using the all-powerful power of motherly instincts, picked up on her son's strange look and bent down to touch his forehead. Izuku? Sweetie? Do you feel all right? I don't think you have a fever. What's wrong? Inko saw something move in the corner of her eye, the grip on the large wooden spoon in her hand growing tighter. She turned around ready to wacky the senses of anything that could be there, but paused when she saw it was just a small bottle. Instead, gears turned in Inko's head when she read the label as it was a bottle of soy sauce. She turns around again to face her son. She was just able to catch a glimpse of him being awake until Izuku suddenly swayed on his feet and collapsed. Shrieking a little, Inko quickly grabbed Izuku into her arms and moved him to the couch. Using her knowledge as a part-time nurse, she examines her son and can safely come to the conclusion that he was sleeping and not gravely injured. Still, she called Izuku's local doctor and made an appointment for tomorrow in the morning. She then called the hospital and said she needed tomorrow off. Inko takes a spare blanket for the closet in the hallway and drapes it on top of Izuku, checking his temperature on more time for good measure. She looks after him all night, the bottle of soy sauce now forgotten. Two things happen that next day. First, little Midoriya Izuku and his mother discover the nature of Izuku's quirk through a series of standard tests conducted by the doctor that are geared towards the information the green pair provided. A formal quirk registration if filled out and the pair says goodbye to the doc and leave. Inko now needs to keep a watchful eye for Izuku, making sure he doesn't use his quirk too often or else he'd get sleepy spells. After an array of begging and pouting from Izuku, she agreed to go through the park as a detour on their way home even though she knew her baby was tired from demonstrating his quirk at the appointment. There, Izuku finds himself and his mother taking a soothing stroll through the more green area of the park, admiring all the small flower beds and blooms. At the very same time, a computer in a small, dark, disheveled room glows bright, a new notification being the cause. This is the second thing. A man dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants lazily makes his way over to the screen, clicking in his password to view the notification in full. The man takes a blow from his cigarette and releases the smoke into the room. His eyes grow wide as he reads over the hacked information the computer presented him with. His employer, some guy that told him to refer to him as sensei, would defiantly be pleased with this new gem. He whips out one of his many burner phones and dials the number he was given. It rings twice before anyone picks up. Should I assume you found a quirk that would pique our interest? Yeah. I think that within time, this one could provide to be really useful. The man proceeded to relay exactly what the form detailed. I will alert him of this find. Thank you for your continued service of looking out for unique quirks. Shall we make the payment to the same account? Yep. As long as the dough keeps coming, I have no problem doing this. Better than my last job anyway. Of course. Now I must take my leave. Good day. The line cuts as the man removes the phone from the proximity of his face and smashes it on the ground, leaving it broken. He takes one last look at the screen before leaving the room. Kurogiri hung up the phone and sets it down on the bar counter. He goes around it to where his young master is sitting idly on one of the bar stools, disintegrated in all might action figure. It is apparently a favorite pastime of the light blue-haired 8-year-old. As if it was sensed, a man walked out of the side door in the bar. He wore a black suit and held himself in a superior manner. Information, Kurogiri. It wasn't even a question. It was a statement. Yes. Our informant observing the development of quirks in children who gain them in Mizudafu has alerted us of a special case that has been added to the National Quirk Registry. The information is as follows. His name is Dash. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Birthday, July 15th, XXXX. Quirk, Genie. Ability, able to grant the wishes of others within certain limits. Additional details. Wishes uses the user's energy to grant. User is able to deny granting a wish. User cannot grant his own wishes. Setbacks. User becomes incredibly sleepy if granting multiple wishes and based on the severity of the wish. Izuku puts up his hood, his too large junior high Gakuren jacket flowing over his dark green sweater. He plugged his headphones over his ears and let the music flow, adjusting his thin scarf that's draped loosely on himself. He learned that people bother him less when they see him not being able to hear. Upon entering the school grounds, he noticed fellow students turning in his direction, some with anxious faces and others with disdain. He's not alarmed though. It's just the kind of reputation he built up for himself. Apparently having a quirk that basically turns him into the fairy godmother does that to a person. A hand lands on his shoulder. Izuku. He turns around to face who the hand belongs to, but the pressure spreads to his other shoulder, weighing him down. The person had swung their arm to trap Izuku in a hold. Whoever it was then proceeded to put down Izuku's hood and take off his headphones. Hey Midoriya. Good buddy. Classmate of mine. I knew it was you from the back of your head. It was. Izuku actually didn't know his name. All he did know was the face looking familiar. Judging by what he said, Izuku believes this guy to be in his homeroom. Hello. Can I help you? Izuku looked towards the ground, not wanting to make eye contact. Yeah. Actually. Funny thing here really. You know that test we got in math today? Yeah, I was, super busy yesterday and had no time to study whatsoever. Do you think you could help me out, buddy? I will totally owe you one. Izuku figured as much. As soon as the guy mentioned the test, Izuku knew immediately what he wanted to wish for. Shrugging his arm off, Izuku snatched his headphone back and placed them on his neck. Sorry, but I don't want to help you cheat. Try your best though. His monotone voice and lack of smile returned to his face and Izuku walked away. That is, he made 3 steps forward before he was roughly shoved into the ground. You effort. I try to be nice, but this is how you respond to my kindness. Izuku watched from the ground as the guy kicked up dirt onto him and stalked off, not even heading into the building, most likely going to go in the back and smoke. It's quite common in this crappy school of his. Izuku pulled himself up and dusted his clothes. Good thing nothing he's wearing is white. That would have been trouble. He reached his shoe locker and found a few letters in there. When he first got a letter, he opened it to read for him to meet the sender after school to talk about something. Judging by the handwriting and pink paper, Izuku assumed it to be from a girl. He genuinely thought it was going to lead into a confession. His friend thought so too. When he got out there, he spotted a girl he found very cute and could be his type. Izuku thought maybe he'd be able to have his first relationship. So imaging his disappointment when the girl begged him to make a popular guy in the school fall in love with her. He told her no and was suddenly labeled the worst person she had ever met. His friend told him not to worry about it and that there's plenty fish in the sea. But that wasn't the last time it happened. At least once a week Izuku gets some kind of letter asking him to meet in the back of the school or something, making him think that there's someone interested romantically. The rest of the letters are just requests people think they can make. Sure, Izuku used to grant wishes left and right for his classmates in primary, wanting to make friends. But he stopped doing that a few years ago. He couldn't after that happened. Izuku felt his throat tickle and let out a nasty coughing spout. Wrapping the scarf tighter, he made his way to his homeroom, taking out the letters in his locker with him to read later during lunch. He's had a couple letters before that were pressing matters that his classmates thought he could be the miracle cure. There was this one time a year ago a guy in a grade lower reached out to him via letter in his locker. The guy was really smart, Izuku could see that much. He could have gotten into a school 100 times better than Aldera but didn't cause the tuition was cheaper here. Apparently his family's pretty poor with a father out of the picture and mother constantly sick. He asked for a simple wish that Izuku decided to grant. He wished for his mother to be healed. If the boy had wished for something else, like a bunch of money or for a perfect family, Izuku would have found himself refusing to. But Izuku found his wish to be selfless. That's why Izuku healed the first year, now a second year's mother. The boy was grateful, of course. He said he'd do anything to pay him back, but Izuku just waved his hand and told him he didn't need anything. The bell rang for the end of lunch period and the boy left. Once alone, Izuku leaned against the building wall and let out a coughing fit he's been holding back the whole time. He guesses that's the reason everybody keeps trying to make him grant wishes. That one wish gave them all hope he would do it again. Izuku opened the door to his homeroom. Making it to his desk, he placed his bag on the side hook and plopped down in the seat. He shivered from the cold chair. Swiping his hands inside the desk, he found 2 more notes, making it a total of 5. A bit more than he usually gets, but he guesses it's cause of the test they have in the afternoon. Izuku studied for 2 hours last night and is pretty confident in his skills, so isn't all too much worried, but he guesses an extra 20 minutes or so at lunch wouldn't hurt. He puts his headphones away in his bag so the teacher doesn't confiscate them later. The morning classes pass by, making lunch come sooner than Izuku expected. He got up and made his way to the nurse's office in order to get his afternoon medicines he needs to take after lunch. The walk makes him slightly tired, and he takes a short break, but he gets there in one piece. The nurse hands him 2 small pills and Izukubos and leaves to go find his friend to have lunch together. Kaken. I'm back. Izuku sits at his desk. Another chair was set on the opposite side and a person sitting there. One with ash blonde hair and fiery red eyes. Took your time, damn nerd. Bakugo Katsuki took out his lunch and dug in. Izuku did the same, but in a less Bakugo manner. I got bit winded on my way to the nurses and back. Izuku says simply and continues to shove rice in his mouth. Katsuki puts down his chopsticks and stares straight into Izuku's face. You feeling okay today? Yeah, I'm just tired like usual. I should feel a bit better after I finish eating and take the medicine. Izuku takes a bite of carrot. Humph, was all Katsuki said in response, as if he didn't believe his words. Finishing his food, Izuku cleans up his mess and takes out the 5 letters. He could feel the class pause for a second when he did. It happens every day. They all question if Izuku is going to fulfill a wish for once. Midoriya, please hear me out. I desperately need this wish granted and you're the only one that can help me. A few days ago, I was just taking a look at my dad's prized glass figurine of his all-time favorite soccer player that's even signed by the man. I swear I just wanted a closer look at it, but my hands were oily and it slipped through my fingers. The whole thing shattered, but I was able to gather all the pieces. Can you please help a dude out and grant my wish of putting it back together? My dad will end me if I don't get this fixed. The only reason I'm not dead right now is 'cause I promised him that I know a guy that can fix it completely. And that dude at you, so I'm begging you to help me. PLSE restore it for me. Tanaka Watanabe Class 3F. I'm counting on you, dude. Izuku passed the note to Katsuki to let him read it. This is a no. The whole class heard his answer. He shouldn't have been playing with it in the first place if it was so valuable. This will teach him something. Izuku picked up the next note as Katsuki crumpled the first one at fist in his fist and burned it quietly in his fist. Midoriya, this is Kageyama Koharu of Class 3B. And I know that you reject all requests for a wish, but I swear this will be worth your time. I am in need of your assistance. As you might know, my boyfriend is Hinata Ryusuke. We've been dating for a while now, but I feel like he's becoming distant from me. Yesterday, I overheard him in a conversation with someone on the phone. He called her his baby, and I think he may be cheating on me. My wish isn't like other girls where they ask if you can make them stay together or something. I wish to know truthfully from his own mouth that he's cheating on me or not so I can see if I should stay with him. We've been together for a little over a year now, so it'll break my heart if we split, but I need to know. Please and thank you. This is a no too. I'm not some sort of detective. She should confront him directly if she thinks she's cheating on her. Besides, I'd rather not be involved in a lover's quarrel. Izuku handed it to Katsuki as he read it too. It's part of their schedule at this point. Izuku reads the notes, decide if he should act upon it, and if not, he hands it to Katsuki to dispose of. Izuku reads the next note in line. Yo Midoriya. You'll probably say no to this, but I am BGMI, please help me. The test we have today I tried my best to study but nothing is clicking at all. I know you reject these kinds of wishes but I need to pass this test. If I don't I'm going to be held back. Okay, maybe not that drastic, but I can't do badly on this test. It's the first on of the year and if I fail, that's gonna be hard to bring up. Tachibana Koki. He's exaggerating. There's going to be plenty of chances to bring up his grade. Izuku gives it to Katsuki and reached for the fourth letter, but stopped mid-grab to bring his arm close to his mouth. He let out a bunch of coughs that sounded painful to those listening. Bakugo started patting Izuku's back lightly. Don't die on me, Deku. Deku, Katsuki's childhood nickname for Izuku. The blonde admits it was an insult in the beginning, but it turned into a nickname over the years of friendship. I'm dash, another cough is forced out of his body. I'm fine. This is normal. Izuku wipes his mouth with his handkerchief and continues. Midoriya, about today's test. Izuku didn't bother reading the rest of the note. He didn't want to hear any more about the test today. Finally, the last one. He unfolds the creased paper. Midoriya, I know you'll probably ignore this like you do will all the letters and requests you get, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask. The worst you do is just destroying this note. Yesterday my dog, Caramel, he ate a wisteria plant that was given to my mother as a gift. The poison in the plant ended him. I just want him back, you know? I raised him since he was a pup and was my very best friend. I know I shouldn't mess with death and all that, but without Caramel, something feels missing. He was taken from me so abruptly. My wish is for him to live again. Please Midoriya, please at least hear me out. If you do, meet me by the front gate today after classes. Nakamura Kusu. Izuku paused at this note. The name sounds familiar. He handed it to Katsuki. Kaken. This one is different. Do you think I should go for it? The class pauses once more. All of them whisper about what they just heard. Phones are whipped out and messages are sent to spread the gossip. Midoriya Izuku might be granting a wish for the first time in a year. I've never thought to use my quirk to revive the dead. I want to find out now. With that statement, everyone in the room freeze. Reviving the dead? That was the wish. You idiot. Do you know what wish like this will do to you? You'll die. Katsuki takes the note and explodes it. You're not meeting him. We're going straight home after school ends. But Kaken, I'm curious. Izuku pouts, his cheeks puffing up. No but's Deku. I can't let you even test this out. Even if it was an ant you'd be reviving, it's still a risk. It's like you don't even know the kind of condition you're in. Maybe when you're 50 but not 14. Your quirk isn't strong enough. Not yet. Katsuki gathers his remains from lunch and throws it out, along with the pile of ash that was created. Before Izuku could argue again, the bell rings once more letting students know that lunch is now over. To live again, Izuku took out his notebook for Japanese literature. Tisich, I just know from his face that Deku's thinking about meeting up with that dead dog guy. I'm gonna have to stop the nerd from going. Bakugo's grip on his pencil tightened. Doesn't he know better from last time? He almost died, that idiot. One final bell rang throughout the halls as every student rushed to leave quickly. They didn't want to miss the meet-up that's supposedly going to happen at the front gates. Izuku and Katsuki were the last ones in the classroom. Come on, Deku. I'm taking you straight home. If Auntie Inko hears about this, she's gonna rise hell up. Katsuki took Izuku's yellow bag from him and headed from the door. But Kaken, Izuku followed along. Aren't you curious too? I've never had the chance to see if my quirk can bring something back to life after dying. Do you think it will be back to normal like it never died or end up something like a zombie? Don't know and don't care. What I do know is that this wish isn't one you should take. Remember what happened last time you took on a wish that was way over your limit. Katsuki knew that was a low blow, but he'd rather hurt Izuku's feelings than Izuku being hurt for what could be permanently. Of course I know what happened. I'll never be able to forget Kaken. Izuku put his hood back up and placed his headphones back around his neck. The pair leaves the building and Izuku can see the guy who wrote the last letter. Word must have traveled to him. The guy had a hopeful look on his face. Izuku put his head down, opting to look at the floor while he lets Katsuki do the talking. He had come to hate the face people make when he turns down wishes. They make him think he's the bad guy for not granting them. Midoriya. So can we go and talk about, the letter I sent? It was Nakamura Kusuo. Sorry shorty, but that ain't happening. What you asked for is too much. Your dog is dead. It was gonna happen at some point. It just came earlier than you expected. Katsuki shoved past the guy and through the crowd parting for him. Izuku right behind, not once lifting his head. Wait. Midoriya. Please. I overheard that you were considering my wish. Please. I thought that you would help me. What do you think? Don't let Bakugo make your decision. I've known you since primary. You used to grant wishes for everyone saying you love to help people, that you love to give. Izuku cringed as soon as his past was mentioned. He spoke in a soft voice, but his message was heard by everyone. I'm sorry. The two friends exit the school grounds, leaving behind an old classmate on his knees with an outstretched hand. I feel bad. Nakamura just wanted his friend back, and I could have been able to do it. Izuku looked to the sky, the clouds covering the sun creating a light gray sky instead of a blue one. But their problems are not yours. Make sure to keep that in your brain. You're not obligated to please them. They're all just extras. Katsuki had his head looking forward. Izuku gave a soft hum as the two walked on. Hey Kaken. What Deku? Izuku turned to face Katsuki, head tilted and smile gentle. You know that you'll always be able to ask a wish from me, right? As long as I'm capable of granting it, the option is always open. Katsuki sked at Izuku, his hand in his pocket and back slouched. Stupid Deku. I don't need your wishes. I'll do everything myself and be the best. I know. And I believe that you will be. Just reminding you. Now, Izuku gave out a yawn. I'm sleepy. I want to go home and take a nap. If I fall asleep on the way there, can you carry me? Yeah. I know if I just leave you as here you'll end up being kidnapped by someone. I learned my lesson the first time it happened. Thank you Kaken. Quirk Registry, latest version. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Birthday, July 15th, XXXX. Quirk name, Genie. Ability, able to grant the wishes of others within certain limits. Additional details, wishes use up the user's energy to grant. User is able to deny granting a wish. User cannot grant his own wishes. Limitation of wishes decreases with increase of age. Wish can exceed the user's personal knowledge or physical capabilities. Setbacks. User can become incredibly sleepy if granting multiple wishes and based on the severity of the wish. Exceeding limit can lead to serious risk in Heath/personnel. Izuku, wake up, please wake up. Stop taking so long Deku. We can't be heroes together with you lying here all day. Izuku. Izuku honey, wake up. Wake up. Izuku. Izuku, you have to get up. Izuku shot up straight, his blankets being violently tossed off his bed and pajamas slightly damp from perspiration. His breath was coming out in pants as he took a glance over his entire room and found everything to be in place. Izuku, you're going to be late for school if you don't get out of bed. He hears his mother calling and the sound of eggs frying. It was just a dream. Izuku gave out a sigh as his feet swung out of the covers and touched the cold floor. He shivered and quickly put on slippers. Grabbing his uniform, he dressed and took a look in the mirror. His pale skin looked paler than usual and his hair just as messy as always. His freckles stood out in his fair complexion and small frame swallowed up by the uniform. He made sure to grab his pre-packed bag and headed to the kitchen. His mother greeted him with a kiss on the cheek and slides a plate of warm eggs and toast in his direction. Saying his prayers, Izuku ate quietly as his mother served her own portion. Izuku, today I'm going to be late coming home tonight. You know what to do, right? Inko asked. Izuku nodded and took another bite of toast. 2 years ago, Inko had to change from being a part-time nurse to a full-time one. The checks Hisashi had been sending were steadily decreasing in amount every time they were being sent until they stopped altogether. Inko tried many times to contact her husband, but to no avail. She would have tried going to him for at least a visit to find out what happened, but that would mean leaving Izuku alone for what could be a week. She was too worried about Izuku's health to do that. It's not like she could take him with her. Seeing Izuku was finished with his breakfast, Inko got up to where Izuku's medicine was stored. It was filed into a small holding container with 14 slots. Each cavity was filled with 1 or more pills that Izuku has to take on a daily basis. The storage device has to be refilled every week. She took out the medicine that was filed under Wednesday and handed it to Izuku. He downed it in one gulp with the assistance of water. I'm going now. See you later, Mom. Izuku donned his bright red shoes and opened the apartment door. Stay safe, sweetheart. Inko called out from inside. Make sure to stick with Katsuki if anything happens. I will. And with that, Izuku made his way to the bus station. The school wasn't particularly far away, but Inko insisted he take the bus not to overexert himself. 15 minutes later, Izuku found himself sitting at his desk in class with Katsuki next to him going back and forth in conversation. It's all over the hero networks that All Might is back in town. Do you think any of this is true? Izuku scrolled through article after article of witnesses claiming they saw All Might. Dunno. Maybe. It's hard to trust things like that. It could just be people searching for attention. Katsuki was looking at his homework paper, finishing it that morning because he didn't want to do it last night. It was for English, so Katsuki didn't have that much problem with it. The teachers here were all pretty bad and easygoing with the curriculum. The homeroom teacher came in just as Katsuki put his worksheet away. Everyone who was standing before scrambled to their seats to not get lectured at. So you all are third years now and have to think about your futures more seriously. Now, I'm supposed to hand out these high school application flyers out, but why bother, huh? I know you all want to go to the hero tract. Accompanying the yell, the teacher was in some sort of weird pose and the students were displaying their quirk and cheering like there was no tomorrow. The front was scattered with papers all across the floor. Yes. You've got some very impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. Izuku looked to Katsuki, who had a calm face, but Izuku knew better. Don't lump me with the rest of these losers. My quirk is better than everyone's here and I'm aiming straight for you. For a bit of extra flair, Katsuki jumped onto his desk and released gray smoke from his palms. Oh yeah, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to UA too? Izuku nodded at the mention of his name as the classroom quieted down from them shouting at Katsuki to not insult them. Seriously? I guess Midoriya's quirk is pretty strong. Yeah, but his health isn't one that should be doing anything hero-related. He's excused from gym of all things. Izuku looked at Katsuki to see what his reaction would be, but all he saw was a weird face. He's never seen before. One could describe this emotion close to pity. Why would Kaken dash? His thoughts were cut off when the bell for fist class rang. Katsuki stepped of his desk and instead just put his feet up. The day came and gone as the students trickled out one by one. Katsuki and Izuku were the last ones to leave again. Deku, we need to talk. Izuku didn't like the tone of his voice. It made the atmosphere turn so serious. What about Kaken? About you applying to UA. You chose something other than the hero course, right? A sharp pain tugged at Izuku's chest, but it wasn't one from his condition, but came from his emotions. I put hero course as my first choice, then support, and general studies last. Deku, he dropped the hero course. Go into support, the general one. Hell, even business. Just stay away from being a hero. Katsuki's volume got louder as he spoke, increasing the amount of tears starting to well up in Izuku's eyes. But why? You said it yourself. We would be heroes together. Partners that would rise to the very top. Izuku's voice rose too, but straining cause he never yelled often. Just look at yourself, You're living off of prescribed drugs and still hacking daily. If you use your quirk for anything even half of your limit, your health decreases. Izuku flinches at the yelling, not expecting Katsuki to do that. You're gonna get hurt if you become a hero. I promised I would protect you, so here's me doing it now. Don't go for the hero course. You're going to get ended. Katsuki moved to grab his bag, but that's when he got a surprise too. I never asked you to protect me. You did that on your own the day I got released from the hospital. Don't get me wrong, Kaken. I appreciated the help. A lot. But now, I want to be stronger. I will get stronger. I want to stand next to you as your equal, Kaken. And to do that, I'll get into the hero course. Just wait and see. Izuku ran out of the classroom. Well, more looked like a jog, but it was running to the two of them. Now Katsuki was all alone in the classroom, gritting his teeth and fists sparking. Yagi Toshinori has been chasing this sludge villain for a while now. His limit is about to end in a minute or two. He sees the sewer manhole that the villain sprung up from and followed as well. A young boy is being suffocated in the villain. He must hurry and apprehend the evildoer. Izuku was like any 9-year-old. He loved to play outside with his friends and pretend to be a hero with them. He was happy and healthy along with his beloved mother. His quirk was pretty strong and would just increase in strength over time. Izuku thought nothing could be better. Life was perfect for him. But Izuku was also naive. His wish to be a hero turned into him wanting to help people. And he was taken advantage of like that. After all, he couldn't believe his classmates to be horrible people. Horrible people are villains and criminals that break the laws. His classmates weren't villains. They said they were his friends. It didn't matter that Izuku was sleepy for what seemed like all the time. It didn't matter that breathing was sometimes hard or something hurt in his chest once in a while. So when he saw one of his classmates sitting by himself on a swing set in the park, Izuku did the one thing he could think of. Hello. Are you sad? Yeah. The doctor told me that I don't have a quirk and now I'm going to be all alone. Izuku felt bad for his classmate. He couldn't imagine what his life would be if he was quirkless. Therefore, Izuku tried to cheer him up. Don't be sad. How about I give you a wish? That makes people happy. The boy looked up from the ground. Really? You do that for me? Izuku beamed at the boy. Sure. What is your wish? I wish to have a quirk. The boy exclaimed, eyes hopeful and smile large. And poor, naive Izuku. He said, a wish was granted. Thank you so much for that. You're great, Midoriya. But it came at a high price, for Izuku was nowhere near strong enough to handle the backlash. The random, quirkless boy got his wish and ran off to show his friends, but left Izuku to collapse in the ground, clenching for his chest and struggling to get oxygen into his tiny lungs. His fingertips turned cold as he could make out the taste of metal in his mouth, something thick running out. Pain sprouted starting from his chest to everywhere else. He could barely move a muscle without another spasm traveling all over. Izuku's head felt like it had been hacked open slowly with a cleaver. Katsuki was the one to find Izuku in such a state and called over the nearest adult he could find. The ambulance was called and the scene gained more and more attention. The poor boy, they said as they watched him struggle in agony. I hope he makes it out okay. A crowd forms as everyone wanted to see what was going on. People can always be so nosy. Some take out phones and start recording everything. Katsuki was lying by Izuku, tears gushing out of the blonde's eyes as he holds Izuku's head. He tells the green-haired boy over and over to not die on him. The medical responders finally arrive to the park and strap Izuku to a gurney and shove him into the back of the ambulance. For some strange reason, they allow Katsuki to ride too. Probably to get information as to whom Izuku was from him. And what was the former quirkless boy doing during all this commotion? He was hiding as far away as possible while still staying within the park boundaries. He was scared. Was he scared for Izuku? The boy was scared that someone will find out what happened and will do something to get rid of his new quirk. Izuku kept up with his run even though his lungs were begging for a break. His mind ran too, thoughts flooding his head. There was pain everywhere. It hurt so much. Izuku felt like he was dying. He could make out muffled voices. A couple yells too. They went along the lines of Izuku, hang in there please, and don't die Deku. Mom, and a Kaken? Why do they sound so worried? What's wrong? Maybe I can fix the problem. I'll use my quirk and make all problems go away. He tried his best to see what was going on, but all he saw were blurs of white and blue and something bright. A sudden cool washed over Izuku. The pain stopped, but the cool brought drowsiness. Izuku found his eyes closing again, his mind no longer able to make coherent thoughts. Now all he sees is black. Izuku learned 3 days later when he woke up to a hospital room that he overused his quirk. In those days, Katsuki had went hunting and found out the kid responsible. The blonde told his mother, who told Inko, who went to the once quirkless boy's mother and explained what happened. So that's how he got a quirk. I thought it was a miracle after the quirk specialist was astonished too, commented the mother. Sorry to hear what happened to your son, but there's nothing that I can do. I say let my little monster keep the quirk and let this past. What else can be done? Inko left furious that day and her right hand stinging. Why wouldn't she slap the other woman across the face? The story didn't escape the news either. Videos were posted everywhere by ordinary people who happened to record the whole Izuku being carried into an ambulance thing. On the second day was when it made a small section of the daily news how Izuku was able to grant someone a quirk but ended up hurt. It was talked about for a whole day, people amazed that a quirk could be given like that. A new video of a cat playing the piano took up the news the next day. Speaking of being hurt, the damage done to Izuku's body wasn't pretty. Sure, his skin wasn't corroding or anything like that, but his immune system got severely weakened and the doctor's explanation for the 9-year-old was him basically having the energy levels of a toddler for what could be the rest of his life. But that ain't all, folks. They also delivered some news that sent poor, petite Midoriya to the floor crying. Izuku is predicted to live for a good 12 more years before his body giving up on him completely. That's when Inko started begging. She told the doctors that the price didn't matter, just to send in their strongest doctor or someone who possesses a healing quirk. But the doctor was no fool. He told Inko and Izuku that there was no healing quirk currently that could help Izuku. He said sorry. Like FANG apology would make the situation better. But the doctor wasn't done. He still had one more thing to say. I guess there is one way to heal your son, but it is a 50-50 chance that it would work. Given the nature of Izuku's quirk, someone could simply wish for his health to be restored, but if it doesn't work, then a wish like that could further harm his already fragile state. No, Inko cut Izuku off before he get a proper word out. I'm not taking that chance and neither are you, Izuku. What if it doesn't work? You know you can't grant your own wishes, so it's not certain that this will be just because someone else said it. If it doesn't work, then more tears fell from Inko's eyes and down her cheeks. I couldn't stand to lose you, Izuku. Not you too. Izuku stopped running when he made it a good distance away. He felt his lungs desperately trying to make up for the lack of oxygen and physical exertion. His heart beating a mile a minute, Izuku leaned against a telephone pole to rest. His legs ended up giving out on him and Izuku collapsed on the street. The images that had flashed in his head while running were just like his dream from that morning, except much clearer. But don't you know? A weird gurgling sound made its way to Izuku's ears as he looked up to find the source. A loud bang came from a manhole and a giant shadow covered Izuku. Size M suit? A dream is simply a memory that's been twisted beyond belief. Izuku couldn't breathe. His airways were clogged with something other than blood for once, and the rancid smell of sewage covered his body. Pain racked his being from the intrusion. He determined it wasn't as bad as the incident long ago, but bad enough to make him think that this could very well be the end. His vision grew blurred as the street narrowed and blackness took over the sides. This was it. This is how Izuku was going to die. He was going to perish at the hands of a villain without proving to Katsuki that he could become a hero on his own, that his health wouldn't deter him. Another loud sound echoed in his eardrums as the last thing Izuku was aware of was a large blast of wind and his body forcefully skidding across the concrete. Yagi Toshinori delivered one of his famous punches on the sludge villain he had been chasing for over 2 hours. Being clever and resourceful, he emptied out his just-bought soda bottles. What a waste, he thought, and contained the villain in there. Deeming the evildoer as captured, he turned his attention to the young boy still lying on the ground. Yagi, in his all-might form, squatted next to the boy and tapped against his face rapidly. "Young man, Are you all right? The boy was lying still with pale face and chest barely moving, if it could be considered moving at all. All Might stopped his tapping and tried scooping the small boy in his arms, seeing how it wasn't helping. He decided the next best course of action would be to take the young man to the hospital. It's a hero's duty after all. But alas, All Might couldn't do it himself. His time limit gave up and he was no longer All Might but instead back to Yagi Tashinori. Whipping out a phone, Yagi called for an ambulance to come as fast as they could. He hung up and stayed by the boy. It's the least he could do. Soon after, red lights flashed brightly as a medical team stepped out of the stopped ambulance and rushed to the green-haired boy on the ground. Yagi could only hear bits and pieces of what the team was saying, such as, "Him again, need to hurry, critical condition." He's heard those words before. They were what doctors used to describe himself whenever he went overboard. While thinking, Yagi missed what one of the medics asked of him. "Oh, I'm so sorry, can you repeat that? What is your relation, Midoriya?" "Who?" "The boy you called about. You know, the one that was on the ground and had blood coming out of his mouth?" Yagi must have really been distracted about his limit. He didn't notice the blood. "I was just walking down the street and saw him lying there. It was a villain that attacked him and tried to rob him. The villain then left and I believe a hero had caught the crook. The hero then asked me to contact the hospital while he takes the villain to the station." Oh man, Yagi was bad at lying and he knew it. He's honestly surprised as to how the whole world doesn't know of his major secret by now. "Alright, thank you for the information. We will be leaving now." The medic bowed hastily, but politely, and scurried to the ambulance. They closed the back doors and sped off with sirens blaring. Yagi grimaced at the sight. Just before they closed the doors, he was able to see the boy connected to the portable devices and an oxygen mask over his face. He grabbed at his side, the one with the horrid scar marking his once strong body. If only he was able to get there sooner, then maybe the boy wouldn't have been so hurt. Inko had gotten off of work early and was currently relaxing on the couch. Sipping a cup of tea, the television was on to the news channel. The Hero News was discussing the topic of All Might being back in town. Witnesses claimed to have seen him chasing a villain earlier. Inko smiled. Izuku would love hearing about this. But she guessed he already would be on track of it and searching everything he can on his phone to find out more. The phone rang in the hallway. Setting her cup down, Inko got up and looked at the number calling. Her face froze as she practically picked up as if her life depended on it. How could she not? The hospital was calling. Inko would know it would be work-related if they called her personal phone, but no, the hospital called on the house phone this time. They only call on the house phone when it related to Izuku. Inko wasn't even able to get a word in before the person on the other line just told Inko to hurry and come. So she did. They say hospitals are silent and the only other sound is of machines buzzing, but that was never the case. Hospitals are forever loud. Patients in distress, carts wheel in every direction, doctors giving commands, families grieving over misfortune. Inko was all too familiar with the sounds. Even if she didn't work as a nurse, the sounds would forever be engraved into her memory. Her eyes were filled with tears as she held Izuku's hand. He looked so peaceful just lying on the standard hospital bed, hooked up to various things. The heart monitor, the IVs, breathing mask over his face. She dealt with placing them on patients almost every day of her life and she was sick of looking at them. Inko was notified that Izuku was attacked by some kind of villain on the way home. His lungs had been forcefully subjected to holding foreign fluid, causing them to expand a tear slightly. A quick-acting medic who got to Izuku first had a minor healing quirk and did the best he could to prevent the fatal injury from actually doing Izuku in. Even if that wasn't the worst thing, Izuku was currently in a comatose state from a head injury. All the bacteria and who knows what was contaminated in the traces of sludge found in Izuku's lungs and stomach was the just cherry on top. Inko's eyes water even more just thinking about how painful it must have been for her already weak baby. And now he was like this, unresponsive and looking dead. She swore the only reason she could tell her baby was still alive is due to the monitors saying he is. The door behind Inko slammed open as she didn't even need to turn around to see who it was. She was the one who Inko called first for support. "Inko, how is he?" Bakugo Mitsuki had one look at her best friend, and then turned to her child. "Oh Inko, how could such a thing happen to sweet Izuku?" Mitsuki traveled to where Inko was seated in one of the chairs next to the bed and hugged Inko tight. "Me Mitsuki. The D-doc hiccup tours says Izuku they said he's in dash." Mitsuki patted Inko's back softly, still hugging her. "Show that your time. There's no rush. I'm not going anywhere. A coma. They said Izuku's in a coma." Inko finally shouted out before digging her face back into her friend to cry it out more. Mitsuki's grip tightened and her eyes becoming wet. "He's going to be okay, Inko. I know he will. The kid's a fighter." She released the hug and grabbed her friend by the face. "So dry up those tears. We can't have such a sad face being the one to greet Izuku when he wakes up now, can we?" Inko looked straight at Mitsuki. Slowly, she brought her hands up to wipe away the tears. "Alright, that a girl." Mitsuki damped her own eyes as well. "Now, I'm gonna go and call Katsuki. I don't know why they weren't together, but knowing my brat, something serious must have happened for them to have been separated." She dialed for her son and tapped her foot as it was ringing. "What you want, old hag?" "Huh, he doesn't sound like normal. I'll explain later. Just get your ass over to Mizuta Hospital." "What the hell happened?" Katsuki's voice came out hurried and sounded concerned. "It's Izuku." The door slams open once more. It's a mystery as to how it's not broken already. The entrance revealed a panting Bakugo Katsuki stuttering out words while trying to catch his breath. What happened?" Blood-red eyes lock on the bed as the patient laying there breathes shallow and skin nearing cold. "No way. I swear I was with him just an hour ago, old hag. Why is he like that?" "Izuku was caught in a villain attack," his mother said bluntly. "His lungs got messed up and his head got hit. It's a coma, Katsuki, and doctors don't exactly know how long it will last for given Izuku's previous medical history." Mitsuki filled in. "Fault?" Katsuki turned his gaze to the blocked floor, each tile exactly 1 foot by 1 foot. "It's all my fault he's like this. If I hadn't left him alone he would be here like this. I know I shouldn't have. Then why the hell did I leave that idiot alone then?" His hair was in a vice grip by his own hands, eyes widened but pupils small, tears springing up in the corner of his eyes. "Katsuki." His form was enveloped in a warm hug, heat radiating from the large body. "Don't blame yourself like this. It's nobody's fault but that villain's. Sure, you shouldn't have left Izuku, but there must have been a reason. Nobody blames you or was even thinking of anything like that. So stop being a brat and instead of wallowing in misery, make up for it by being next to him when he wakes up, got it?" It's been a few years since Katsuki could last remember he gave his mother a genuine hug, but this was the first in a long time. He admits, but never out loud, it felt good. Inko watched from the sideline the interaction between mother and son. She smiled at her best friend. Mitsuki, although as rough and tough as she makes herself out to be, she always knows how to make people feel better. "Hey Toshinori, long time no see." "Yeah, we've been busy with work, the both of us. Doesn't leave much room for social interaction. Even now I bet this is work-related. Isn't it?" "Yep. I have a villain in custody and would like to hand him over to the police. You know the drill, Toshinori. The forms are on the counter over there." Detective Tsukachi Naomasa had left his office for another refill of coffee when he spotted his friend walking into the station. "Since it's been a while, come with me to my office. We can chat while you fill that thing out." Naomasa invited and gestured for Yagi to follow him. Yagi handed the soda bottles to the officers and followed behind with paper in hand. Once the doors were closed and the two were settled in, the conversations began. "So tell me how you did against that villain. Normally you would keep your all-might form when handing crooks in, but you came as Skeleton Man instead." Naomasa took a sip of his coffee and started reading over a case file he needed to submit soon. "He is certainly a slippery one. It took me hours and the end of my limit to capture the villain. Worse of all, he endangered a boy in the process. I think the only reason I was able to even have a successful capture was because the villain stayed still while trying to end the young man." Naomasa put down his papers. "Oh, and what happened to him? Is he okay?" Yagi checked off the boxes where it said thievery and misuse of quirk. "I wouldn't know. He was in pretty bad shape, so I got him in an ambulance and that's the last I saw of him. I plan on seeing if I can visit him after I get this done. Hope he's okay. Villain attacks can be nasty. Did you by chance find out who he is? Not particularly. It was strange. One of the medics had first asked me if I knew the boy, but instead of saying victim or anything like that, she said Midoriya, like she already knew his name. A splash was heard on Naomesa's part as Yagi turned to see a spilt cup of coffee all over the floor. Luckily there was nothing on the floor except a carpet. Once realizing the mess, the detective sprung up and quickly grabbed tissues from a box he had on his desk. A couple was thrown on the ground and he started using his foot to move the pile around to soak up the liquid. When everything was cleaned up, and the room now smelling strongly of coffee, Naomesa sat back down at his desk and started rubbing his forehead. Tashinori, did you say Midoriya? Like, did he have green hair and looked like the wind could blow him over? Yagi quirked his eyebrows. Do you know this kid Naomesa? A loud groan filled the room, coming from the detective's mouth. His head was now against the desk and eyes closed. Of course it had to be that boy. I feel like I'm very much in the dark. Can you tell me about the kid? I also need to fill out this information on the form under the victim list. Yagi pointed to the bottom of the paper with the end of the pen. Naomesa got off the desk and tapped away at the computer to his right. He turned the monitor so Yagi could see. A file with the boy's picture and information filled the screen. His name is Midoriya Izuku, age 14. The reason I know him is because he was involved in a case I oversaw a few years ago. It lasted 5 days, which could be the only good thing said about this. 5 days is pretty short for a kidnapping case. Yagi's eyes widened. Kidnapping? Yeah, his quirk is nothing to scoff at, so we figure it was the main motivation. Naomesa turned the screen back around as closed out of the file. What's his quirk? Yagi asked. I'm not really supposed to tell people, but I guess it is fine since you're a hero, number one at that. It's called Genie. He can grant wishes just like a real genie in the tales, but it comes at a cost. Yagi was reminded of his side when Naomesa said that. It was pretty harmless at first, all he did was get sleepy if he granted too many wishes, but after a bad accident, every time he grants a wish, his health declines. Sort of like you, Yagi. The more you use your quirk, the worse your condition gets. I still say you should have retired, but there's no changing your mind about something, is there? The kid's still young and yet he has to live with his medical problems. It's quite the sad story. What was the incident? Curious are we? Naomesa moved to sit next to Yagi. I wasn't the one to handle the report, but I know enough to tell you that it's heart-wrenching. A couple years ago, someone asked the kid if he could wish for a quirk. Yagi immediately reacted to this. A quirk? That's just like Dash. Yeah. Naomesa cut off. It's just like him. All for one, Yagi whispers. You can see that a wish like that could do some serious recoil. All quirks have one. His was that wishes had to be within a certain reason. And a wish that alters a person to the genetic level? Well, you can guess how that went. The hero's eyes fell to the ground as he thought of what happened. Poor kid now is practically dependent on meds and has to live the rest of his life with caution. Even a simple cold could be life-threatening. Naomesa returned to his desk and checked to make sure none of the important papers got stains from the coffee spill. The wish got granted, you know. The kid that asked for it was quirkless before the accident. Now you know why Midoriya is a special case. In the wrong hands, his quirk can lead to serious damage. Yagi handed the form to Naomesa and gave a bow. Thank you for the information. Now, I think it's time I go see this young Midoriya. After all you told me, how can I not be worried? The two said their goodbyes and Yagi exited the station, heading to the hospital. Naomesa sunk into his chair, piles of papers and folders surrounding him. His mind wandered back to the time of the kidnapping, the details of the incident filling his head. Poor kid indeed. Katsuki slid the door to Izuku's hospital room open. A small bundle of flowers in hand, he plans on putting them in a vase. He expected to see Izuku lying on the bed, the same sight he saw for the last week. What he didn't expect was a lanky blonde shrivel of what he could guess used to be a man, sitting on the chair placed next to the bed. The man and Katsuki have something similar to a stare down, with Katsuki sporting a glare and the man having a surprised look. It pissed Katsuki off that the man looked like he didn't expect anyone else to enter. Also, who was this guy? Katsuki and Izuku were practically joined at the hip from the age of 1 month cause of their mothers. He knows he's never seen this guy in his or Izuku's life. So being rational, Katsuki handled this in the famous Bakugo style. Who the F are you and why the F are you here? Katsuki learned this Bakugo style from the very best, his mother. The man, immediately shocked from the outburst, starts waving his hands in a panicked fashion and swears he's no one suspicious. Katsuki's eyebrow twitches. No one suspicious, huh? He stomps over to the man and points his finger in his face. Just claiming that makes you suspicious in my book, pops. A few crackles go off in Katsuki's hands. A moan coming from behind the two arguing blondes made both of them stop their yelling. Okay, more like Katsuki yelling and the man defending himself, but we'll skip that small fact. Izuku. Young Midoriya. The hope in the blonde's eyes dies down when they didn't witness anything else. The man sits down and Bakugo sits on the edge of the bed, pulling the blanket closer to Izuku. So, who are you? Katsuki turned to the man with a face expression that can be described as impatient. You can call me Toshinori. I'm not asking what I call you, old man. I already got a couple nicknames lined up for you. I'm asking who you are, details and all, you creep. Or else I'll have you kicked out from here. Katsuki stared the man down in his eyes, red irises boring holes. You are quite a determined young man. The man chuckled slightly and stood up. Katsuki hated that he had to strain his neck upward in order to look at the man in the face. My name is Yagi Toshinori and I'm an office assistant for All Might. I take care of his paperwork and things like that. Nice to meet you, young Bakugo. Now that we're all buddy-buddy, why the hell you here, droopy face? What does All Might want with Izuku? Droopy face? Yagi chuckles nervously and scratches the back of his head. Well, the simple truth is that young Midoriya had been saved by All Might when he was attacked by that villain a week ago. I've been sent to check up on the kid and such. Pathetic. Yagi looked at Katsuki, a quizzical expression forming. What do you mean by that, young Bakugo? Izuku was attacked and almost died cause of that slime ball, and All Might does is send over some FNG skeletal man assistant? Katsuki kicked at the floor, head down and eyes dark. And now I assure you, young Bakugo, that All Might is truly sorry that he can't come in today, but I can see if he's free to visit in person when your friend wakes up. Yagi gives his famous smile, but in deflated form. Keep your stupid condolences. It's not needed. And you can tell that boss of yours he should watch out. Katsuki sent a death glare to Yagi. From the day that Izuku got initially hurt, I promised to watch out for him and to make sure he doesn't get ended. That day he was attacked, it was the one time I wasn't at his side to protect him in years. Someone else had to swoop in and help him. Katsuki pointed a finger once more in Yagi's face. So tell All Might that while I'm grateful for saving my friend, I'm gonna beat him and become the next #1 hero. Yagi scanned the boy's eyes. They shone genuinely, filled with determination, the aspect he could pick up immediately. Thinking he overstayed his visit, Yagi gives the fellow blonde a pat on the shoulder and brushes past. I'll pass on your message, young Bakugo. I look forward to see you grow into a fine hero. Katsuki doesn't know why he turns around to see the man leave, but he had a strange sense that he knew the man. Something in his body screamed that he should respect that skeleton. Yagi Toshinori. This ain't gonna be the last time we see each other, will it? Sensei, the broker sent another file this morning. It contains 3 pages he thought would catch your interest. Kurogiri, high-ranking villain in the League of Villains and practical mother figure if the group hands his employer a small folder with the paper he printed from an email. The man wearing a suit and plugged and connected to various machines take the file and looked over the content. He activates a fire quirk and burns then to ashes. Oh. It's not the same Kurogiri. Even after all this time I still find no other quirk that amazes me than the one sent in all those years ago. How is Project in 83 going? Kurogiri cleared his throat, the smell of burning infiltrating his nostrils. It is still in a work of progress. Our last attempt failed, for the man assigned to the task had ended up getting arrested for loitering and then revealed to be connected to several of his crimes. A hum rang out in the eerie room. And what do you think should be our next move, Kurogiri? We cannot access the target's public quirk registry form for the police have listed him under restricted case. The only way to get to information such as where the target lives and other personal details have been cut short. We could always hire a hacker to infiltrate the database, but the risk of the police department having someone who has similar or the same ability has been confirmed. We cannot jeopardize our location to heroes, so that option had been out on hold. Kurojire's answer got all for one thinking. That's all for now, Kurojire. The front shouldn't be left alone for too long. Who knows what Tamura could destroy next? I'll ask about the target another time when I have a foolproof plan in mind. Once he was left to his own, all for one relaxed further into his large, padded chair. He recalls that time they were close. They had gotten the target into one of the warehouses he owned. The boy was unconscious and reported to be in really poor health. All for one had planned on healing the target to the point that his quirk would be usable, and if he died afterwards, then just get rid of the body per usual. Unfortunately for him, the police had somehow found out the target's whereabouts and busted the warehouse and reclaimed the target. After that, there were 2 more attempts to get the boy, but both failed. And now the most recent one a few days ago went to bust as well. All for one would have given up at this point and searched for a better cure, but he couldn't forget about the target just yet. He doesn't know what draws him to the now teenager, but ever since he read the file about him, all for one knew he wanted him. No, not him. His quirk. It was all about the quirk. Nothing more, nothing less. All for one wanted that quirk. And he'll keep trying till he gets it. Nothing will stop him when he's set on something. Absolutely nothing. Izuku didn't know this sight. He was floating. Wait, no. He was sinking. Drowning. Dying. It covered him all over. It was the only thing he could see. And it hurt. It hurt so badly. Make the pain go away. Make the pain go away. Make it 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 go away. Make the pain go away. Make it stop. Make it stop. It hurts. I don't like this. It's hurting me. I'm dying. Make the everything go away. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he tried to jolt up. His body protested to that and fell right back down, everywhere still sore. Akai, Izuku moaned out. His eyes had closed shut at one point and he tries to open them once more. The bright lights shining on the ceiling did not make this task any easier. He gave up as his body sunk into the mattress. Everything felt sluggish and his mind still fizzy. A nap wouldn't hurt, I'll just take a short one. With that, Izuku let himself relax and blankness took over again. Izuku's eyes tried to open once more. He noticed the room was much darker. He blinked away any drowsiness and noticed his bed had been raised slightly. Once taking in his surroundings, a hospital room, he felt a shift on his face. Without needing to see or touch, Izuku knew it was some sort of mask. He looked to his arms and saw a few IVs connected and a strap on his chest to measure the heartbeats. The call button by his side caught Izuku's attention as he made a grab for it. His arm shot out in minor pain, but he pushed through it and pushed the device. It glowed green to indicate the signal went through. He settled back down and closed his eyes waiting for someone to enter, but didn't drift off to sleep again. After what he assumes to be 3 minutes, a nurse comes in and greets him softly. She asks the standard questions of whether he's in any pain or discomfort. Izuku just says he's sore all over and the nurse writes some things down on a clipboard. She says she'll alert his mother he's awake and grab a doctor too. The nurse asked if he wanted the lights on or off. He said off. Izuku thanks her and he's left alone. A few more minutes pass and a guy wearing a white coat comes in. He does a check over and tests to see if Izuku still needed the breathing mask. Izuku uses this as a chance to ask a few questions of his own. Doctor, how long was I out? Izuku stammers out. You were in a coma for about a week and 2 days, Midoriya. The doctor replies professionally. He hangs the mask on the side of the wall with all the monitorial information. Izuku pales at the thought. He's been out that long. He groans at the amount of schoolwork he's going to have to make up. In the middle of his gloom, his mind wanders to how he got like this in the first place. He was Dash. Izuku's eyes widen at his own thoughts. How did I get here? All I can remember is going to school, having a quiz in science, the fight with Kaken, the fight with Kaken. How will I ever be able to face him now? I wanted to prove I could be a hero, but look what happened to me. Izuku puts his head down and small tears form. I'm pathetic. I go and say I'll find some way to be a hero, and yet I somehow ended up getting into a coma. Maybe Kaken's right. I can't become a hero. Are you alright? Does it hurt anywhere? The doctor's voice cuts Izuku's thoughts, and he brings up his arms to wipe the wetness on his cheeks. Just fine. Something just came to mind, that all. Izuku tried giving a reassuring laugh, but all that came out was a coughing fit. The doctor went over and patted Izuku's back. Take it easy there, champ. Your lungs were weakened severely. Here, you drink some water. Now, do you remember what happened to you? Izuku let out all the coughs and takes a sip from the bottle the doc presents. I-******, I remember being at school, and I think I was running, and that's about it. I'm sorry. I must have collapsed while running, but that shouldn't have warranted going into a coma. The doc lets out a sigh. You are right, young man. I don't know how to put this lightly, but it wasn't cause of you running, which I should also tell you that was a stupid idea. You shouldn't be running in your condition, but instead you were attacked by a villain. A villain. Izuku feels a sharp twinge in his head as he goes to cradle it. The memories start flooding in. Being mad. Running away. Taking a rest. The villain suffocating him. The pain it brought. Something forcing itself into his body. It felt like he was being ripped from inside out. Izuku continues to hold his head in pain as he recalls one more thought. I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to die at the hands of a villain. I was thinking of giving up. Izuku jerked back up and felt something coming up his throat. He instinctively leaned over the side of the bed and retched out whatever was trying to get out. He could see the doctor shifting in the corner of his vision and placing a pan under the spot Izuku was hovered over. A decent amount of stomach acid was all that he ended puking up. Izuku's throat now stung, and he tried taking in deep breaths but failed as it felt like someone was punching his organs directly. More tears streamed down his thin cheeks. The doctor set Izuku back on the bed properly once he saw all Izuku heaving out air. He placed the mask back in his face and told him to lie against the lifted bed. Your mother has been notified and assured us she's on her way. In the meantime, I'll notify you about the injuries you've acquired if you wish to know. With a nod from Izuku, he went on with the explanation. When you were attacked, the sludge from the villain entered your lungs and stomach. The stomach thankfully remained intact, but your lungs were not so fortunate and developed a tear in the left lung. We were able to patch that up with the help of a few quirks, and we gave you a few antibiotics for any infections. The amnesia is a common occurrence with attacks, so there is no reason to be stressed out about it. There is more news have to tell, but I think it is best that your mother is here with you first. I'll be back later. Use the button if there is any more pain. The doctor takes his exit, leaving Izuku alone once more. The pain faded to a dull as he sat there taking in the detail of the room. That's when it hit him. This is a private room. Izuku isn't an idiot and knows that financial situations in his family, while he and his mother aren't struggling, his medical bills do get somewhat pricey, and his mother is the only one making money with her nursing job. All other times Izuku's been at the hospital where he was seriously sick, he had a room that held either 1 or 2 additional people. For the private room would have just been a waste of money. The door slams open with a loud bang, much to Izuku's dismay, as 3 people ran into the room. His mother full-on slams into him, hugging him tightly, but not tight enough to cause him injury. Izuku. My baby. I was so scared. She let of him and inspected his face. Are you alright? Any pain anywhere? Do I need to get a doctor to come in? Do you want anything? Oh Izuku, what were you thinking? The word worry vomit stops and Inko places her forehead against Izuku's. But I'm glad you're now okay. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku reached out and hugged back, warmth radiating to him. He felt safe in her arms. Once the second hug was over, he looked to see a matching mother and son duo with champagne, spiky hair looking at him. Mitsuki went over and ruffled his hair. Welcome back to the land of the living, kiddo. You should have seen us. We were a mess without you here. Izuku gave her a smile and nodded his head. He then turned his attention to the final person that came to see him. Commence awkward stare down. Kaken dash. There was a knock on the still open door. "Ah, Miss Midoriya. I was notified that you have arrived." It was the same doctor as last time. Whatever Izuku was going to say was cut short. Everyone's attention on the middle-aged man. "Regrettably, I have some bad news to share. Would you still like so there to be company in the room?" He turns to look at the Bakugo pair. Inko nods and holds her son's hand. "What's wrong, doctor? Is everything all right?" Inko asks. The doctor flips a page on his clipboard and looks at the four in the room. "I'm afraid that dash." A gasp of shock ring in the silent room. A sob is heard next. Then a slump. Two are now crying, one other's staring blankly. The final person closes their eyes and accepts defeat. "What's wrong, doctor? Is everything all right?" Inko asks, concern visibly flashing through her eyes. The doctor flips a page on his clipboard and looks at the four in the room. "I'll be blunt." The doc sighs and addresses Izuku directly. "Midoriya, like I said before, the attack had left your lungs severely weaker. When you first came in after you greatly surpassed your quirk's limits, your body had become very fragile. I'm afraid that this recent attack has worsened your condition." The doc looks up from his clipboard and takes off his reading glasses. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, but it is very likely you will have a premature death of age 17. It was predicted by the same doctor as last time, whose quirk has a 78% accuracy rate. Even if his odds are off, it's in all likelihood that it's only by a year or two." The room soon fell into silence, but crying slowly filled for sound. The two mothers, one being loud and the other trying to retrain herself, sobbed away at the news. Another started in shock form the words spoken, and the last closed his eyes. "I'll leave you alone to process the information. Please use the call button if anything happens." The doctor then bowed and left. Izuku opened his eyes and looked to his mother and Mitsuki. He then turned to Katsuki, who still had his gaze set on where the doctor had previously been standing. His eyes now wandered to the ceiling. The same white he has memorized stare back at him. 17, that's 2 years from now. Izuku wondered what he should do in those 2 years. His thought wanders to a single memory. "I guess there is one way to heal your son, but it is a 50-50 chance that it would work. Given the nature of Izuku's quirk, someone could simply wish for his health to be restored, but if it doesn't work, then a wish like that could further harm his already fragile state." The words that doctor spoke years ago brought hope to Izuku. While it was dashed by his mother, the hope never left him. A sliver remained intact, clinging to the doctor's words that he would be able to live normally and become a hero with Kaken. But with his kind of luck, would it even work? Izuku rested his head against the elevated bed as he felt everything the stress of the events catch up to him. He felt his body become somewhat heavy feeling and drowsy. Thinking a 5-minute nap wouldn't hurt, Izuku closed his eyes once more and let his breathing even out. Katsuki looks to Izuku and sees that he's sleeping. He looks to his hands, rough and calloused from his quirk. He remembers that one time he wasn't there with Izuku. The one day they had not been at each other's side in years, and the weaker of the two becomes even weaker. Katsuki feels pathetic. He promised himself he would protect Izuku no matter what, even if Izuku didn't want it. And he was right. Izuku didn't want to be protected. And some part of Katsuki knew that Izuku didn't want to be protected. He knew Izuku had wanted to be at his side, and not behind him. But Katsuki had never let Izuku have that chance to be an equal. And now they were at this point. Their arguing had brought them here. Katsuki observes Izuku's closed eyes, messy bed head, dark circles, and pale freckles. His skin as white as paper, nearing the light gray of ash. Izuku's hair had grown quite a bit, about halfway to his shoulders. Katsuki had mentioned it once in passing, but Izuku dismissed it, joking that maybe he should let it grow out. Katsuki told Izuku that would look horrible, but looking at it twice, it wasn't half bad. Yagi Toshinori had used up his 3-hour limit throughout the day and gave in his reports to his agency. He decided a quick visit to see how young Midoriya wouldn't hurt. He learns from a nurse at the front desk that young Midoriya had woken up the day prior and was allowed to have visitors. Yagi thanks the nurse and heads to the correct room. He opens the door and finds the young man upright in his bed with a meal tray with food on the table placed over him. "Ah, it's good to see you're awake, young Midoriya. How are you feeling?" Yagi asked, raising his hand up in a greeting. Who are you? Are you a doctor?" Yagi, in all his stupidity and in all honesty, had forgotten that Midoriya would have no clue as to who he is. "Oh, I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I'm not a doctor but instead the fortunate person who happened to be nearly at the time of your attack and called an ambulance." Ha! The laughter died down awkwardly as Yagi felt his sweat drop when Izuku just stared at him. Thank you for saving my life then. Truly." Yagi widened his eyes at Izuku's apology, guilt eating away at his subconscious. "No, young Midoriya. I do not deserve your apology. I should have been there sooner. And for that I am sorry." Yagi bowed to Izuku, shame of not reaching Izuku in time getting to him. "And no, please, I'm the one that should be bowing." Izuku tried to bend his back, but the pain in his chest made him stop. The two stopped their nonsensical bowing and awkward part 2 sprung up. But don't worry, the door opening stopped what could have been just two people just sitting in the same room not talking for an hour or something. "You again?" The two looked to the door to find one Bakugo Katsuki with one hand smoking on the door and the other clutching a notebook and pencil. Yagi shoots straight up and sped walks to the door. "Welthishaspen finbuta must be taking my leave and out at a haven appointment to Mr. Tento. Have a wonderful day, young Midoriyan dash." A hand rapidly stops Yagi in his tracks while he tried to make a clean getaway. "Not so fast. You're gonna have to miss that appointment, I'm afraid. Kaken. You don't have to scare him. But this creepy as mother effer always visited you while you were sleeping and just watched you. Kaken. Fine." Katsuki let up his intimidation and walked over to where the guest chair was as Yagi had one foot out the door. "Hey, Deku, bet you didn't know that this guy is apparently a representative of All Might. So close, I was so close." "Huh, All Might? Ah, Midoriya, glad to see you back in school. I got word you were in the hospital this whole time. As much as I hate to say this after you just recovered, but you have a lot of work to make up. Can't have you falling behind now." Izuku nodded and went to his seat with Katsuki right behind him. Their classmates all looked at him as if he grew a second head or something. This morning when Izuku stopped by his shoe locker, he opened it to see what looked like 15 notes. He usually just gets 2 or 3 per day, so this wasn't anything shocking to the green-haired boy. He picked up the few that fell to the floor and put every piece of paper in his bag for later. He grabbed his shoes and swapped them out. The two boys to their class had gotten a couple looks and gasps on their way, everyone knowing what had happened to Izuku and why he was gone for so long. Izuku planned on staying after school to discuss with his teachers about makeup work. And of course Katsuki made sure to stay behind and wait for him. The day goes by as Izuku is thoroughly confused with everything, even with Katsuki trying his best to explain. Eventually, lunchtime rolls around and Izuku takes out the letters. Automatically, Katsuki snatches them and lights them on fire and into ashes. "No, Deku. You ain't gonna read these. There's no way I'm going to even let you open one." Usually when Katsuki pre-destroys all requests, Izuku pouts for the rest of the period and mumbles something on the lines of, "I could have at least just read them, but this time was different." Izuku nodded and rested his head in his arms and closed his eyes. Katsuki doesn't nudge him to eat. Doctor's orders that Izuku take it easy for now with food and gradually eat more each meal till back to a normal amount. Izuku, as for now, just has to eat enough in order to take prescribed medicine. He keeps it in his school bag so a trip to the nurse's office is unnecessary. 3 o'clock rolls around slowly and Katsuki makes sure to help Izuku to the teacher's room. At this point, Izuku feels exhausted from the stress of the foreign material in class. He just wants to sleep in his own bed and call it a night. The teachers see this and send him home with 2 days' worth of missed work, telling him they'll give him the rest in intervals so he doesn't become overwhelmed. Katsuki tells the teachers he'll help Izuku and explain everything to him. The teachers trust Katsuki to do that much. While he wasn't absolute number 1 in school rankings, but he was high up there. For a class year of roughly 130 students, being number 6 isn't shabby. The two make their way out, a hand holding Izuku steady on the way home. Katsuki decides taking the bus would be best in this situation. The two board at the appropriate time and take seats in the middle. Katsuki warns Izuku that he's going to go to his house to check out of his school uniform and come over. Izuku is greeted by a note on the kitchen counter telling him his mother was called into an emergency shift when too many nurses called in sick for that day. He makes his way to his room and plops quite ungracefully onto his bed. His vision drifts around his room until his eyelids couldn't be kept open any longer. Midoriya, you'll find you would not be able to move as active as you had been able to. Your body had degenerated while in your coma, which is concerning for you already had a weak frame. It is going to take a few weeks, possibly months to gain back those muscles and mobility. For now, I suggest that you take it easy when walking. The doctor gestured to the wheelchair next to him that one of the nurses brought in. I recommend you keep this nearby in case your legs collapse under the strain of your body weight. You have to move around to build those muscles, but overdoing it would have the opposite effect. Izuku nodded and stared at the seat with wheels. The nurse then helped him up from the bed and onto the chair, his time of dispatch being now. Inko thanked the doctor and signed the forms that came with leaving and the chair. It was one of those chairs that had no special features unless you say that it has a space underneath to put small objects. Just something simple in case Izuku becomes too tired or something. That meant it wouldn't be over the top expensive. The last thing Izuku wants to do is cause his mother financial struggles. But his is when the receptionist's words catch his attention. Oh hello, good afternoon, Midoriya. Signing Izuku out? Yes. It's about time he goes home after being cooped up here for a while. That's good news. As much as the staff here all adores Izuku, we're even happier when he's not here. At least then we know he's doing well. The two women have a simple conversation while Inko fills out the form. Oh, and don't worry about the cost of anything, Midoriya. This surprises the younger of the Midoriyas. Inko carried on the exchange. I know that the room and expenses are being paid by someone, but I still don't know by whom. I assume it's an organization of some sort that caters to hospitals and charity? Actually, Midoriya, the receptionist giggles a bit. You can say that he donates greatly to charity and good causes, but he's not an organization. He's just the #1 hero. Both of their jaws drop at the fact that Izuku's expenses had been paid by the symbol of peace himself. Especially Izuku, with him being one of the biggest hero nerds. Why you jest? Really? Inko gasps. I swear on my job, Midoriya. Every other day, a man who's the direct assistant to All Might had been visiting Izuku. Now it's all making sense. I learned from Izuku's friend that there was someone claiming to be a representative for All Might in Izuku's room. I'll have to make sure to thank them both someday for being so kind. Bang. Amagar of all effens hyathiat. Sheet, he's still sleeping? Izuku crinkles his nose from the loud noise and forces his eyes to open. Using his hands to push himself up off the mattress, he sees a kneeling Bakugo near his desk clutching at his foot. The two spend a moment just looking at each other in silence. You just stubbed your toe on the corner of my desk, didn't you? Yeah, how could you tell? I only need to hear that kind of cussing once to know what it's from. Remember last summer? Mom almost made you eat soap after you let out that string of curses from stubbing your toe. Don't mention that. I still get FNG nightmares about that day. Izuku glances to his alarm clock on his nightstand and nearly jumps from bed if not for his body's fail to coordinate with his brain. Kaken, why didn't you wake me up? I've been sleeping for 4 hours. You should have woken me up when you got here. He glances down to see what he was wearing was definitely not his uniform and had been properly placed in bed. You even changed my clothes and tucked me in? Katsuki got up and limped his way to Izuku. Yes, he's that much of a big baby to make him lay back down and put the blanket over him again. You were practically dead when left that sheet hole. You needed to sleep. Now, Auntie is still at work and I prepared soup, so I'll bring a bowl back. Stay here, and don't even think about getting up. Katsuki left Izuku's room, leaving the freckled boy to mope at his situation. Katsuki came back shortly with the promised soup and more medicine. Here, nerd. Eat this and take your FING meds after. Izuku stuck his tongue out childishly at Katsuki and took the soup. He ate half before calling quits and downing the meds. With a now full and warm belly, Izuku felt his exhaustion catching up once more. Mid-yawn, Izuku questioned, I slept for 2 weeks. How am I still tired? Damas. Mama Bear. What you just say to me? New thing. That's FNG it. I'm leaving your ass. Go get yourself ended from being a sarcastic beach. Wait, Kaken. Katsuki turns back around to face Izuku. His face had become one of solemnity. The atmosphere in the room became serious, as if all jokes disperse somewhere. I need to tell you something important. I'm going to give up trying to be a hero. I'm going to give up trying to be a hero. Bakugo walked the dark streets of the neighborhood to his house, the only sound being insects chirping. He had left not long ago, Inko coming back from her shift. You heard what the doctor said, Kaken. I'm predicted to die in 2 years. He went straight to his room once entering his house, not even greeting his mother and father who were both in the living room. And I can barely walk in the condition I am now in. I've been thinking about this for the past 3 days. I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me this whole time. Katsuki slumped stomach facing upwards and brought an arm to cover his eyes, and the tears welling up. I can't be a hero, it's impossible. It's been impossible from the day I got my quirk. Despite his best efforts, drips of water end up staining the bed sheets under Katsuki, his mouth open in a silent scream. So thank you, Kaken, for helping me to realize that. He slammed his other fist not in use against his bed repeatedly until he was sure his quirk activated slightly. He could smell the scent of fabric burning. I guess I'm now going to have to make these next 2 years worth it, huh? He banged his fist in time with his mantra. Weak? Why am I so effing weak? Promise you'll spend them with me? Please? You effing idiot Deku. Who do you think you are telling me shit like that, like I'm gonna let you die on me? I don't want to be alone when it happens. He gave his final punch as he let his fist uncurl, his hand red and fingernail marks littering his palm. Stupid Deku. Izuku remembers the cold, dark room he's been forced into. He remembers the way his hands were tied behind his back and his feet being held together by the rope around his ankles. His conscience was fleeting every 5 seconds and his body felt like it was being burned from the inside. He was so scared, more than he's ever been. Ever since the incident, Izuku has prepared his mind to accept that he could drop dead at any second, but in that large room all alone, Izuku's preparations had flown out the window and run over by traffic. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to leave his mother. He didn't want to leave Kaken. He didn't want to die in a place like this. Izuku wants to. There's only one thing Izuku wants. But it's the hardest thing that can be given to him. And the most impossible. The first thing Izuku notices when he wakes up is how hard it is to breathe. His arms and legs wouldn't follow his commands and his brain felt muddled. His eyes refused to open and his throat felt dry. His body feels overheated and he wants to chuck the blanket off of him, but at the same time he doesn't want it to go. He knows these symptoms. He caught a FING cold. Life just had to cheat on him even further, didn't it? He opened his mouth and tried to call out for his mother the best he could, but all that came out was a strangled choke. He tried again, but the outcome was the same as last time. He started developing a headache which further confused his mind. He couldn't move, it was dark, and he's in pain. It's just like that time. Izuku started panicking, eyes swelling up with tears. Someone help me please. I'm scared. I don't want to be here, it hurts, I want to go home. Kaken, save me? He then felt something cool hit his head and gentle motions in his hair. He leaned toward the motion. It brought a sense of comfort and security for him. Oh Izuku, get some rest, okay? I promise I'll be right here. Izuku opened his eyes by a crack to see Green looking back at him. Emodash. The figure shushed him and patted his head. Don't try to speak, conserve your energy. Go back to sleep Izuku, you'll feel better if you do. He nodded and closed his eyes once more, his ability to think coherently slipping away. He's no longer in that dark place. That makes Izuku feel a little better already. Katsuki arrived at school alone. He stopped by the Midoriya residence this morning only to have Inko tell him Izuku was sick. He wanted to go in there and check up on him, but Inko assured she had everything under control. She shooed him away telling him he'll be late for school if he doesn't hurry. Katsuki left reluctantly and made his way to the crappy excuse for a school. It's been 2 months since the whole villain attack incident and Katsuki can proudly say he's been putting the time to use. He planned a workout regimen that takes up the remaining time till the UA entrance exams, which would help him build up significant muscles and strengthen his upper arms. His blasts need the muscle if he doesn't want to get hurt while firing. Izuku told him he's studying mechanics and gear to get into the support course of UA. If I can't help people by being a hero, then maybe I can help heroes save people, was his reasoning. Katsuki went about his day as usual, no one in school really wanting to talk to him due to his crap of a personality. School ended with the teacher passing out last-minute homework and Katsuki made sure to grab 2 copies. The first stop was to Izuku's house to drop off the papers and check in to see how his green-haired friend was doing. He greeted Auntie at the door who told him Izuku was feeling better from before but was still sleeping. Katsuki asked if he could see him for a second and she agreed. He entered the dark room and set the papers down on Izuku's desk. He noticed Izuku's breathing was harsher but other than that, nothing else seemed wrong. He leaned over the bed and ruffled the messy, fluffy hair. Get better, Izuku, you dumbass. Kaken, I give up, it's impossible for me, I'm never going to be able to catch up on all this schoolwork. I'm so behind, Kaken. Well, maybe you should stop complaining then and hurry the F up. Kaken, you're going to hurt my poor whittle feelings. Oh no, now I'll be known as the monster that hurt your whittle feelings. How will I ever live with the guilt? That was just dripping with sarcasm. Thank you. Izuku pulled the blanket he was wrapped in closer to him, feeling the weather turning chilly. If Katsuki noticed anything, he didn't say it. Kaken, how do you solve this question again? I forgot. Katsuki crawled over to where Izuku was on his bed and peered over the paper. I showed you this a gazillion times. You have to take the 169 and then turn that into 13 squared and cross out the denominator in the 3/2. Then it turns into 13 cubed. And find that out, dummy. Oh, now I remember. Thanks, Kaken. The two continued in their studies for another hour before Katsuki got hungry. Oi Deku, I'm gonna get something to eat. Why? Izuku's head was nodding up and down, eyes closed and face almost touching the textbook in front of him. He nudged Izuku gently on the shoulder. Hey Deku, if you're tired, take a break. It's almost 8. You should go to sleep already. Izuku opened his eyes slowly, too sleepy to protest that he should study more. Closing his books and Katsuki packing his school bag for tomorrow, the two said their byes and Katsuki headed off. As the months passed, Katsuki began to notice Izuku's stamina getting weaker when walking around in school. The greenhead would occasionally ask Katsuki to slow down while walking and help carrying his bag. He was also caught more than a few times sleeping during class, but the teachers never had any heart to call him out on it. Izuku's cough got worse a month earlier as well. Inko had to buy a new medication prescribed by the doctor who looked him over. Katsuki changed too. His workout plan worked wonders. He now had a figure that bodybuilders would compliment and his biceps could crush watermelons with pure strength. Izuku would tease Katsuki every time he was present to one of his training sessions by saying if being a hero doesn't work out, Katsuki could get a job at a club and make people drool over his figure. Katsuki made sure to train in private from that point on, much to the disappointment to Izuku. Exam day, marked on the calendar for the past year on both the Bakugo and Midoriya households. Katsuki woke up earlier to get ready and pick up Izuku so they're not late. One reaching UA gates, and after Izuku nearly dies from tripping, the two go their separate ways. Katsuki to the hero course exam and Izuku to the support course one. At the support course overview, Izuku can guess the room to have about 100 people, way less than the amount who sign up for the hero course. Nonetheless, competition would still be tight with only a few spots open. They listened to a speech from the head teacher of the support department, Power Loader. They would be having the practical portion of the exam first and then the academic one. The examines were transferred to a room filled with desks and tools, with a large pile of metal and parts Izuku's ever seen. The task was simple. Create support equipment for the hero the examinee was given on their testing card. The heroes were chosen out of the UA staff. Izuku was assigned the R-rated hero, Midnight. He thought about her quirk, somnambulist. She needs to have some part of her body exposed in order to activate her quirk to put her target to sleep. He thought about her control on who it works on. She emits a gas, and gas isn't really the easiest thing to maneuver to a specific person without some sort of quirk that can shift air. Izuku thought about creating a device that could resemble a fan, but that didn't seem like such a great idea for Midnight's skin-tight bodysuit. Plus, It would just look plain weird to show up to a battle with a fan at your side. He went over to the parts pile and examined what was there. His eyes widened and an idea lit up in his head. Picking up the parts he needed, he didn't want to make more than 2 trips for the room was quite large. Izuku set out to work on his creation. About 3 hours later, time was called and the examinees were told to go with their device to where their assigned hero was standing in the front. Izuku looked at the other students in his group and started getting a bit nervous. He shifted his scarf, something he's always worn, to cover half his face. Midnight herself looked at each and every device, testing them out to see what they did. A few of them ended up failing or combusting entirely in her face. It was finally Izuku's turn to hand his creation in. Well, aren't you just a cute little thing? So what you make for me, sweetheart? Of course we can't forget all the small, flirtatious comments Midnight's been making this whole time. Izuku just puts it behind him thinking it's just her hero persona. I made this to help with control of your quirk. It's supposed to contain some of the gas your quirk emits and you load the small cartilages into this launcher and you can use it to shoot in the general direction of your target and avoid the gas spreading to bystanders. Izuku looked at the floor the whole time. Midnight observed the launcher shaped akin to a handgun and the bullets that matched it. The R-rated hero smiled and patted Izuku on the shoulder. This is a nifty if I say so myself. I'll keep this in mind the next time I swing by my support gear handler. She placed the items on the tail with the rest of the other students and asked the next person to show her their invention. Those who had theirs examined were allowed to go home after that, so Izuku picked up the small bag he brought with him, mostly to carry his meds, and left the room. Just before he exited, Izuku swore he heard a faint screaming in the distance, something about babies, but he didn't care enough to turn around and see what was going on. Outside of the UA building, he spotted a familiar shade of ash blonde leaning on the gates. Kaken, you're still here? I thought hero course exam ended over 2 hours ago? And you honestly think after all that's happened I'm gonna let you walk by yourself? Come on, nerd. Let's go. I'm FNG starving. Izuku nodded and Katsuki reached to take Izuku's bag. At this point, Izuku doesn't even fight to hold it himself. He's learned from his mistakes of getting in a way of a Bakumam attitude. The two cross the street and walks along the shops lining the road. Izuku spots a small, quaint restaurant at the end of the corner and taps Katsuki on the shoulder. He points to the restaurant's location. Hey Kaken, wanna grab lunch over there? It'll be my treat for making you wait so long for me. Phew. Free food is free food. Plus, I don't want to old hag on my back about how the exam went. The two entered the warm establishment and seated themselves. After looking at the menu for 5 minutes. Even though they both knew what they wanted, a waiter came around and asked for their order. Extra spicy curry special. See, can I have the K-katsudon please? The waiter bowed and whisked away to place the order. The two boys made small talk about the exam until their food arrived. Katsuki tore through his like it was the first thing he ate in days while Izuku ate small chunks of his, appetite not really screaming at him to eat. Katsuki noticed halfway through his curry that Izuku was just picking at it by the time 10 minutes passed. Izuku noticed the stare and laughed nervously. I'm not that hungry. I'll just take the rest home and eat it later. Katsuki is having none of that shit and makes Izuku eat a fourth of it before having him take the usual meds he has to after eating. The two left and at this time it was nearing 4 p.m. Katsuki walks Izuku to his apartment and leaves to go home. The green-haired male greets his mother at the door and sets the leftovers in the fridge. Trudging up to his room, he face-palmed on his bed and passed out from drowsiness. The week of waiting was pure agony for Izuku. Of course he didn't show it on the outside, but in the inside he was freaking out whether he got accepted or not. He had applied to one other school as a backup, but he didn't give a single F about that one. He wants to go to UA and UA alone. Both Katsuki and Izuku got their letters on the same day. Katsuki ran over to Izuku's apartment and scared the shit out of Inko when he just barged in unannounced and received the scolding of his life from the petite woman with Izuku laughing and hacking his lung out in the background. The two took their letter and locked themselves in Izuku's room, wanting to view them in private. Katsuki opened his first, literally tearing the thing in half. A small, black disc fell on the floor and a hologram popped up with a picture of All Might. Izuku gasped at the sight of the number 1 hero while Katsuki growled. The All Might projection went on to talk about how Katsuki score first with 77 villain points and is welcome to the hero course. Izuku opened his next, carefully undoing the seal to preserve the letter. While there was no disc, the paper contained in the envelope has Izuku jumping for joy. Not literally though. Izuku lost the ability to jump a few years back. Every time he tried, his legs would give out under him and he would just fall. I got in Kaken. I got into the support department. Izuku smiled at his acceptance letter and opened his room door to tell his mother the good news. That night, the Bakugos came over for dinner and everyone congratulated the boys. Izuku groaned at the thought of getting out of bed. It was early in the morning and was the start of the last week of school. He wants to say that he feels like shit, but he feels like shit all the time so he can't really complain. It was also going to be the most annoying week. It happens every year. Classmates of all ages come and ask if he could grant a wish they have before the school year is up and they'll never have the chance to see Izuku ever again. He thought about skipping and sleeping his day away, but his poor attendance record screamed at him to just go. He dressed in his usual hoodie and Gakuren jacket with school pants. His scarf was wrapped loosely around his neck and headphones dangling from his neck. He looked at himself in the mirror and noted his done-with-life expression. His body looked a bit thinner than usual as well. Chalking it up to the medicines having their effects, he left his room and opened the front door. Welp, let's get this sheet on the road. Once upon a time, there was a young boy who had hope for the world. However, it looked like the world had given up on him. If the boy had only known what he was really capable of, then maybe he could have saved himself of the world's cruelty far sooner. Kaken, we're here. We're actually here. We made it to you. Izuku walked alongside Katsuki, looking up at the large building of their school. The last few days of junior high melted together as the two were waiting till they could step into UA. Only a few more days until the boys' dreams would take the first step to coming true. Izuku looked at the map of the school he printed from online. His class was in a different part of the building than Katsuki's was, so they would have to split up at the main entrance. I'm walking you to class, Deku. Izuku looked up with a huh, till he realized he must have been muttering. Thanks Kaken. I gotta make sure you pass out in the hallway or something after all. Kaken, you mean it? I'm not gonna collapse in the hallway. I took my meds this. Izuku's face scrunched up and turned to one of worry as he racked his brain. My meds? Kaken, I can't remember if I took them today. I was so pumped for the first day of school that I think I might have forgotten them. Katsuki looked at him stonily and busted all at once. You effing idiot. How the hell do you forget something too important? That's it. We're going straight to your place to go get them. He grabbed Izuku by the arm ready to drag the poor boy until he heard something. Kaken, I'm kidding. Izuku ducks his head and shakes from giggling. I can't believe you actually fell for it. I was sure you were going to see right through me. Katsuki stared blankly at the green-haired boy and let go of his arm. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked away with its teeth. I hate you, you know that? I love you too, Kaken. Now come on. Class is about to start and we shouldn't be late. Izuku went ahead to get to his class of 1H, Katsuki flowed behind, growling at everyone in sight. When the two reached Izuku's class, the blonde surveyed everyone in the room so far. Some students were already in groups talking to each other while others were sitting at their desk on their phone or something. Kaken, stop being a mom and go already. Homeroom starts in 10 and I don't want to be the reason why you're late. Izuku shoved Katsuki out of the room and smiled at him in reassurance, as to say he's going to be alright. Fine. I'll go. Just make sure to text or something if anything goes wrong, got it. Izuku smiled. He always found Katsuki's pouting face to be so adorable. Yep. Now go already. Let me make a friend or two in here. I swear you're starting to scare them. With Katsuki now gone, Izuku found his seat and sat down. He didn't want to show it in front of Katsuki, but his entire body was screaming out at him. He was lying earlier when he said he was joking. Izuku actually did forget to take his medicines this morning. Inko was called into a morning shift at the hospital, so she had to leave before Izuku even got up. Izuku slumped his head against the desk. His head was pounding furiously while small beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. His eyes went out of focus and he felt overall dizzy. He wanted to sleep. Maybe I can just close my eyes for just a second? When Izuku opened his eyes again, he noticed he was no longer in his homeroom on his desk, but instead laying on a bed with curtains surrounding his sides. He could immediately tell where he was. Oh shit. Kaken's never going to let me out of his sight ever again if he hears about this. Damn right, you sheethead. Izuku jumped at the voice next to him and turned to look at his left. His face paled even more at the view. Oh hey Kaken, fancy meeting you here. Katsuki had on a sickly sweet smile that made Izuku want to crawl into a ball and hide under the sheets. I was on my way to get you during lunch when I found out from your teacher that you were found unresponsive at your desk during homeroom and wouldn't wake up. Now, care to tell me why you were like that? Well, you see, funny story really when I said earlier that I forgot my meds, and said I was messing with you, well, turns out actually did forget, medicine, please don't be. Izuku brought his arms up to cover his face and hide from Katsuki at the same time. He shut his eyes to avoid the shame. A warm hand plopped on top of Izuku's head. He opened his eyes and looked up at Katsuki. He had eyes that Izuku's only seen a few times. They held concerned, yet contained relief. You dumb Deku. Those 3 words were enough to make Izuku reach out for a hug, and Katsuki obliged. I'm sorry Kaken, but I knew if I told you the truth, you would make me go home and you would go with me and miss your first day in the hero course. Izuku buried his head in Katsuki's chest as small tears formed. The curtains surrounding them suddenly were whisked to the side as another person joined the 3. Bakugo, how's our patient do? Oh, should I come back at a later time? The 2 high school students separated immediately at that comment, faces going a bit red from being mistaken like that. If that's not necessary. Izuku covered his face with his hands and looked away. Just check him over. Lunch is gonna end in a few. Katsuki stuck his hands in his pocket and plopped his gorgeous as on the nearest chair. Izuku came out of his hiding to see who was really in front of him. Oh my gosh. It's Recovery Girl. Kaken, why didn't you wake me up earlier? I've always wanted to meet a hero who doesn't specialize in villain takedown or civilian rescue. You're a one-of-the-kind hero that mainly dealt with healing than fighting. It's an honor to meet you, Recovery Girl. Where's my notebook? I need to get an autograph dash. What you need is to relax and let me do my job. Now lay back down while I adjust the bed. Izuku shut up at the retired hero scolding him. Recovery Girl pressed a few buttons to the side of the bed to raise it up so Izuku could comfortably sit. Now Midoriya, I took the liberty to look over your medical file and I'll tell you what you probably heard a million times but I need to it once more. It's not pretty. And it was quite foolish to leave for school without taking any of the prescriptions. Luckily for you, UA has those types of medicines here and I was able to administer them through 4. You're free to go back to class after the bell rings. Just take it easy for the rest of the day. I'll notify Power Loader of the situation and not to let anything crazy happen. Take some of these gummies and sit tight while I take care of other matters. Seriously, a school filled with injury-prone heroes and students and yet only 1 nurse. Take care now, Midoriya. I don't want to see you in my office again for something like forgetting to take your medicine. Recovery Girl left the room, Izuku shouting thank you behind her as she went. The childhood friends were left alone in the nurse's room with an awkward silence. So, Izuku tried to start. Come on, you dumbass. Let's go. Katsuki turned his back and started walking to the exit. Go where? Recovery Girl said to stay here until the bell rings. And it's gonna ring in 15 minutes. You still need to eat lunch and take the midday meds in your bag. Now let's go. I skipped lunch too to look after your ass. Izuku held onto the bed as he stood up, legs shaking a little. He needed a sec to get his balance. Katsuki huffed and offered his hands for Izuku to take. Izuku chuckled at the cute gesture and took the hand. The 2 left the infirmary and headed to the lunchroom. Katsuki led them to where they sold various breads. Katsuki got a curry bread and Izuku a mocha one. They found a small empty table near the back and sat down to eat. So how are your classes so far, Kaken? Meet anyone interesting? Izuku took small nibbles at his bread. Huh? They're just a bunch of extras. Katsuki devoured half of his bread before pausing. Well, we did have some kind of assessment test during the entrance ceremony and some did catch my eye. There was this ponytail girl that could create sheet out of her boy and another bastard that just got on my nerves. His hair was pretty bad too. He had red and white evenly split on both sides. Tackiest thing I've ever seen. Izuku let out a few giggles at that comment. Of course the first thing you would trash would be a person's hair. I remember when we met, one of the first things you've ever said to me was how my hair looked like a moss patch that was never brushed. And it still does. Kakin, you're so mean. And forever will be babe. A moment of silence washed over the two as Katsuki realized what he said and Izuku trying to sink the words in. Lucky for them, the bell just happens to ring at that exact time and it snapped the two boys out of whatever tension was building. Katsuki coughed and put up his usual bad boy persona. Come on. I'll take you to class. Izuku nodded and packaged the remaining of his bread into his bag after putting it back in the plastic wrapping. He took out a small capsule which contained 3 pills of different sizes and colors. He downed them with a gulp of water and stood up, using the table as support. When he returned to his classroom, Izuku could feel all eyes on him as he made it to his seat, waving Katsuki a farewell. He brushed it off. It's not like it's the first time everyone looked at him. Won't be the last either. When the bell rang once more, their teacher entered the room. Midoriya, glad to see you are feeling well again. There wasn't much you missed during the first half. I made everyone get to know each other on a friendly basis. Cooperation is key in this field. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up in no time. Just meet me after classes end for a sec. Power Loader then stood at the front desk and pushed a button on a remote he had in his hand. As soon as he did, a small compartment in the desk opened up to reveal a few sheets of paper. Alright, it's time to get to work. Our first project is No Walk in the Park. All of you got into his department cause of the skills you've shown and the creativity one needs to be a support gear developer. Your first task is what we're all here for. You are to help create the gear that the Hero Course students requested. Between the 3 classes, the gear for the 40 student in Heroics was split up. You all should have a paper describing different gears and who requested them. It's up to you on how to create the items. You have the rest of the day today and tomorrow morning to finish. Good luck. Izuku gulped at the assignment. He only had until tomorrow morning to finish the item. He reached for the papers and read through the files of the students and what they wanted. Name, Aoyama Yuga. Class, what? Quirk, naval laser. Ability, able to shoot a concentrated laser out of his navel. Gear request. Bonjour chérie, you see, I am quite in a pickle. My glorious naval laser is already fabulous and as shining as ever, but I lack in control. Say talent damage. I ask for a device that will help carry my naval laser to all of me and not just shine from my fabulous centermers. Continue to briller. After reading it through and a little bit of help from Google Translate, Izuku thinks he understands what he needs to do. Along with the paper of the hero in training. Information, they also gave out the video recording of them in the entrance exam. From there, Izuku could see how Aoyama used his quirk through a device he already owns and shot out his laser. True to his words, Aoyama could only produce his laser from his belly button area and Izuku guessed he wanted something that would spread his quirk so he can shoot sparkles from other body parts. Izuku took out his notebook as an idea started forming in his head. This assignment might not be so difficult after all. Meanwhile, with Class 1A, Katsuki sat in his chair, annoyed with the red-headed idiot trying to talk to him. So what do you like to do for fun? Any hobbies? We should totally hang out together sometime. Katsuki refrained from yelling out in anger, breathing in and out calmly. He turned to the annoyance to say something, but paused in his tracks. Looking up close, Katsuki noticed how the redhead's face looked a bit cute and soft. His eyes were the same red color as his and his hair was in a similar style. Katsuki couldn't place it, but all he knew was that his gay radar was going off. That is, until he overheard the redhead saying to another extra that his go-to pair of shoes were Crocs. All hints of a crush just vanished. Why the F would I want to hang out with you losers? Katsuki took out his phone and started scrolling through random news. A heavy arm plopped onto his shoulders, startling the blonde boy. Ah, come on. Don't be like that. You should join us in karaoke tonight to celebrate the first day of school. Katsuki shrugged off the arm and huffed. Can't. I gotta do other shit today. Don't be like that, bro. I just realized. I never introduced myself. I'm Kirishima. What about you? The redhead Kirishima stuck out his hand for a shake. Not interested in making friends? That's cool, but if you ever change your mind, just know that my arms are always open. Kirishima smiled and bounced away, greeting other classmates. Bakugo took one last glance at the redhead. I bet Deku and that preppy nuisance would get along together. Izuku smiled at the progress he was making. The item he was designing was coming along nicely and he only needed to make a few more adjustments tomorrow before it would be complete. He put away all the tools he used into the correct bins at his workstation and tried to get up out of the chair he's been sitting on for the past 3 hours. The emphasis is on the word try. As soon as Izuku stood up, he found himself having to sit back down, the feeling in his legs being non-existent. He cursed at his situation. He watched as all the other students in his class left one by one till he and another girl were the only ones remaining. Hatsum. Class is over. The bell rang. You need to clean up your station and head home. Izuku turned to the voice of his teacher. The other student in the room was a girl with long, bouncy, pink hair and golden eyes. But I'm on a roll and my baby isn't going to make itself. Izuku choked when she said the word babies. Sorry Hatsum, but students can't stay after school for the first week. Not my rules but the board's. Power Loader crossed his arms and stood his ground as Hatsum sighed dejectedly and started packing up. It's when she finished that Izuku locks eyes with her. Hey, you there. You're the kid that was found dead at your desk this morning, right? You gave everyone a scare today. Everyone thought you were a goner. Hatsum approached Izuku in a run and held his hands. I think you're going to be an interesting specimen. Let's be friends, Kay? Izuku blushed from the close contact and the hand holding that all he could do was nod. Great. Now that we're friends, you have to help me test out my babies someday. Oops. Would you look at the time? I'm late for the train. I got to go now. See you later, Mr. Goner. And with that, the pink-haired girl named Hatsum ran out of the classroom. I have a feeling that one is going to be a handful. Izuku was startled out of his daze by Power Loader's voice. Yeah. Anyway, Midoriya. The thing I need to talk to you about is regarding your health. Izuku casted his eyes downwards, knowing what his teacher was going to say. He's had this talk with every teacher since his accident. A few other members of staff and I have been made aware of your condition and how serious it can get if any complication are to arise. I've also been made aware to make sure you don't try to use your quirk while you are in school and to alert the nurse if I think you are in any danger. Oh, and make sure to tell me if you are feeling ill. I don't care how little or much, just tell me if you don't feel well and I'll send you to the nurse. That's all I had to say, so you can go home now. Your friend is waiting for you outside. Izuku thanked his teacher and went to stand up, forgetting why he was sitting in the first place. This time, he fell forwards instead of back onto his chair. He closed his eyes waiting for the impact of the ground, but it never came. Instead, he felt arms around his waist that held him up and sat him back onto his chair. This is what I was talking about, kid. If you need help, just say so. I swear. You and that other girl are going to be the death of me, ha. Hey hero kid. Get in here and help your friend, would ya? Izuku looked to the door as Katsuki strolled in with an annoyed look on his face as he stared down Izuku. Our precious cinnamon roll on the other hand smiled and held his arms up, as a child would to their mother asking to be carried. The red symbol for anger formed on Katsuki's temple. You wanna die, sheet nerd? Come on, Kaken. Just until I get the feeling back in my legs. You're not gonna leave me to fend for myself now, are you? Izuku smirked. How about I drop yours onto the pavement and walk away? As the two bicker back and forth, Power Loader watches form the sidelines, taking in the display of youth. He feels a bit bad though, knowing that there's a great chance he'll never be able to see Midoriya graduate his class. It was late at night as Izuku was lying on his bed, having finished his homework and said goodnight to his mother. Inko was pissed that Izuku forgot to take his medicine but worried at the same time, inspecting her precious baby boy to make sure he was alright. Katsuki was laughing in the corner at the display of motherly power. Izuku yawned and decided he should get some sleep. He plugged his phone into the charger and set his alarm. He snuggled into his many blankets to get comfortable. His eyes closed on the view of his room window, the curtain having been drawn and shutting out any light that could have gone into his room. His last thought of the day was about what Power Loader Sensei said to him after class. Don't try to use my quirk in school, huh? Whoa. Midoriya, your quirk is so cool. Can I have a wish too? Hey Midoriya. I baked you some cookies. My mom helped me make them. Do you think I can have a wish in exchange? Midoriya. I was looking for you. A new card comes out this week for this game I like. Do you think you can help me get it? I just need to wish for it, right? Hey Midoriya. I left my notebook at home that has the homework Setagawa-sensei assigned. Do you mind if I wish for it to appear in my bag? Midoriya. I wish for my project to be done. Can you do that for me please? Midoriya dash. Midoriya, I wish for dash. I wish dash. Midoriya. I wish dash. Just grant it for me. I wish dash. Stop being so selfish. I wish dash. Hey Deku, I wish dash. Izuku's eyes shot open as he clenched his blankets in a vice grip and panting for air. His eyes were wet with tears streaming down and his forehead sweaty. Once he calmed down, he took in his surroundings. Everything was still black with the glow of his digital clock being the only light. He looked to see that it's only been 2 hours since he's fallen asleep in school as starting in 4. Izuku shut his eyes and pulled the sheets over his head, turning to his side into the fetal position. From there, he laid in silence as his cries were muffled by his pillows. He told himself over and over again, it's just a dream, it's just a dream, it's just a dream, it's just a dream. The boy's hope for the world dwindled day by day as his thoughts were dragged into mud. The world had told the boy of their chance. And the world gave the boy a condition along with it. He has a time limit. The boy must take the world's chance before the time limit counts 0. Or else his cycle of cruelty would continue to the day he dies. Izuku wanted to end the damn all-might alarm that stood on his bedstand as it blared out the obscene noise telling him it is time to start his morning. He cursed at the daylight peeking through his closed curtains and proceeded to slowly peel the blankets off of his body. The cold smacked him as soon as he did, making him wish he could just crawl back into his little burrow and stay there. Eventually, Izuku found himself out of his room poorly dressed in the school uniform and navigating his way to the kitchen table where his mother laid out breakfast and his medicine for him. Saying a small thank you, he dug into the food with a smile. His mother's cooking always makes him smile. Izuku, I have to go in a little earlier today, so make sure to take your meds and lock the door when you leave. Izuku gave his mother a hum and a nod for his mouth was full of food. Inko kissed him on the cheek with a hug and headed out the door. When the door clicked against the frame, Izuku put down the slice of toast and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He filled a glass with water to swallow the pills with. Once done, he looked up at his reflection in the window above the sink. Dead eyes stared back at him with a pale skin and sunken cheeks. He looked like a corpse that had just risen. In a split second, his eyes regained a sparkle and a smile formed on his face, making his cheek look fuller. He grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder, also taking his scarf and headphones. I just have to smile. If I smile, no one will know. Izuku opens the door to see Katsuki standing outside the apartment building at the entry. Kaken, he calls with a smile. He locks the door behind him and set for the elevator. It's just another day. One more day closer. Izuku takes the elevator down and takes Katsuki's arm into a hold. Let's go or else we're gonna be late. Gugugu, you have the whole week to complete this project. Time starts now. Power Loader had just dumped another assignment onto his support class. This time, everyone has to make an item of any hero of their choosing. At the end of the week, they are to showcase their device. They are going to be scored based on if it works and if it is compatible with the hero they chose. Izuku took out a few blueprint papers to start sketching. He already knows which hero he is going to do. He also brings out his notebook number 13 where he has notes on Kamui Woods. His popularity had been growing for a while and he is becoming a great hero, but Izuku does notice some weaknesses that combat his tree quirk. Izuku wants to create something that would help combat that. For example, if a fire was to ever break out, Kamui Woods would suffer for his quirk is tree-based. Izuku could make a device that would spray a mist onto his skin since it's harder for damp wood to catch fire. His sketching and planning takes up the whole morning, but he's satisfied with what he thought of. He can start building after lunch. Hey, you there. Wait up. Izuku stops in his tracks at the yell that sounded like it was aimed at him. Sup? You Mr. Goner, right? Anyway, that doesn't matter. You remember me, right? Hatsum? Let's go get lunch together. I want to talk about my babies and I need another human individual to do that after all. Izuku found himself being dragged by the vibrant pink-haired girl that doesn't even know his name. While approaching the door, Hatsum reaches for it, only for it to open itself and one Bakugo Katsuki standing right after. The three collide and only one of them falls down while another is standing and supporting the other so he does not fall too. Hey, why didn't you catch me too? 'Cause I didn't. You got a problem with that? And what if I do? Then tough sheet. Hatsum pouted before snatching Izuku's arm and dragging him along. Oh well, if you're gonna be like that, then I'm gonna take Mr. Cutie here with me. Let's go to lunch together, Goner. Hey. Wait, you're dragging too fast. Izuku begged for Hatsum to slow down as he tried to keep to her pace. And my name isn't Goner. It's Midoriya Izuku. Hatsum looked back to the green-haired child she had taken hostage and stared at his face. Izuku turned his head in embarrassment. Hatsum snapped out of her gaze and put on a commercial smile. Very well then, Izuku. It's cool if I call you that, right? Haha. Now let's go. I got some inventing to do if I finish lunch early. No. Sorry, Pinky, but this guy is going with me. Katsuki stepped in between the two inventors and grabbed Izuku by his arm and held him protectively. Keikikaken. Oh. Hatsum looked at the two with light bulbs going off in her head. I didn't know you two were like that. I mean, now that I'm getting a good look, it's quite obvious. Don't worry. I won't get in your way. She finished with 2 thumbs up and a wink. Then I'll see you afterwards, Izuku. Make sure to visit me later so I can show you my babies. See ya. Wait. Hatsum. It's not like that. Izuku yells back with his arm outstretched, hoping the pink-haired girl heard him before she skipped away. He turns back to the ash blonde standing next to him and sighs. Let's go, Kaken. I'm tired from all that happened. When Izuku doesn't get a response back, he looks directly at Katsuki's face to find the blonde hiding his face with his arm, though he could see slight pink dusting his cheeks. Kaken? Katsuki turned his body and started walking forward. Well, what are you waiting for, nerd? I want to get going and you're lagging behind. Izuku stood there for a second in confusion before shrugging it off. No matter. He's tired and wants to take a nap after eating. He'll worry about Katsuki's strange behavior later. The sun was still high in the air when Izuku tilted his head up, squinting from the brightness it provides. They were going to enjoy lunch on the outside benches. He feels the heat hitting his face and burning his skin. He feels alive. For just how much longer would he be able to enjoy this feeling? Oi Deku, hurry it up. Izuku stops staring at the sky and looks ahead to where Katsuki was looking back at him. Coming, Kaken. A few days later. Please. Stop acting like a mom and let go of me already. I'm perfectly fine for F's sakes. Kaken, stop squirming and surrender already. Your class just got attacked by villains and you expect me not to worry? Those small fries couldn't even make a scratch on me. Besides, All Might was there and took care of what was probably the one big threat, so everything was fine in the end. But still, Katsuki reached over to cover Izuku's mouth and stared him straight in the eyes. Fine. Izuku nodded his head as Katsuki plopped back onto his bed. Izuku followed suit as the 2 UA students laid there in silence as they looked at Katsuki's ceiling. Hey Kaken. What? You know I'll always believe in you, Kaken. Just make sure you stay safe, at the very least for my sake. What brought this up? I was just thinking that if something ever happened to you, I would be willing to risk my life to grant a wish that would make sure you're safe, that's all. Katsuki sprung up in a flash second to look down at Izuku, who had an eerie, calm look to his face. Fing nerd. There's no way in hell I would ever be defeated, so you're not gonna risk your life for me. I'm the one that's gonna protect you. I swore on it long ago and I'm gonna keep it. Got that? Izuku turned his head to look at Katsuki's face. He didn't say anything, but instead smiled wryly and said, sure. Alright, then let's go to the kitchen. I'm starving and I want something sweet. Katsuki went to stand up as Izuku also sat up. But the god of shipping saw this as an opportunity and pulled over his friend god of cliches and made Katsuki trip over Izuku's legs, causing him to fall on top of Izuku with his arms trapping the green boy's face and them staring into each other's eyes. The two gods high-fived and went back to looking for more opportunities, leaving Katsuki and Izuku stuck in an awkward situation. Katsuki. Izuku. I just bought some tangerines at the supermarket if you boys want some so dash. The door swung open forcefully as the sight of a frozen Bakugo Mitsuki stood holding a plate of tangerines greeted them. No one moved for the next 30 seconds as the two boys knew that the situation they are in could be very misinterpreted. At last, Mitsuki stepped in and placed the tray down on her son's desk and headed back to the door. Before closing it though, she turned around to give one piece of advice. Just make sure to use protection. And Izuku, welcome to the family. With that, she shut the door and the boys could hear her footsteps fading away. Needless to say, the two bid their farewells afterwards as Izuku headed home. Izuku doubled over and wheezed as he felt like he could not get air into his lungs. His coughing became violent as his body automatically tried to breathe in while he was still breathing out. He could feel a warm liquid also hitting his hand in specks, but that was the least of his concerns. He could sense a commotion around him as he was sinking slowly onto the floor. How did this happen? I was making gear. Then I think I was called over by Hatsum to check something out. Didn't it blow up? It was smoking in my face. Something hit me. I can't breathe. My chest hurts, please someone help me, this really hurts, I'm scared. This is just like that time. Izuku felt someone touching his shoulder as his body shook and pain spread from his chest to all over. He could faintly hear someone call his name and the alarmed atmosphere of the classroom was almost tangible. His scarf was taken off of him a few seconds ago and now a pair of hands was pulling away his own from his mouth. He could feel something being pushed into his mouth as could make out its shape with teary eyes. An inhaler. Izuku tries his hardest to take deep breaths as he could feel his medicine being sprayed into his lungs. He looked up to see a blur of light gray and pink in the shape of a small being. Easy now, dearie. Catch your breath. Nice and slow. There we go. One more deep breath, you can do it. He took in the reassuring voice and followed its directions. He could sense a continuous patting on his back that was quite gentle. His head was pounding as the inhaler was taken away after he took 3 large inhales. Izuku would say that he could breathe easier compared to before, but he still struggled to get a sufficient amount in each breath. A mask he was very familiar with was placed over his face as the air became better. His head and chest continued to radiate pain as he was loaded onto something and he could feel himself being moved. Exhaustion snuck up behind him like a ghost. He closed his eyes as everything around him faded into nothing more as background noise, then silence. 10 minutes earlier. Hey Izuku, come over here and check out my new baby. Izuku left his workstation and headed to where his new friend, Hatsum, was standing. To her side was a small box that sat harmlessly on a stool. What is it? Izuku asked. Meet the automatic arms baby number 23. Isn't she a beauty? I'm sure that this time it won't explode like the 22 before it. Hatsum pressed a button to its side and a pair of arms sprouted out. It's to function like any arms can and better. What do you think, Izuku? Izuku looked at the squirming metal appendages and it smiled uncomfortably. It's quite the device, Hatsum. It kind of reminds me of the way an octopus would move. That's nice, Hatsum started, but you haven't seen the function I built in yet. Watch. Hatsum flipped a switch located on the backside of the device as it started making clinking sound and vibrating. A small stream of smoke leaked from the cracks in the walls of its box shape as it turned red from heat. Hatsum, is it supposed to do that? Hey Izuku. It's probably going to blow up. That's how it looked with the 22 others. Ah man, and I was so sure it was going to work this time. Oh okay, so it's just going to blow up. Wait Hatsum, it's gonna blow dash. The device could no longer hold in the pressure as it exploded and pieces went flying everywhere and the air surrounding the two was covered in dark gray smoke that felt heavy and hot to inhale. Izuku's knees gave out when one of the heavy mechanic arms slammed straight into his stomach hard enough to leave a nasty bruise and choke on air. The combination of the force as well as the smoke triggered Izuku to enter another coughing fit. Hatsum emerged from the dark cloud laughing and squatting the smoke away. Ha ha phew. Wasn't that a doozy of a blast? Don't you agree, Izuku? Izuku? Hatsum crouched next to Izuku and saw the speckle of red on his hand along with his face turning a new color. Izuku? Her eyes turned wide as she rotated her head and screamed, "Power loader sensei." She could see her teacher putting down whatever equipment he was holding onto a nearby table and run over to where the two of them were standing. Midoriya. Midoriya, can you hear me? Power loader then took notice of the red splatters in Izuku's hand and some on the floor. He yelled for someone to call for recovery girl and to tell her to issue for a code blue asterisk in the support department. A random student who was near the phone on the wall looked up the number for the nurse's office and quickly explained the situation to the other person on the line. Within the next 2 minutes, anyone would describe it as chaos. The students in the room were told to leave and go into a nearby general education classroom. Hatsum tried to put up a fight, but she reluctantly left after being forced to. The people remaining in the room were recovery girl, power loader, and 2 other teachers who were designated to appear on site if a student were ever in a situation like this. Recovery girl had brought a bag filled with medical equipment with her and took out a few items. She helped Izuku into a different position to help with his breathing and moved his hand away from his mouth. She held the inhaler to his mouth and pressed. After a few pumps, she checked his breathing and found it to still be strained. She motioned for someone to hand her a breathing mask connected to a small, portable machine and she attached it to his face. 2 small robots holding a stretcher at opposite ends came into the room and Izuku was taken to the infirmary. Recovery girl trailed afterwards and the floor was cleaned by different small robot. Once that was done, the students were allowed back into the classroom to carry on with their projects. Hatsum went straight to power loader and asked if she could go to the nurse's office and see Izuku. Sorry, Hatsum, but I don't think that's a good idea right now. Wait for things to settle down or maybe visit him after class. For now, how about you think about what improvements you can make on your devices so they do not blow up? I swear that we've only been in school for a month and you've already caused 47 explosions, although this one was on a much larger scale compared to previous ones. Yes, sir. Hatsum went back to see that her baby was already in the trash after the metal was deemed to not be reusable. The whole class after that was even silent, not knowing how they should react to what just happened. Hatsum gathered more pieces to work on another project idea she's had for a while, but every minute or so she would find herself looking at Izuku's workstation. A vision of a small classroom decorated with messy painting hanging on the wall and animal posters giving motivational advice near the ceiling. The desks were tables with 2 chairs at each and various colors. The scene changes to an empty classroom to one that is filled with primary school students and all those kids are huddled in a circle surrounding on things. Midoriya. Wanna be friends? Be friends with me too, Izuku. I got a new toy yesterday. Wanna play with me? Hey Izuku. Let's hang out more often. Midoriya, we're friends, right? Can you do this tiny favor for me? Ah, I forgot my homework. Izuku, can I ask for a wish? You're a great friend, Izuku. Can I have a wish? My birthday is coming up, Midoriya. You're invited to my party. Just make sure to give me a wish, okay? Izuku loves to grant our wishes, right? I'm so lucky we're in the same class this year, Midoriya. Can I wish for the new Edgeshot action figure? My mom won't get it for me. Now instead of kids, there is one adult front and center crouching on her knees with a sickly sweet smile. She claps her hands together and starts talking. Izuku, do you think Sensei can have a wish too? Really? I can? Oh, you're such a good boy, Izuku. You're Sensei's favorite student. The scene changes again as it now showed a park surrounded with playground equipment and a few trees and flowers scattered around. One lone kid was sitting on by himself looking upset. The doctor told me that I don't have a quirk and now I'm going to be all alone. Really? You do that for me? I wish to have a quirk. The sight goes back to the classroom with kids once more as they all have wide grins, but deceitful and greedy eyes. We'll be great friends forever, Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes to the same white scenery he's experienced 1,000 times. He could hear machined beeping and feel the mask on his face. He wiggled his fingers and noticed that there was minimum pain thought his body, even on his chest. Small tears tricked out of the corners of his eyes as he thought of what he remembered. Something he had buried deep in his memories had resurfaced again. Liars, all of them. In the lunchroom of UA. Hey, did you hear what happened in one of the support classes? Yeah, dude. I heard someone got hurt pretty bad. I heard that some kid was brought back from dying last minute. No, trust me. I have a friend in that class. He told me that a kid collapsed out of nowhere and the teacher started panicking. I heard that there was blood on the scene. Gross. Dude, we're eating here. Don't talk about something so nasty. But who's the one that got hurt? I think my friend said something like Nomura? I heard Does his name really matter? He's just some weakling if he collapsed in the support class. Not even in heroics. Whoa, Takana. Ha. Way to be rude. I'm just telling it like the truth. Here we are in a school meant for heroics yet not in the hero course. The least we can do is not embarrass the reputation of this place. That's true. This reminds me of the battle I saw yesterday on the news. It was some newbie hero that honestly wasn't very strong. My mom made me switch the channel after that cause my little sister was also watching with me. I changed it to a comedy channel. That new comedian that's been gaining popularity is FENG hilarious. I swear I couldn't stop laughing. I was watching that too last night. Man, he's a hoot. I want to go see one of his shows next week. He's coming to this city by then. How about we all go? We could book tickets in advance. Hey Ida. Over here. A bubbly, brown-haired girl with pink cheek waved over her friend to the lunch table she was sitting at with her froggy friend. Thank you, Uraraka. I'll be sitting here then. The blue-haired male with a tall figure and rectangular glasses Ida took a seat next to the brown-haired girl known as Uraraka. Ida, did you hear the rumors circulating the cafeteria? Some kid in a support class got seriously injured. I want to know what happened, but no one really knows the full story. The teachers are also keeping closed lips about it. As much as I am quite inquisitive with the news as well, it is loudish to interfere with matters such as these, especially with the teachers not willing to disclose too much information. Wow, Ida, you have a funny way of talking. Are you some kind of rich boy or something? I thought I had changed my speech to fit in better, but quite frankly, yes. I am from a family of a long-standing line of heroes. In fact, my brother is the hero in Genium. Really? That's so cool. You must want to follow your brother's footsteps, right? Naturally. I aim to make my family and most importantly my brother proud. That's awesome, Ida. I believe you'll make a great hero. Thank you, Uraraka. But enough conversation. We must enjoy a well-balanced meal in order to fuel our bodies for training. Hey Bakugo, come sit with us. We saved a seat for you. A redhead by the name Kirishima stood on his chair to signal Katsuki. He huffed in annoyance, but grudgingly sat next to him anyway. He had looked all over for Izuku but couldn't find him anywhere. He wasn't answering the phone either. Deku's probably with that annoying pink-haired freak. Katsuki picked up a spoonful of the school's katsudon that he wanted to try when he saw it on the menu. Ichimef Auntie's is better. He continued to chow down as he ignored all the gibbering soy sauce, Pinky, dumbass, and Kirishima was doing. At some point, he decided to tune in and see what they were talking about. They made everyone in the class leave to room apparently. Someone said that they saw blood on the ground. I think I heard that too. They were saying that the dude was dying or something. Katsuki jumped into the conversation. What ya all yapping about? About some student who collapsed in one of the support course class earlier today. Everyone's heard different rumors by now, but the one thing in common is how serious its situation was. Pinky Ashido. Mina stated causally while hesitating between eating the remaining tomato that lies on her plate. The sound of metal clinking brought all the attention at the table to the ash blonde now staring at Mina with wide eyes. Who? Bakugo? Hey, what's wrong? Kirishima put his hand out on his shoulder and looked with concerned eyes. Who was it? Who's the person you're all talking about? Katsuki's eyes grew dark, and an expression that the four never seen found its way onto Katsuki's face. We don't know, we just heard rumors, Mina said. Katsuki gave an audible tch. He picked up his tray and dumped it in the nearest trash can before racing out through the cafeteria doors. Kaminari Denki, the one known as Dums, leaned in close to Hantasiro the soy sauce and whispered, "Dude, what's wrong with him? I dunno. Could it be that he knows that person? He does always tell us that he's going elsewhere to eat lunch." Siro picked at his carrots instead of eating them. "But whenever we ask, he just tells us to F off. Yeah? Hope everything's okay," Kirishima included. The 4 remaining Class 1A students continue in banter, unknown to them that there had been an eavesdropper the whole time. Katsuki smashed open the door to the infirmary while breathing heavily from sprinting the whole way. "Where is he?" As if on cue, Recovery Girl popped out from the corner. "Calm down. I know how you must be feeling right now, but think of where you are. You can't be shouting." She waved her cane away, telling Katsuki to go. "He just got here last period and is in no condition for visitors. Come back at the end of the day. Why can't I see him?" "Just for a second." The small nurse spun around and glared at Katsuki. "It's no point in trying to plead. I said at the end of the day and that's final." Seeing the dejected and panicked look on his face, she let out a sigh. She walked back to where he was standing and offered a candy. "I know he's your friend and it must hurt to see him like this, but you have to remain calm in situations like this. Now, go back to your lunch period. Eat a decent meal and come back at the end of the day." Recovery Girl shooed Katsuki out of the infirmary and closed the door behind him. Katsuki was now just standing in the middle of the hallway staring at the door blocking him from Izuku. His head was hung low as he grits his teeth and slowly marched back. For training that day, everyone in class could tell that Katsuki was on edge. He acted violent, more than usual, and blew up on anyone who tried to ask him what was wrong, verbally and literally. When training ended, Katsuki was called over by the one who was teaching that day, All Might. "Young Bakugo, I can't help but notice that you are not behaving like you typically do. You made quite a few mistakes in training which can be detrimental, for the sports festival is approaching quite quickly. Care to share what the matter is?" All Might, more like Yagi Tashinori, already knows why Katsuki is acting like this. He had heard the rumors going around as well, but he can't let it be known that the two identities are the same man. "It's none of your business, All Might. I'll focus more tomorrow." The hero hasn't seen Katsuki this dejected since when they first met at that hospital room 10 months ago. "If that's all, I'm gonna go. I got somewhere to be after this." Katsuki shoved past All Might and left to change out of his hero costume. Young Bakugo, All Might was now standing in the middle of an empty observation room in his hero form, wishing he could have done more for Izuku during the chase of the slime felon. "Hey, the school day ended 15 minutes ago. What are you doing just standing there?" Yagi turns around in surprise. He saw his coworker Aizawa walking towards him with his hands in his pockets and eyes dry as ever. He looks down at himself and realizes he had changed into his skeleton form at some point while standing in the room. "I must have let the time slip by me, huh?" Yagi rubs the back of his neck and smiles nervously. "My mind has been occupied by random thoughts recently." Aizawa let out a hum and glanced at the clock on the wall. "Must have been quite the thought for you to just stand here for 20 minutes. Yagi glimpsed towards the clock as well and let out a sigh. "You're right about that. It's something that I can't seem to distract myself from." He stretched his legs and started walking towards the exit. Aizawa turned and walked back with him. We all have things that weigh down on our minds that won't ever disappear, but as heroes, we can't let them hold us down. We have to accept what happens and move on. That's the only way for us to go and be heroes. Especially you, Mr. Number One. Aizawa takes out a bottle of eye drops he keeps in his pocket and squeezes a drop in each eye before walking ahead of Yagi. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go ahead first and take a nap in the teacher's lounge." Yagi was now left all alone again in the observation room, but this time with more to think about than ever. A couple minutes earlier in the boys' changing room, Katsuki pulled off an outfit change so fast that even Barbie would applaud to him. Slamming his locker shut, Katsuki marched out of the changing room and made a straight path to the nurse's office, disregarding the strange looks his classmates gave him when storming out. Once reaching his destination, the door opens with Recovery Girl standing at the entrance. "Just on time, Bakugo. I had a feeling you would reach my office within 2 minutes after the bell. He's lying on the second farthest cot. He'll still unconscious, so be careful." Recovery girl then turned round to tend to a third-year hero course student who got his arm broken during training. Katsuki thanked the granny and reached his destination, only to find that he wasn't actually the first person there. What the F are you doing here? If I had to guess, it's the same reason you're here. Hatsum was sitting on a stool next to Izuku, watching out for any signs of motion. Katsuki grumbled and pulled up a chair for the next bed over and plopped his as on it. Really now? And how'd you get here so fast? I was sure I could have been able to be the first one to arrive. I finished my assignment in class early, so I got permission to leave. Realization struck Katsuki like a truck in that moment. Oh, you're in the same class as Death? Hate, tell me. How'd he get hurt like this? I've only heard bits and pieces floating around. Katsuki watched as she avoided eye contact and fidgeted with her fingers. About that, it might have been my fault that Izuku. There was a moment of silence in the nurse's office as Hatsum continued to keep looking at anything except Katsuki as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. What do you mean your fault? Katsuki's question hit Hatsum with guilt all over again. She could sense the murderous radiation he was giving off. Speak up. What do you mean? Fault? Hatsum shut her eyes tight and said it all in one breath. I was working on a new baby that could focus on extra arm strength for heroes that literally gives them extra arms to be useful both in battle and around the house like doing chores, but I kept failing after each new tweak, and after 22 attempts of them all exploding I thought I had finally gotten it right and called Izuku over to show him, but it wasn't all right and it exploded like all its siblings and a flying chunk of my baby hit Izuku, which resulted in him starting to suffocate right in front of my eyes, and I really thought that I had ended him when I saw the blood, but I couldn't get any closer cause all the teachers shooed us away, and now here I am just sitting on this hard stool to make sure he's alive. She inhaled deeply once finished and held her head up to look at Katsuki. The blonde Sasuke was oddly quiet as he processed this information. So, you're telling me that the whole reason Deku ended up getting hurt was because your invention went to shit and blew up while he was standing right next to it? Hatsum nodded weakly. The chair Katsuki was sitting in got knocked over as the former sitting person in question grabbed hold of the pink-haired girl by her clothes and pulled her up. Then I ought to end you, right? There will be no violence in my office. Either take it outside or calm down. Recovery girl's voice echoed behind the two students and Katsuki grit his teeth and placed Hatsum down. The collar of her top was now stretched out and wrinkled. Bakugo, recovery girl started. I have something to see to right now, but I assume you know Midoriya's mother? I had called her earlier about the situation and she said that she'd be able to come once her shift ended at her work. She should be here soon. If she arrives and I'm not back yet, will you be a dear and greet her for me? Katsuki gave a grunt as an answer. Taking it as a yes, the only nurse in UA scuttled off to her meeting. The three students were now left alone in the office with the two conscious individuals not knowing what to do with the other. I'm sorry, I hope you know. I usually don't have much to apologize for in my life, but this is something that's eating me up. Oh yeah? Then don't go saying your apologies to me and do it to Deku when he wakes up. Don't fret. I plan to. The two couldn't hold the conversation more than that before it fell into an awkward silence once more. The god of plot development was getting sick of the stalemate and decided to get things running again using his powers he was granted by authors. After all, he only had so much popcorn. A faint groan was heard loud and clear despite being barely audible. Deku! Izuku! Izuku's left-right hands started twitching and his face scrunched up. More moans escaped Izuku's mouth as his eyes were trying to open. Hey Deku! Can you hear me? Down the lights. Bright. Izuku's voice was raspy, but sure enough the boy was waking up. Sorry Izuku, but I don't know if we can. Are you okay though? In any pain? Hatsum leaned in towards Izuku's face. Water? Izuku asked. Water? What? Wait, are we allowed to give you water? That won't do any damage, right? How will water harm him? Katsuki fished out an unopened water bottle in his bag and handed it to Izuku with the cap undone. Drink slowly so you don't choke. He helped lift Izuku into sitting position by supporting his back and slowly moved the oxygen mask on his face, but Hatsum found the remote to the bed and just used that to fold it to an angle. Izuku tentatively took small sips enough to wet his dry throat. Each swallow brought a twinge of pain in his chest, but nothing he couldn't handle. After handing the bottle back and the mask was placed back, he took the time to fully grasp his situation and the two sitting next to him. I must have fallen back asleep after waking up the first time. Kaken? What? School ended, didn't it? Yep. You slept through the rest of the day. Where's the nurse? Where else but not here? She stepped out earlier and who knows when she's coming back. Hatsum butted in at this point. Shouldn't you be more responsive? You practically rushed in to be at Izuku's side with a worried look on your face. If I'm to be talking more, then shouldn't you be saying something too? You're the reason he's even in this FNG situation. Katsuki brought his palms up as a treat of Izuku stopped him. Kaken. It's okay. I'm sure whatever's going on can be resolved with words. Izuku placed his own hand on top of Katsuki's to press them down. Actually, Izuku, I don't think words can even scratch the surface of the problem, Hatsum began. I don't even know how to begin to say how sorry I am, especially since so many people tell me that I never run out of words to say. Hatsum stands up abruptly and bows 90 degrees. I'm so sorry, Izuku. It's cause of my baby that you ended up like this. Izuku's face became red as he waved his hands around, acting flustered. It's okay, Hatsum. It's not like you wanted your invention to explode. Besides, I'm used to this kind of stuff, so you don't have to think you're the cause. Hatsum raised her head, but both Katsuki and Izuku just saw a look of confusion. What do you mean you're used to this? Izuku and Katsuki say silent while glancing at each other briefly. Izuku, answer my question. A visible sweat drop could be seen on Izuku's face. The thing is that, if he doesn't want to tell you, then don't force him to pinky number 2, Katsuki interrupted. Kaken, you shouldn't be so rude. Pinky number 2. How come I'm not even number 1? 'Cause there's someone pinker than you, but that's not the point, you dumbass. In the midst of all their yelling, a knock on the door makes their heads turn. The door slides to reveal a fourth person has entered the room. Oh, it's you, Auntie. What are you doing here? That's your mom, Izuku? The resemblance is uncanny. Inko set her eyes on her son and tears piled up in her eyes until they erupted. Izu, my baby, how are you feeling? The school called me and said that you got badly hurt. I was so worried. The mother made her way to Izuku and gave him a gentle hug in order to not to provoke anything. When the hug was over, Inko noticed the other female person in the room. Oh, I'm sorry, I got carried away just now. I'm Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother. May I ask who you are? Hatsum snapped out of her state of surprise and answered back. I'm Hatsum Mei, Izuku's classmate and building buddy. Inko smiled and turned to Izuku. Oh, Izu, you should have told me you made a new friend. And she's so nice. Invite her over for dinner one day. The entrance to the nurse's office slid open once more and 3 people along with a small animal entered the room. I see that you have arrived, Midoriya. I apologize for not being here to greet you, but I had a matter to attend to. I'm Recovery Girl, the school nurse at UA. Recovery Girl extended her hand for a handshake. Inko reciprocated the action. I'm Power Loader, Izuku's homeroom teacher. Inko introduced herself for formalities as well. And I'm Nizu, the principal at this lovely academy. You may be asking what I am, but even I can't tell you that. The principal was a white animal that appeared to be the mix of a mouse and a bear. He was wearing a suit with tie and possessed a scar over one of his eyes. That left the final person standing behind Nizu to be introduced. Hello. I'm Okumura Kinesuke, a specialist that was called here on the behalf of UA. The specialist was quite the old-looking fellow with hair beginning to white and skin wrinkling. I work at a clinic I own a few blocks away and had time to come here at Principal Nizu's request. It's nice to meet you, Okumura, and thank you for coming. Inko gave a bow to greet him. At UA, we want to ensure that our students are receiving the best treatment and are safe no matter what. Due to your son's condition, the staff at UA decided it would be best for someone to come in and have a through look at your son. Nizu chipped in. Unfortunately, as nice as this is, I must ask that outsiders to leave the room. I'm talking about your 2, Bakugo and Hatsum. There are some matters that have to be discussed privately, Recovery Girl warned. The retired pro hero then shooed the 2 out the room despite the protest coming from them. Once it was clear, the atmosphere took a turn for serious. Nizu procured the stage and headed the discussion. Now, shall we get started? Midoriya-san, on behalf of UA, I would first and foremost like to apologize for allowing this to happen. We as the school should have better safety mechanism implanted for our students, especially the support course, for they are around machinery all the time. Nezu, power loader, and recovery girl bowed to Inko. Thank you for the sentiments, Principal Nezu. It is much appreciated. Inko returned with her own bow as a way to be polite. Great. Now that that's settled, we can move on to the more important part of this meeting. Nezu waved his arm around and mini-bots came out of hiding. They set up chairs for everyone to sit. Midoriya-san, as the principal said, I have come here on his request to give my professional opinion on your son's health condition. I've been working on the field of quirk-related drawbacks and self-injuries for 39 years, but your son's case is one of the more severe cases I've seen. Dr. Okamura, see last chapter, flipped over a couple papers on his clipboard he carried since walking in. Principal Nezu was able to gather the medical information submitted to UA that are mandatory, and after reading it, I have come to a solution that is optimum. But before I do make the final call, may I perform a quick checkup on Izuku-kun right now? Recovery girl is thorough in her work, but notes pale in comparison to first-hand observations. He held up his bag of medical tools to showcase what he means to do. Izuku, sweetie, is that all right with you? Inko asked her son. Izuku stared at Dr. Okamura's stern face that comes with old age for a few seconds before nodding his head slowly. Thank you. Now if you excuse me for just a second. Okamura drew the curtains to separate Nezu and Power Loader from seeing the examination for protocol reasons. As a licensed medic, Recovery Girl was allowed to witness, and Inko obviously because she's the mother of the examinee. Izuku kept a straight face during the examination, only answering the doctor's question on how he felt and if there's any pain somewhere. I can't really feel much cause of the pain enders though. A light from his flashlight blinded his eyes as the doc observed his pupils. The stethoscope felt cold on his chest, sending shivers down his spine as Okamura asked him to breathe deeply as best as he could. That doesn't mean Izuku didn't choke on air as he breathed in, causing another coughing fit. Dr. Okamura jotted notes onto his clipboard, scribbling and scratching away in that doctor's prescription gibberish that only pharmacists seem to understand. Don't lie. We've all seen it before. And we've all tried to decipher it but failed. If you have successfully read a doctor's note, then congratulations. You have a bright future in the medical department. Okamura undid the curtains after the poking and probing to reveal a patiently sitting Nezu and Power Loader. I stand by my initial decision after taking a closer look. It would be best for Midoriya-kun to come and stay at the hospital for constant observation, meaning he has to stop his studies at UA for now. It's too dangerous for him to continue. The room fell silent at the specialist's words, thicker in density and darker in vision. I agree. Heads turned to Inko, as she held a firm, yet guilty expression. I agree, not only as a mother, but also as a nurse. After watching Izuku suffer for years due to his condition, I wanted him to just stay at home and let me take care of him, but I didn't because I knew he has his dreams and I had to let him pursue them. Then why? Inko clenched her fists, shutting her eyes as they were becoming wet. Because I'm afraid if I let you continue your studies at UA, the next time they call me will be to report that you died cause of an accident. The silence was tangible, unbearable. Izuku, you have to understand from where I'm coming from. As your mother, I don't want to see you like this. The atmosphere around Izuku twisted dark as his eyes were downcast. Izuku? Inko reached out to try place her hand on her son's shoulder, but stopped when she saw the trembles radiating off of him. Izuku grasped at his shirt while trickles of tears flowed freely. His face twisted to one of anguish. Pain started radiating in waves in his chest again. I already gave up my first dream cause of my condition, and you want me to give this one up too? He raised his head, and everyone had a view of Izuku's face of desperation. Just how much more do I have to sacrifice to just stay alive? Izuku fell back into a coughing fit, leaning back into the raised bed, taking off his mask in order to cover his mouth. His throat felt like it was closing, and lungs incapable of taking in any more air. Recovery girl and Dr. Okumura rushed over to assist Izuku in his breathing, telling him to lean forward and asking if he had an inhaler of some sort on hand. Recovery girl handed Okumura one that belongs to Izuku. He administered it to Izuku while patting his back lightly. The doc placed the mask back onto his face and reached for the clipboard. I'm sorry, Izuku, but this is the message I am trying to get at. Your lungs are right now the weakest part of your bodily functions along with your immune system. My clinic also provides long-term stays, and as the director of it, we will welcome you with open arms into our care, Okumura offered. No. I refuse, Izuku struggled to say. Izuku, please, think about this more. It's too dangerous for you to continue going to UA. I don't even like the fact you have to commute to school each day. Inko squeezed her baby's hand as tears swelled in her eyes again. I'm going to die anyway, so why can't I continue spending the remaining time doing what I want? Inko let go of Izuku's hand. Her mouth gaped open and eyes wide. The look Izuku held gave chills down her own spine. Izuku? How could you even say such a thing? It's the truth though, isn't it? Every doctor I meet look at me with pity because they know I'm not going to make it past high school, Mom. Even I know this fact. I can feel it take effect every day. We'll find some way, Izuku. If you spend some time in the hospital and have your lungs heal a bit, you can carry out a normal future. Inko latched onto Izuku's arm, shaking it in protest. Izuku shook his head. Mom, you're a nurse. You know that my lungs can't be healed. What about a lung transdash? Doctors told us that I would most likely die during the surgery. Izuku pointed at his chest. My body can't handle the procedure or healing process. Plus, Mom, it's too expensive. Izuku knows the amount of financial strain he puts on Inko is stressing her out. He believes the least he could try do is limit the amount of expenses. That is quite the shame. I was going to offer UA to be the one who provides the finances for a lung transplant, but if one is just going to jeopardize your health even further, then I must rethink. How could I forget there are other people in here? Izuku turns his head to look at his principal. The animal was sitting there sipping a cup of tea. Oh, please do forgive my lack of manners. Would anyone also like a cup? A teapot appears with steam coming from the nozzle. It's green tea. Everyone shakes their heads no. Midoriya-san, if Midoriya-kun is allowed to continue his studies at UA, I can assure you our support course program will upgrade its safety procedures and machinery testing procedures. It is the least we can do after letting you son get injured severely on school grounds. Nezu propped his hand open for a shake. Your son has great potential from what I've heard from Power Loader Sensei, and it would be a shame if that talent is cut short. Of course, UA is also willing to make sure Midoriya-kun is well taken care of medically during his enrollment into our student body. Inko nervously glanced at Izuku and back to Nezu. She took in the pleading expression Izuku displayed, and that was all it took. All right, I agree to let Izuku stay at you, but please be careful, Izuku. My heart can't take it if something happens to you. I will, Mom, Izuku reassured. Wonderful. Now that everything is settled, I must be going. Paperwork is calling my name. Thank you for your time, Midoriya-san, and I bid you good day. Nezu playfully bowed and made his exit, Dr. Okumura trailing after him. I'm also to blame for not having better precaution rules in my classroom. Power Loader addressed. Not every accident can be foreseen. That is why they are called accidents. But precaution would help accident decrease. Inko subtly inputted. I will start on those right away. Now I must be going. Good day. Power Loader strolled out of the office, leaving Izuku alone with his mother. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in the bed, from his physical discomfort or his mother's presence in this situation, who knows? You don't need to apologize, Izuku. I know what you're thinking, and you don't have to be the one who apologizes. I was inconsiderate of your feelings, and as a mother I should recognize your dreams, but as a mother I just want to see you safe and happy. Inko grabbed Izuku's hand. Now if you're feeling okay, then how about we go home and you can rest more there? Izuku stared into his mother's shaky, pleading eyes that were also filled with love. He couldn't help but swallow everything else he has to say and nod with a smile stiffly etched into his face, the same one he's practiced for years. He's just mimicking the picture-perfect smile his mother has been displaying in return. The trip home was nothing short of awkwardness. Izuku said goodbye to Mei as she exclaimed of a super-secret project that required her utmost attention. Katsuki followed Izuku and Inko in the same direction. The school lent Izuku a wheelchair so he didn't need to walk, as per Dr. Okumura's requested. Izuku never liked being in the wheelchair though. Everywhere he went people would stare at him, sometimes not even being discreet about it. Rude AF if you ask him. Just bear with it, Deku. You're almost home. Katsuki flanked on his right when he spotted someone in that direction flashing their phone in Izuku's direction while snickering. Yeah, that's all I can do really. Izuku rubbed at the back of his neck, glancing down at his shoes in favor of scoping his surroundings. Once returning to the apartment complex, Katsuki helped Inko roll Izuku into the building and the correct door. Izuku stands up with the assistance of his mother as she guides him to his bed while Katsuki folds up the wheelchair and sets it aside near the entrance door. Are you hungry, sweetie? Want me to make you something light? Inko offers as she props his pillows and lays him gently onto them. Oh, I'm alright. I just want to sleep. Thanks, Mom. Izuku pulls the blanket over his head. He wants to face the other direction, but his current pain level would end him if he did that. Izuku knows he's being rude to his mom, but he can't help but feel like shit after all that's happened today, not including the physical trauma he sustained. Inko dejectedly retracts the hand she reached out to run over Izuku's head and pulls it close to her chest instead. Choking down a sorrow, Inko turns for the door. Okay, let me know if you need anything. I'll check up on you every half hour. That sound good? The shift of what looked like a nod under the sheets was Inko's only confirmation. Sleep well, Izuku. I love you. Inko shuts the door and looks up to see Katsuki standing by the opposite wall. Can I have a word with you, Auntie? Katsuki, perched against the wall with his hands in his pocket with a slumped position, reminds her of how much the little boy standing in front of her hasn't changed in attitude one bit from primary. Of course. Let's move to the kitchen table. I'll prepare some tea. Inko herds Katsuki to the kitchen as she sets a kettle on the stove while Katsuki grabs the tea leaves from a cupboard. I have an inkling of what you want to say, Katsuki-kun. And I'm going to tell you now that none of what happened today is your fault. Inko reached for the teacups using her quirk. I'm the one who told him to try for support course. Anything that happens to him, there is a consequence of me telling him to do that instead. Katsuki stared into his cup with nothing inside yet. Inko strained the tea of the leaves and poured the now colored liquid into Katsuki's cup. You steered him away from the hero course. You have my eternal gratitude for that already. Inko poured herself a cup too and sat down on the adjacent seat to Katsuki's. I should have said general instead. Now stop that. You did plenty. Although general would be ideal, but this is Izuku we're talking about. He wants to do something with heroes. It was Inko's turn to stare into a teacup. And he was right when he told me it's his life. He should be able to choose what he wants to do. It's just, in his condition, I can't help but want to protect him. If I had restrained his quirk usage as a child, maybe he wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe he would have been able to fulfill his dream. Silence fell over the two. Droplets falling interrupted the peace. Inko wiped at her face. I don't want to lose him. I can't bear to. I'm going insane with worry every time I think how close he could just collapse one day and never get back up. Inko burrowed her face in her hands. Katsuki sat quietly, eyes not overflowing, but misery could be detected by one look of his expression. None of the tea was consumed, growing cold on the kitchen table with 3 chairs, only one of them having any use for the unforeseen future. And the ear that heard everything from the other room from a person who never fell asleep forced to listen to a conversation so painful. Katsuki zoned out in his morning classes, thinking about 2 things. Izuku and the upcoming sports festival. His homeroom teacher that was presumed dead was up and kicking, all wrapped in bandages. The next day they came back from being attacked to inform them that the event would still be held on schedule. Everyone was now training and prepping for the day to show off what the new year of UA students have to offer. All classes are required to participate. Well, not really business. They have a pass and get to scope out which students that they think hold most potential. Of course, Katsuki's been training like crazy every chance he got, whether it be in school or by himself at the gym. He's confident he'll take first place. It's Izuku he's worried about. The logical thing would be the green Munchkin being excused from participating, right? You wouldn't be as cruel as to do the, "Yeah, never mind." Katsuki doesn't accept anything at this point. Speaking of his cruelhim, I mean friend Dash. Izuku took the day off after yesterday's fiasco. A good thing too. If Izuku did decide to go to school, Katsuki would have personally put him back to bed. For the sports festival. Right, Bakugo? Katsuki zoned back in when he realized that someone was talking to him. Whatcha say shitty hair? This annoying redhead had attached himself to Katsuki from the start of the school year. Many moments pass where he wants to punch the kid's face in. But if he does, he'd just harden his face and almost no damage is done. Not even with an explosion powering it. I asked if you're pumped for the sports festival. What if ever? Katsuki got up and out of his seat to make his way to the cafeteria. He takes out his phone to check up on Izuku via text. Kiri, let's go to lunch. Bring Blasty too. Pinky number 1 waved Kirishima over as she, soy sauce, and Pikachu left. You betcha. Kirishima turns back to follow Katsuki. Hey, who is it you're always textin'? Is it that guy you hang out with a lot? From support? None of your business. Bakugo didn't get a response from Izuku. Deku must still be sleeping. Come on. The rest are waiting for us. Let's go before the cafeteria gets too crowded. Kirishima swung his arm around Katsuki's shoulders, to which was promptly shrugged off, but the redhead just laughed and rambled in the hallway. As much as he was annoyed by the presence of others, Katsuki couldn't help but tolerate their odd asses. A week passed like this. Izuku not coming to school under the pretext of feeling ill. The school prepping for the sports festival. Katsuki hanging out more with the idiotic group of 4. Till the day of the sports festival approached, the day Izuku decided to back to school. And the day a certain icy white and fiery redhead vows to do whatever it takes to prove he does not need the help of a certain someone in his conquest for victory. You can't help but wonder if any fateful encounter will occur. Todoroki Shudo. He left his house this morning earlier on instructions from his homeroom teacher to gather before the sports festival. His father, Pro Hero Endeavor, had gone ahead an hour ago as he was called in to be extra security for the students. His memory calls him back to the USJ attack. The swarm of villains, being transported away from the main stage, having to fight, learning their motives, witnessing All Might's victory against that thing they called Nomu, and using his mother's quirk, the only quirk he'll ever use. I'll never be like him, never. He passed the school gates, eyeing those who just arrived as well. His gaze sets on a particular pair he's seen more than once while commuting. His classmate, Bakugo, who took first place on the normal entrance exams, and a scrawny, pale boy who he does not know. He always sees the two together except during class. Not that he keeps track of the green-haired one, but it's hard to ignore the screamer of his class who blows up aggressively at everyone. But his observations lay cease at Bakugo's strength. He's confident he could win against Bakugo if it ever comes down to it, which he prepared for. Knowing the levels of pride and ego oozing off his classmate, Shudo knows Bakugo will be one of his rivals during the sports festival. He'll probably be the one to eliminate Bakugo out of the competitions. And he'll win the festival in front of his father only using his ice. And Shudo, that child's left side sometimes looks unsightly to me. All I can see is his father. I'll show him that I don't need his quirk. I don't need him. Bakugo feels a chill run down his spine. He surveys his surroundings and catches gray and turquoise meeting his for a split second before turning away. Tease, what does that half bastard want? Katsuki mumbles under his breath. HM? Did you say something, Kakin? No, nothing. Don't worry about it. Now I have to worry, you realize that, right? Izuku stares at the school building and sighs. I'm already dreading all the work I missed. And whose fault is that, huh? Who told you to miss every week? Katsuki looked down at his friend to see a shadowing expression. Teach, let head inside already. I gotta prep for the annoying speech I have to give. Katsuki was about to split at the door heading in an opposite direction from Izuku. That is, until he was then assaulted with an arm around his shoulder and someone loudly shouting his name into his ear. Bakugo, you're ready for the sports festival. I'm excited. Damn sheet my hair, get the F off of me, damn it. Katsuki let of a small blast in Kirishima's direction. Izuku gasps at the action and peers over to make sure the other person was all right. To his surprise, his skin took on a rough, ragged form, but showed no signs of damage. Whoa, easy there, Bakugo. Save it for the matches. Shitty Hair poked fun at Bakugo for a while until he realized they weren't alone. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't see you there. I'm Kirishima Izuku. Are you the friend Bakugo always hangs out with? Kirishima extended his hand out for a shake. Don't talk to him. I don't want your stupid to rub off. Bakugo yells. Izuku hesitantly takes the hand extended to him and returns a shake. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Let's get along. Kirishima beamed a genuine smile at Izuku. Yeah. It's nice meeting you. Kirishima then turns his attention to Bakugo. As awesome as this was, we gotta bolt. We have to hit up the locker room and change into gym uniformed first, then head over to the arena area. Ida's gonna have a fit if we're late. He then addresses Izuku. Excuse me while I take Blasty here with me. See you around. And with that, Izuku was left in the hallway, listening to Katsuki argue and fight Kirishima down the hall. Bakugo strained his head back to get one last glacé at Izuku. He saw him standing at the end of the hall waving goodbye with the same smile as if it's forever plastered there. Damn Deku, you could have at least let me visit when you took the week off, Katsuki mumbled while turning the next corner. HM? Did you say something? No, and get the F off of me already. Izuku kept waving until Katsuki disappeared from his sight. His gut felt uneasy seeing Katsuki leave like that, in close contact with someone other than him. No, snap out of it, Izuku. Kaken is making friends. That's a good thing. He dropped his arm and made the turn to his homeroom, but bumped into someone. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. Excuse me. Izuku rubbed his nose as he looked up to who he ran into. The first thing he took notice of was a large, red scar occupying the right side of his face. It leads to a pool of turquoise in the center at the eyes, looking downwards due to Izuku's short height. He traced the eye line to the left eye, which to his surprise is a matte gray. Looking further up, an evenly split head of hair resembling pure white snow and a fiery red rested on top. No, I should have paid more attention to my surroundings. Forgive me. Izuku watched as the person gave him a small bow and headed in the same direction as Katsuki and Kirishima. He must be in Hero Course 2. Is he the guy Kaken was saying looked tacky? Refer back to Chapter 8. Izuku shrugged and slugged slowly to his own classroom, noticing how any conversations had stopped for a second to look in his direction instead. He received permission to skip the sports festival and chill on the sides like the business students if he wanted to. It's not like Izuku had anything prepared to display in the festival. The week of inventing them was the week he took off. It was better off if he didn't participate. Besides, years of watching the UA Sports Festival in previous years let him infer that the activities may be more than just dangerous. His eyes roam around his classroom, quietly observing his classmates. He felt guilty not knowing most of them yet, but in his defense, he hasn't been around much to get to know them. Multiple of his classmates were already his separate friends groups. It was too late for Izuku to join in on any. Moreover, what was the point of making friends when he has to leave them soon? On safe. A loud declaration of security draws the attention of the classroom entrance. Hatsum was standing there, waving her hand in the air, cheering that she made it to class before the bell. I'm impressed. This is the third time you've come to class before the bell. Hatsum jumped and spun around at the sound of a gruff voice. Power Loader Sensei. Come on. I only come in late 'cause I'm inventing my babies even in the morning. Hatsum skipped down to her seat, giving Izuku a wave before sitting down. Alright, today's the UA Sports Festival for first years. If you didn't know that, then I have no idea what the hell you were doing the past few weeks. We'll be relocating to the area room for this class momentarily. We're the only course that meets up in the classroom first instead of the waiting rooms 'cause we're allowed to visit the workshops for any approved equipment. Support course is allowed to take in anything that a participant built. On that note, we'll be heading to the workshop room. Get in line and follow the other classes. They should be passing by any moment. After retrieving your makings, support course has the locker rooms 15 minutes from now. Don't be late. Izuku got behind his classmates, sticking to the back of the line. Izuku, it's been so long. How are you feeling? Are you alright? You were gone for a week. I missed you. No one else would give me the time of day when I tried to demonstrate my babies. Hatsum leaped, getting ready to pounce on Izuku, but stopped midair. Wait, are you still injured? Izuku didn't know what to make of seeing his friend hovering in midair, as if it was a slow mo in a movie before the protagonist gets attacked, and just nodded his head. As if in a fictional plotline, Hatsum landed on the floor and gave Izuku a large, but soft hug. Glad to see you again, partner. Would have to suffer another boring day without ya? Izuku couldn't help but smile. Thanks. It's good to see you too. Sorry I've been out for so long. Some stuff came up while I was recovering. His eyes fell downcast, something Hatsum noticed. She didn't comment. Eyes a dash. Oh. Izuku changed the subject. How were you hovering like that? Was that your quirk? Hatsum grinned like the Cheshire. Glad you asked. It's one of my new babies. I plan on using it during the sport festival as well. Need to showcase my babies to all the big head honchos in the profession. Hatsum demonstrated as her baby lifted her into the air, something Izuku questioned as how he missed seeing the mechanical legs. How neat. It looks really versatile. I plan on going all the way to the final round where everyone pays attention anyway. I made like a busy bee this whole week in order to create babies adaptable for any situation. Hatsum froze after her statement, looking towards Izuku with a little bit of guilt. Izuku tilted his head in confusion before it clicked. Oh, you don't have to feel bad, Hatsum. I'm going to be on the sidelines. Don't worry. This won't be my only chance to get my name out there. There's always next year. Hatsum's face relaxed and turned relieved. That's great. Then I expect for you to be cheering me on. And if you by chance run into anyone important to tell them about me. Not if I tell them about myself first. Izuku snickered. Hatsum pretended to be heartbroken as she placed her hand dramatically over her chest and fell to the floor slowly. How could you? I thought you were my friend. My building baby's buddy. Izuku and Hatsum laughed amongst each other as they headed out the door, that is, until they were stopped by their teacher. Midoriya, give me a moment to talk. Hatsum, follow the rest of the class out. He'll catch up. Hatsum nodded and gave one last look to Izuku before leaving. Power Loader turned to Izuku as the green-haired boy gulped in anticipation as to what his teacher needed to tell him this time. I gave you the option to either skip or run wild. Seeing how you were out the week we made preparations, and your special conditions, I suggest sitting out. I assume you came to the same agreement? Izuku nodded. Great. You still have to enter the arena with the rest of you classmates when the student representative makes his speech, but afterwards, you'll head to the exit while the other students start activities. There's a separate sectioned-off area in the bleachers meant for our class. Or you can roam around. Your choice. With that, Izuku followed to catch up with his classmates. After changing into the gym uniform, his class was taken to the arena area and told to stay on standby in a secluded room. That's when Izuku finally got the chance to catch up to Hatsum. I'm pumped. This is a moment I've been waiting for since entering UA. I hope my babies will get noticed. Hatsum jumped up and down with a sparkle in her eyes. Good luck out there. Try not to get hurt while fighting. Izuku patted her on the back. Oh, I'm not planning to fight. Everyone that ends up in the final rounds are all Hero Corps students anyway. I plan on using the first round to get my inventions out. That's all. Izuku pales. How are you going to pull it off? I doubt your opponent will take that lightly. Don't worry your cute little head, my future working partner. Hatsum's face took a dark turn. I got a plan for that. Izuku makes a silent prayer for whoever ends up being Hatsum's opponent. Just watch me. With my gear and my quirk, I'll defiantly make it to finals. Izuku and Hatsum peek over to the other side of the room where some of their classmates were hyping themselves up. Oh, that's Dash. Hatsum's face scrunched up. That's meh, I forgot. Izuku face palmed. How do you not know our classmates' names? Oh, then do you mind telling me her name? Hatsum crossed her arms and stood with a know-it-all face. Izuku turned bright red in embarrassment. Her name is... He threw his hands up and called in the towel. I missed introductions on the first day. And barely been in class. Hatsum laughed at her friend's exasperation. Well, I may not know her name, but I do remember her quirk. That's the only thing I remember about our classmates anyway. Hatsum glanced back at Izuku and gasped. Wait, you weren't there for introductions. I never told you my quirk. It's called zoom. I can zoom in on things in my line of sight. If I really try hard, maybe 5 kilometers away even. What's your quirk, Izuku? Izuku froze, memories flooding in. An overly warm classroom with busted air conditioning, a full classroom with cherry blossoms littering the street outside. Welcome to Algebra. I am your homeroom teacher for the year. First years, we hope you will participate in both class and extracurricular activities. I would like to start introductions. Please introduce yourselves in order, your name and anything you would like to share. Hello. I am Ukai Kyoko. I am part of a dance group outside of school. I plan to join the literature club, and, my quirk is called Jumper. It allows me to jump up to 8 meters. I look forward to being classmates. Very nice introductions. Who is next? That would be me. My name's Takeda Daichi. I like playing online games and my quirk is rock arms. I can turn my arms into rock and start swinging. Thank you, but I must ask that you do not attempt to break anything in class with your quirk. Next. My name is... My quirk is... The names... My quirk... I am name... My name is Midoriya Izuku. It's nice meeting all of you. Is that it? Would you like to share anything else? Such as, what's your quirk? I can... My quirk is Genie, and it allows me to grant other people's wishes. A sudden eruption in noise. What? Wait, for real? No. Grant my wish. No, hear me out on mine. You're joking, right? Oh. That's epic, man. Can I have wish? What? Me too. I wish for homework to disappear. I want to be rich. Can you make my dance group famous? Midoriya. Grant my wish. Midoriya. Hey. Midoriya. Izuku. 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 Izuku? 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 Huh? What? Hatsum. Why are you yelling? Hatsum flicked his forehead. 'Cause you went all spacey on me. Is everything alright? Izuku rubbed at the spot Hatsum flicked. He surveyed the room to find some of his classmates looking at him oddly. Yeah, everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. You didn't tell me what your quirk is. I bet it's behind why you mumble so much, isn't it? What? No, my mumble is just mumbling. Then tell me what your quirk is. My quirk? It's nothing big, really. My quirk, it's dash. Class 1H. Get ready to leave. They're about to start calling for classes to appear. Their class rep exclaimed from the front of the room. Izuku sighed in relief of the timing. See, come on, May. We gotta go. They're about to start. Sure enough, Izuku could hear the loud, booming voice of the English teacher present, Mike being the MC. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Everybody. Are you ready? The crowd cheers on the top of their lungs. Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main stage. First up, the class that's taken on villains and survived, the class that's been in everyone's minds for their actions, Class 1A Hero Course. Izuku could hear the crowds cheer even louder at the entrance of Katsuki's class. He wishes his best friend luck, but laughs on the inside, imagining the blonde yelling that he doesn't need something like luck. Hero Course, Class 1B. Izuku notices the intro for the other hero class wasn't that large, neither the reaction either. Then you have the general education course classes 1C, D, and E. It's time, Izuku. We're about to go out. Hatsum tugged on Izuku's arm, the support course students all making it out to the field. Support course classes 1F, G, and H. Izuku was greeted by bright lights in contrast to the poorly lit long hallway he was just in. He raised his arm to block out the sun. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he lowered his arm as his breath was taken away, not in the fatal way. This time, author laughs maniacally. The sight of the crowd hit him first. The sheer excitement radiating off of everyone is enough to overwhelm. Patches of colors melt into shades as pro-heroes in bright costumes sit in the first few rows, checking out all the new students. In the upper levels of the stadium, large figures in suits and fancy attire sat with laptops and clipboards, eyeing the hero course students. Izuku gulped, trying to metaphorically swallow any nervousness away. Standing here, in front of everyone, the cheering, the smiles, the exhilaration. He felt his emotions lodge right back into his throat, failing to swallow it down. He fell in love with this feeling. He wanted to stand in front of a crowd, assure their smiles, keep them safe. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted this feeling to last forever. But it wasn't, and he isn't. He can't. Izuku hangs his head down, trying to calm down from soaking in the adrenaline. Hell, he's not even participating. He shouldn't get so worked up. Hey Izuku? You alright? Hatsum grabbed Izuku's hand, forcing him to now pay attention to Hatsum. It took a second for Izuku to register Hatsum's actions before he yanked his hand away. Yeah, I'm fine. Just daydreaming a little. Let's go and line up. A scantily dressed woman makes her way up the stairs. She pulls out a whip and cracks it. Izuku recognizes that hero. It's the R18 hero. Midnight. Representing the students is Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A. Izuku immediately hears murmurs among the other classes. Of course it's from hero course. It's all about brute strength, huh? They won't even let us shine. It's not fair. Izuku watches on nervously as Katsuki climbs the stairs to the microphone. I pledge. Izuku knows Katsuki is going to be okay. He believes that Katsuki prepared an acceptable speech. He wouldn't be as so bold to do something crazy, no. That I'll be number one. Both the crowd and student body go crazy at Katsuki's announcement. Many students were booing him as he walked back down while the audience had mixed reactions. Izuku, however, already had face buried in his hands, shaking in disappointment. Now, here is the fateful first game. Izuku recognizes this is the time to slip away, seeing all the business students also leaving for the exit. He turns to Hatsum one last time to say good luck, as well as catching Katsuki looking at him. Izuku smiles and pumps a fist in the air for his friend as he makes his getaway. Izuku decided to sit in the area designated for his class to watch the first activity. He looks at the giant holographic monitor that appeared behind Midnight as it chose a game. Obstacle race. Our school's selling point is freedom. Make your marks in the way you chose. Go beyond. The whole stadium chanted back, Izuku included. Plus ultra. Many students clustered near the front. Izuku frowned. Bad idea. If that many try to push through? His theory is proven right as it was almost stagnant as all the kids tried pushing one another once Midnight yelled start. A bright cloud of white obscures any view of the students in a flash second. Izuku's eyes widen as he witnesses the development. He can feel the temperature drop from all the way he was sitting. A cold sweat drips from his head. The entire wall was covered in glistening, rough ice. A lone figure emerges from the ice, running ahead of his competitors. Izuku recognizes that red and white hair. And there he goes. Todoroki is pulling ahead using his quirk half hot, half cold. Half hot, half cold? If ice is the cold part, then is fire the hot part? His father is Endeavor, so it makes sense if it is, but then where did the ice come from? His mother? What a lucky pairing. It wasn't long before the screens changed to show the entrance once more. An explosion, a laser, a metal rod. Take that. Kaken. Izuku beams when he sees Katsuki make it out of the ice. He looks for Hatsum next, seeing her trample over other students using her gear. You half-and-half bastard. No microphone was needed in order to hear Bakugo yelling from the obstacle course. The race continued, showcasing large robots, a death fall pit, and a landmine area. Each reveal of new terrain had Izuku memorized at the display of quirks. Multiple ice barrages, a girl floating in air, a guy running with insane speed, even some purple balls trapping some students at the beginning of the race. He stared mesmerized at the sight of each quirk being used in various ways. Izuku paused looking at the screen in favor of his own hand. His quirk? He hasn't used it in such a long time. He's forbidden from even using his quirk, the smallest of wishes causing him to break down even faster. His memory rests on the events of last week, the week he took off of school. His gut pulling at him for not having told anyone, not even Katsuki. Only his mother knows. The day following the accident at school, Izuku woke up in excruciating pain and found himself unable to move or get air in. He thought that was it. This is how he's going to die. All alone. In his dark room, curled into a ball on his bed with the sheets kicked off. His eyes naturally sprouted tears. It hurts, 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 if T breathe help my thirts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, dash. By some miracle, Izuku's arms shot out to his alarm clock, knocking it over on the hardwood floor. Inko bursts into the room 3 seconds later, turning on the lights only to scream her son's name in horror. Rushing over, she uses her medical knowledge to try and help, but she knows her methods won't make an impact without proper equipment. Inko runs out of the room, Izuku extending his arm out to her. No, don't leave Mamamdante. His mouth is open trying to gasp for air while simultaneously trying to get his thoughts out, but to no avail in either actions. Inko returns with her phone in hand and calling for the hospital, yelling at them to hurry as fast as they can. She uses the other hand to hold onto Izuku's, her death-like grip being insensible under all the pain radiating from his whole body. Izuku doesn't remember anything afterwards, only mashes of loud sounds and jostling which caused fire to spread all over in waves. He wakes up in the hospital 2 days later. The first thing he notices is his mother sleeping in a chair with her upper half on the bed squeezing his hand. His head feels groggy. He shifts to the 4-bag connected to his arm, which is riddled with small scars and holes from all the bags they've needed to connect over the years. He already knows the sensation is from the F's ton of pain medication pumping through his system. Izuku squeezed her hand back, alerting his mother he's awake. On cue, Inko jumps at the sensation, her eyes red and puffy when he sees them. Inko barrels into a gentle hug and waterworks pour out from the tired women's eyes. She releases the hug a full minute after, fumbling for the call button at the side of the bed. Moments later, a doctor and 2 nurses following entered the room. "Good morning, Midoriya-san, Izuku. As much as I am delighted to see you again, I despair at this being how I only see you." The doctor flipped the papers on his clipboard. "I'm going to ask you if you want the news I have sugar-coated or not." Izuku opens his mouth to speak, but all that came out was a broken sound. "Yes. I would refrain from talking just yet. During incubation, your muscles seized in response to your condition, causing the tube to scratch against your throat." Izuku shifts his head no with small movements, not sure if he has control of his actions. The 2 nurses first perform a routine check on Izuku. Once in the clear, they step back and stand behind the doctor. The doctor adjusts his glasses, clearing his throat before speaking. "I've already informed your mother about everything, and it would be unfair to withhold information about yourself, especially like this." The doctor took a deep breath. "It was organ failure. Your lungs especially, they had shut down first, causing your body into panic mode, and in turn many other complications followed. Luckily, a new hire that has an excellent healing quirk attended to you as soon as you arrived. However, even her quirk had limitations on you, and while it minimized muscle atrophy, all she did was pull you from the brink of death. She got your organs to start functioning again, but they are still damaged, even worse than before. It pains me to say this, but Izuku didn't know when the first tear fell, but he made it the last one by covering his eyes, wishing for it to be his ears instead. We estimate only 6 months more until your body gives up under strain of operating under such conditions. We express our deepest apologies and regrets, Izuku. We'll give you a moment to process the information." The doctor and 2 nurses bow sincerely and exit the room. Inko gave up on stifling her cries as loud wails echoed in the room, Izuku sitting still with his eyes still covered. Her arms wrapped around Izuku. He feels the warmth coming from her, but he won't be able to feel this warmth in just 6 months. 6 months, only half a year? Reminders of everything that happens in 6 months' time flood through his mind. Would he make it for New Year's? Christmas? Hell, the first snow of the year? His mind spirals further down. Who knew that the basement had levels? Izuku comes back to when he hears present Mike announcing a winner. He looks up to the screen expecting to see Katsuki's name blaring on all the signs. Todoroki Shuto? Kaken didn't get first, Izuku immediately looked down to where all the students were gathered at the bottom. He could see Katsuki marching up to the boy with heterochromia and grasping him by the shirt. However, this Todoroki guy merely brushed off Katsuki's hand and walked away. Izuku kept his eyes on Todoroki, noticing his gaze was fixed somewhere else. Following it, Izuku found himself staring at the current number 2 hero, Endeavor. His face flaring with fire as facial hair. His eyes wandered back and forth between father and son, but something didn't feel right with Izuku. Both of their gazes, they were different. There was no signs of being proud, no signs of happiness from achievement, no signs of love. A loud horn blares. Izuku startles at the sound, looking up at the screen where 40 names are displayed in order of rank. With last lingering look at the Todorokis, Izuku focuses his attention on Katsuki and Hatsum. The second event is about to begin. A cavalry battle. Midnight explained the rules, and Izuku watches as the qualifying students form teams. Izuku especially keeps an eye out for Katsuki and Hatsum. Hatsum approaches Todoroki, but from what Izuku sees, he guesses she was rejected, as she looks towards other people. Soon their time to form teams ran out. Katsuki rode on top with that red-haired person he met at the entrance, Kirishima. On his left and right stood a pink-skinned girl and a guy with large elbows. Mei had formed a team with a bubbly girl, a guy with a bird head, and a green-haired girl with frog-like appearances. Izuku got a chance to observe their quirks during the obstacle race, but doesn't know enough to make a bet on which team will win. Finally, Izuku takes notice of the first-place team with a 1,000,000-point lead. It's hard not to notice the bright red and white hair in the crowd of other colors. The Todoroki person formed a team with the electric guy, the person with a speed quirk, and someone who can make object appear out of her body. Izuku wishes he could ask more about that specific quirk. Hey, Midoriya, right? Izuku snaps his head to the sound of an unfamiliar voice. Izuku had been so absorbed in looking at the stage that he didn't notice his classmates who failed the preliminary are filing in next to him. Hello. Izuku bows his head. Sorry, I'm not good with communicating. Great job, Izuku. What a way you have with words. Oh, no worries. We never took the opportunity to talk with you either with, all-out assignments and projects. Izuku grimaces, knowing his constant absences and disposition were the real culprits as to why. A different person spoke up. But now that we have some time cause all but Hatsum failed, we thought it would be nice to meet our mysterious classmate. Me mysterious classmate? Besides your name, we don't know a thing about you. Everyone else went through introductions on the first day. You're the only one who did cause, Another chimed in. Izuku casts his eyes down as could feel a few of his classmates squirming in awkwardness. Pregnant silence befell the section as the noise of the crowd echoed in the background. Ahem. Someone cleared their throat. So anyway, we all thought it would be nice to chat while watching the rest of the festival. Oh, and cheer for Hatsum as well. Gotta show that the support department can be just as great. Izuku's heart clenched. His classmates' words rang similar to what he kept telling himself when he had to change his high school form from hero to support. He shook his head. No, he shouldn't get depressed at a time like this. His classmates came up to him and wanted to know about him. He thought his only friend in his class would be Mei, but if he could have a friendly relationship with his classmates, then class would be even better. But what if they find out my quirk? They're going to ask. Everyone asks what each other's quirks are as if asking how your day is. What should I tell them? Should I say I'm quirkless? I can't use my quirk, so it's not like they could prove that I'm lying. And then there's my health. If I get too close to them, the harder it'll be to leave. Kaken? I don't want to leave them, I don't want to die, I don't want to get hurt, I want to dash. Midoriya? You okay? You're looking kind of pale. Izuku snaps his head back to his classmates who all looked at him with concern. How long was he out of it? Sorry. I just lost in thought. It's nice to meet all of you too. I hope we get along this year. Izuku let out a nervous laugh while scratching the back of his head. Oh, introductions? Izuku hastily bows his head, hiding the wince from the pain in his chest. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to officially meet you all. For the next 5 minutes, His classmates yell out their names on top of one another as some laugh. Izuku for once found himself enjoying the moment, his heart fluttering in excitement as one of his wishes of having classmate he could be close to came true. It would be only for a measly 6 months, but Izuku could afford to forget about that. He wants to have fun at the sports festival. Midnight shouts the countdown as the arena follow her as if it's a chant, taking his and his classmates' attention. And start. For what appears to be 15 minutes, it goes by too quick in Izuku's option. So much action occurred he doesn't know where to start. Izuku made sure to follow Katsuki and Mei's team who off the bat gunned for Todoroki's team, as well as a myriad of other groups. The cheers of his classmates faded in the background as he could only pay attention to the two on the battlefield. Sometime in that battle of hands and quirks, Katsuki's headband had been stolen by someone who appeared to multiple quirks. But Izuku only heard of one person who holds multiple quirks, and knows for a fact the blonde hero in training was not him. Present Mike in the commentary reveals that this Monoma person just had a copying quirk. A small sigh of relief escaped his lips. His eyes only furrowed for a second before returning to looking at the stage. Mei team chased Todoroki's team to the end, grabbing at stray headbands to groups who came close. Izuku reveled at Mei's hover shoes that paired perfectly with the girl who could negate weight as her team took off in the air a few times. However, the last 10 seconds of the match had been the most action-packed. For a moment, time slowed as Izuku witnesses what could have been a three-way collision of a team defending their winning headband, Katsuki soaring with his quirk to read for his victory, and Mei's team trying one last shot to be in the top 4 after having a few bands nabbed to be dropped to 5th place. But the epic three-way battle never happens as Midnight's booming voice and whip crack announces time. Izuku also got the pleasure to see Katsuki land face first into the ground, then throwing a temper tantrum. He glanced at the large screen to read off the teams. Todoroki's team took first with the 1,000,000 points. Katsuki took second, Izuku wincing knowing taking second in both events must be affecting Katsuki. For someone with so much confidence and ego, it's surprisingly easy to shake that confidence. Not that Katsuki ever shows it, but Izuku knows better. In third place was a name that Izuku never seen nor knew got so high up on the leaderboard, but the name in fourth place took his attention as he gave an internal victory shout seeing that Mei's team pulled through. Present Mike announced the lunch break and builds up hype for the one-on-one battles that would take place with the winning 16 competitors. Izuku excuses himself from his classmates when they asked if he wanted to join them for lunch. He had to go and meet up with Kaken and find Mei to congratulate her too. Walking around was not easy. Students and audience members crowded the area that he could hardly take 2 steps forward without bumping onto anyone. At some point, the close proximities got overwhelming, and Izuku ducked into a secluded hallway to catch his breath. Leaning against the wall, Izuku took out his phone to try asking Kaken to meet with him here, but cursed realizing that he most likely had his phone in a locker or something after the first ring didn't pick up. Kaken had only missed 2 calls from Izuku over the past 5 years. Well, now 3. As he got off the wall to restart his adversity, he hears a deep voice from the opposite end of where he entered. An orange hue glowed off the walls. Curious, Izuku tiptoed until reaching the corner where he glanced over the side, and quickly retracted out of sight. Oh my god, it's Endeavor. If I ask him for an autograph, will he give me one? Fortunately I have my notebook and pencil cause I wanted to take notes on everyone's quirk. I just have to wait for the right time to go out and ask Dash. What the hell kind of sheep performance are you doing? Why aren't you using your fire? Still in your teen rebellion, I see. All excitement drained from his face as soon as he heard those words. I've won first in both rounds only using mom's quirk, so I don't see the room you have to complain. I'm going to win only using ice. This will prove I don't need you or your quirk. Izuku's ears perk at the sound of a familiar voice. It was deep and smooth, just like the apology he heard at the entranceway, but this time, the anger mixed into the voice caused shivers to run down his spine. Even if that works for now, you'll soon reach the limits of that power. You'll come around to realize how much a fool you are. The sooner the better. You're in UA now, closer than ever to beating that damn annoyance of a hero. I look forward to the day you grow up from this phase. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor as Izuku at some point had to clasp his hand over his mouth from squeaking in shock. All thoughts of an autograph disappeared as he clutched his notebook tight. A loud thud vibrated in the long space as Izuku flinched at the sudden sound. A small object teetered dangerously on the spine of his notebook, till falling out. Izuku's hand tried to reach out for it, to catch it before it could hit the floor and give away his presence, but a sharp pain from his impulsive action jerked his body, causing him to end in an unstable position, falling forward on the floor along with the pencil. The air thickened with a new silence as Izuku's heart rate increased in panic. Shit, Izuku chanted in his head. He could hear his heart beating and blood flowing louder. A shoe sticking out from the corner hit Izuku's sight first as the figure shifted to reveal a full body attached to the shoe. His chest ached in pain from the fall and increased heart rate as his head joined in along for the pain roller coaster. He heard the same voice directed to him, but his ears perceived it as if he was submerged in water. Unable to hold it back, a painful cough escaped Izuku's mouth, followed by specks of blood hitting the floor before he could cover with his hand. The voice stopped, that much Izuku could notice, but his number one priority was to at least stand up, which he failed miserably at. Footsteps later, a warm hand grabbed his left arm and a cold hand grabbed his right, picking him up from behind with ease and setting him back on his feet. Turning around to greet his savior and victim to eavesdropping, the brilliant turquoise and matte gray once more occupying his vision. Todoroki Shudo left his team members with no other word after Present Mike announced their first-place victory with yells that could deafen a person. The peppermint pattern student was about to exit the field when a hand grasped his collar for the second time in the span of 30 minutes, and whoop-doo, it was also the same person as before, now snarling in his face. What the F was that sheet stain? I saw that. You let out some flames at the end when you were close to losing your FING headband. Why haven't you used it? You looking down on me or some sheet? The grip on his shirt tightened. Same as last time, Shudo ripped his shirt out from the fist that clenched it and walked away, but not before responding to his violent classmate's question. None of your business. Now if you'll excuse me. He could hear the feral roars behind him as others try to calm his biggest competitor in this sports festival. He wonders how a face that would scare the devil could change to tame. The green-haired kid? Shudo turns the corner and looks up to someone blocking his path. A scowl breaks out on his face, hiding no hatred. Shudo, we need to talk. Giving it he replies, I have nothing to talk with you about. Move out of my way. His demeanor changed as cold as his ice. Attempting to walk past, his plan fails as the number 2 hero blocks his path once more. You may have nothing to say, but I do. What the hell kind of sheet performance are you doing? Why aren't you using your fire? Still in your teen rebellion, I see. Fists forming, Shudo felt his levels of anger rise. I've won first in both rounds only using mom's quirk, so I don't see the room you have to complain. I'm going to win only using ice. This will prove I don't need you for your quirk. He snapped back. Even if that works for now, you'll soon reach the limits of that power. You'll come around to realize how much a fool you are. The sooner the better. You're in UA now, closer than ever to beating that damn annoyance of a hero. I look forward to the day you grow up from this phase. Shudo held it in until the sight of his father disappeared after saying those last words. Seeing the coast is clear, he raises his fist and bangs it against the wall, the sound creating echoes which vibrate off. His breathing turns heavy as he tried to contain his resentment before he accidentally sets of his quirk. A smash and rattle gain his attention. What to? Shudo stood up straight from the hunched position he was in and walked over the corner. The sight that greeted him was familiar. This person, he's the one who Bakugo hangs out with, his friend? I bumped into him this morning. Reminiscing time over, Shudo glared down at the boy who has yet to make a move or any eye contact. How much did he hear? You know, listening to another's private conversation is not very polite. I suggest you forget everything you just heard and go bidash. A cough interrupts Shudo's warning as the hero course student paused at the sight of blood leaving the boy's mouth. Now, Shudo felt extremely uncomfortable. Here he stood in an empty hallway with a stranger, who probably heard the chat with his piece of sheet father, on the floor with blood coating his lips, neither of them saying anything. He wanted to leave, already agitated from the pep talk he received, but his conscience forced his body to move and assist the person, seeing how they struggled to stand. Are you all right? It would be very unheroic to not at least ask the short, green-haired male if medical assistance was required. Recovery Girl's temporary office is not far from here. The person whipped their head to face him, and Shudo met with the large, dull emerald he stared into earlier in the day. How intriguing, Shudo notes. Both boys stared at each other as they were locked in eyes. Sweat dropped in discomfort against their temples. Izuku was the first to step back and wave his hands in front of him. No, I don't need to visit Recovery Girl. I'm okay. Izuku's expression changed to a sad one. Normal for me. Shudo hummed and scanned Izuku. He was shorter than most kids in first year, and looked as if a gentle breeze could knock him over. The gym uniform hung off his scrawny figure as if to swallow him up. No matter what he said, Shudo doesn't believe he's alright as he says, but doesn't pry into it. He knows better than anyone some things aren't anyone's business. Speaking of, how much of earlier did you overhear? Shudo asks again, but this time a little less threatening. Still, the green-haired flinches. Shudo grimaces. About to say something again, he was beat to it. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to overhear. I taking a break when I heard someone and got curious. I swear it wasn't intentional. Izuku clasps his hands together and ducks his head, eyes clenched shut. A moment of quiet fell in the hallway. Izuku slowly opened one eye to see, and stood back straight, seeing the frozen hero student. Are you okay? The words slipped out of his mouth before he could stop. That froze Shudo from his pause, and he cleared his throat. It's fine. Just don't go around telling others. I assume you already know that? His ice-cold demeanor came back to him as he controlled his emotions. He didn't expect the person to break out in an abrupt apology. He never wants to be seen in the same light as that piece of sheet. Izuku nodded rapidly. Of course, I'll keep this to myself. With those words, Shudo turns around to go back. However, Izuku has a hero's heart. As if he's going to let what he heard go. But are you really okay? Shudo freezes in his tracks. Izuku continues to talk. The words he said, and what you said back, you have both an ice and fire quirk, right? But you haven't used your fire at all. Does your dad have anything to do with it? Izuku chokes out air when he finds his back slamming against the hard wall, an arm on his shoulders spreading a thin layer of frost. What? He may be my father, but I will never acknowledge that bastard as my dad. Who do you think you are prying into my life? I thought I told you to stay out of this. You don't know anything. As scared as Izuku was, as his body froze in fear, and his mouth felt dry once more with the taste of blood lingering from earlier, as scared as he was, Izuku lifted his head to meet those fierce eyes to speak his mind. I may not know everything, but I know enough to deduce that you're being completely stupid to the point I'm agitated. Shudo scoffs. He releases his grip on Izuku's shoulder and steps back to the other wall behind him to face Izuku properly. You? Agitated? I'm the one who's agitated. What the hell do you have to do with any of this? You have no room to speak as if you know me. Izuku wanted to fold. He wanted to escape the vicious tension that steals his breath away. But he was pissed. How could he not be? I'm agitated because you're limiting yourself on purpose. I'm agitated because you have a quirk that can negate each other. Your ice and fire. You can use either one to stop your body from overheating or reaching hypothermia, so why don't you? What's stopping you? Shudo stares into those emerald eyes that gained some sheen to them compared to what he saw before. Passion reflected into his pupils, mixed with regret and jealousy. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Thanks for waiting. Next up is, these guys. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From the hero course, it's Zero Hanta. Versus taking first in both prelims. Your way to strong kid. He wasn't recommended for nothing. Also from the hero course, it's Shuto Todoroki. Shudo stood on that stage with the crowd cheering and present Mike in the commentary box hyping the crowd up. In front of him stood his classmate Zero, who was warming up his arms. His most recent conversation wouldn't leave his mind, bad timing to have a battle. His thoughts rattled inside his head, conflict ion reading across his face. His head was starting to hurt from how much he had been thinking the past few hours. Nothing made sense to him anymore, what he should do, how he should feel. All of it. Now for the second match of the finals. Ready to start? He could feel his body being wrapped up in tape and swinging across the stage. His frustrations rose, his headache growing. Everything, he just needed to let everything out. Sorry. Shudo dug his foot into the ground as his ice crawled along the floor to the tape boy. Once reaching him, however, his ice didn't stop there. It grew and stacked in on top of each other, responding to their users' emotions and feeding off of pure feelings. A large boom shook the stadium as finally, all noise died down and Shudo could clear his head easier. The ice creaked and glistened, mist peeling off the surface. His ice reached the sky in jagged spikes, dropping the temperature of the area. A white and pale blue reflection covered half the arena. Shudo let out his breath, cold mist exiting from the carbon dioxide. He broke free of the now frozen tape. Don't you think that's a bit much? His classmate asks, trapped inside the glacier he created. He hears Midnight calling out his win, and then moves to thaw out his classmate. A chant of, "Don't mind," rang out. "Sorry," was all Shudo could offer. He reaches out and steam rolls from his hand and covers the two students. His quirk never felt more foreign. "I went overboard." He looked away from his competitor and to the stands of support course, his eyes locking for the fourth time today with emerald ones. "I had a lot on my mind. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Shudo doesn't know what he's doing, but next thing he knows, he's letting out his tragic backstory to this complete stranger who hasn't said a word since he started his monologue. "I won't ever use my shitty old man's quirk, or rather, I'll become number one without needing to. This is my total disapproval of him." "That's where you're wrong." Izuku's voice cut through Shudo's, like a hot knife through cold butter. Shudo looked up from his hand to Izuku's face. "You say you'll become the number one hero with only using half your power. Don't make me laugh." Izuku narrows his eyes at the hero student in front of him. "That notion is a FING joke. Quirks are a part of us. An extension of our bodies. We need to be cautious cause quirks can cause damage to ourselves dash." Izuku's cut off. "My father dash. It's yours." Shudo silences at the yell, the words he was going to say dropping back down his throat. "Yet you say it's his quirk instead of yours. Last time I checked, Endeavor's still an active hero ranking number 2 in Japan with his quirk Hellflame. It's your quirk, your power." Shudo lets out a breath he's been keeping in. "Isn't it?" The expression Izuku dons penetrates Shudo. The sadness, the pain, the regret, everything. He doesn't know what to make of it. He doesn't know and doesn't want to know what expression he's making back. Those words. He never knew such simple words about a simple concept could weigh in his mind so heavily. "You said that I don't know anything." Out of his trance, Shudo focused back on Izuku. "I know a lot more than you think. I know that if you keep rejecting a part of you, keep limiting yourself." Izuku tightened his fist, raising it up in front of his face and released it. "It's going to do more harm than what your revenge plan is worth." His eyes, Shudo notices. "If that doesn't change your mind, then let my example convince you." The air turns darker as Izuku steps toward Shudo, who had his back touching the wall. "My quirk? My damn quirk." Shudo hears teeth grinding. "I made a decision one day to use my quirk way over than what I was capable of. And I resent myself to this day for being so impulsive." Izuku flicks off dried blood from the corner of his mouth. "Because of what I did, I'm stuck in my current condition. Coughing up blood, having difficulties to fill my lungs with air, being tired all the time, living off of medication every day, knowing that I can drop dead at any moment." Tensions increased with that statement as if it was a realization for both boys the severity of their situations. Izuku swallows down the bile, threatening to rise from pure nervousness. "How?" Shudo licked his lips that went dry. "How did you get like that?" Shudo saw the boy's mouth curve up in a smile, yet the eyes were anything but. "I told you, I was being stupid." Shudo left the arena, present mic explaining they need time to melt the ice and fix the stage. He needed time to be alone. Time to calm down. He glances up to see his sperm donor standing all high and mighty with a stiff, permanent frown. He breaks away his gaze and turns back inside the arena. If he's lucky, he'll find an empty room somewhere. Damn, that was some showing. I can't wait to find out more about this powerhouse and design gear for him. What do you think, Izuku? Tatsum pokes Izuku repetitively on the shoulder. Izuku? Izuku. Without looking in her direction, Izuku answers. Yeah. You're going all spacey again. What are you even staring at? Hatsum stands behind Izuku, resting her chin on his head to try take a look at whatever has been occupying her building buddy for the past minute. Hatsum pouts. I didn't even get to see you during lunch break either. What's on your mind? Izuku watches the red and white hair sway in the wind, a layer of gleaming ice coating the stubborn student's body. Nothing, Hatsum. Just, Izuku turned around to face Hatsum with a practiced smile. Nervous for your and Kachin's matches, that all? Don't worry, buddy. My match will be something special. I guarantee it's going to have all the big shots and sponsors looking at me and my babies. Just wait and see. Yeah? Can't wait to see how all the other matches go too. HM? Did you say something? Can't hear you over the noise. I should create something that will amplify chosen sound waves so maximum hearing. It would totes be useful for stealth missions and information gathering. Hatsum. May stops her spiel about new babies and turns to her friend. Something up? She feels something is off but can't tell what. Your match is soon, right? The fourth one? You should prep for it. Something tells me that the third match will be quite short. Izuku tilted his head and smiled at Hatsum. Yeah, I should. I got to be in top shape when presenting. Hatsum stood for the section exit. I'll see you when after my round. Wish me luck. Hatsum trotted off to where her gadgets were stored, slowing down to a stop when he was out of sight. She looked back in the general direction of Izuku. Her heart aches. Her mind was plagued with concern ever since she found him sleeping like the dead in the Class 1H waiting room after finishing her lunch and wanting to do one final check on her gear. Something was wrong with Izuku, and maybe I'm not close enough with him for Izuku to tell me. Hatsum shook her head and slapped at her cheeks. Focus. This is an opportunity to show off. I can just as Izuku after what's wrong. The pink-haired girl picked up her pace to the Class 1H waiting room, casting her worries to the side for now. How were you being stupid? Shudo was getting tired of the roundabout answers he got from the person standing with him in the hallway. At present, he considered leaving before his mind gets fed with even more, but the stranger's words captivated him to the point of no return. Not without knowing the full story. The drawback of quirk overusage. Izuku took steps back to once more lean on the wall. I used my quirk too much as a kid, and one day I went completely overboard, not unaware what it would do to me. Shudo gulped down on saliva that built up in his mouth. He realized how dry the roof of his mouth felt. His body felt stiff from holding his still pose for so long. However, the next words he hears causes him to flinch, a knee-jerk response that he couldn't hide in time. I was told recently I only have 6 months to live. Izuku places his cold hands into the pockets of the gym uniform to try warm them, as well as to hide how much they were shaking. My quirk is ending me. It was at this moment Shudo felt every sensation as his mind went into overdrive. The wind blowing from the entrance, the faded sound of voices mixed into one from the sheer amount of people attending the festival, his own heart beating in his chest. Badump badump badump. If I had been aware how dangerous my quirk could be to myself, I would have never used it on that wish. Wish? What do you mean by wish? Shudo asks while using his question as a distraction from everything else. Izuku smiles at Shudo, but not out of joy. Sorry, but that's sensitive information. I got ahead of myself for a moment. Izuku walks 5 steps, hand on the wall to support himself because his legs felt like jelly. Please, Izuku warns. Don't regret how you use your quirk. It's your power, remember? Shudo watches as his conversation partner left him alone in that hallway, with more questions to ask than he entered with, and an entire mind set to re-evaluate, realizing he never got a name to place the freckled, pale face with. Shudo looked at his left hand, taking in a deep breath and releasing it. In the center of his palm, he let out a small flame the size of a baseball. It glowed like the stranger's eyes. Keeping it lit for a few seconds, he extinguished it and walked off in the same direction Izuku also went, but he turned in the opposite direction after reaching the corridor. Very convenient and lucky for the blonde-haired, red-eyed hero course student who stood at the other end of the hallway listening in during a search for his friend. Izuku braced himself against the wall in an empty part of the corridor. He coughed into his hand, red specks now staining his palm. Legs screaming out in pain, Izuku drops to the floor, back against the wall while he tried to take deep breaths. He still needed to find Kaken and Mei. He had made sure to pick up his notebook and pencil on his way out, which were now tucked into his jacket. The time, Izuku digs his phone out of his pocket. Shit. He was supposed to take his afternoon time medications half an hour ago and the lunch break was almost over. The shock and adrenaline from his conversation with the hero course student wore off. Izuku now feeling exactly how tired and achy he felt. Even breathing was becoming slightly difficult. A layer of sweat developed on Izuku's temple, even the slightest of movement causing discomfort. How funny, I'm alone again. You okay over there? Izuku wonders how many times he would hear that question be asked today. Straining his neck, Izuku peeks at the owner of the new voice that spoke out. His eyes met with a striking purple. I know for a fact that the bathroom is a dangerous place where you can run into your darkest adversaries. Hinata Shoyo. Whoa dude. What the hell happened to you? What do? I have to be a hero, right? I didn't sign up for this. All I wanted to do was pick up chicks as a hero. Oh, I'm Mineta Minoru, hero course. If only you were a cute girl in need of saving. Izuku stared at the purple kid in front of him. Now Izuku knew he was short for teens his age, but this kid couldn't have been taller than the average elementary school kid. If he wasn't wearing the UA gym uniform, Izuku would have assumed Mineta was a kid who got lost in the arena. Come. Izuku snapped out of his observation to see the Mineta kid jab his thumb to his chest and give a smirking smile. I shall be your savior and help you to recovery, girl. Aren't I amazing? Mineta then gave a wink. Izuku mustered all his remaining strength to stand up and slap the kid in the face. A walk. And then Izuku took 8 steps and face-planted. The impact broke his face and he died. Mineta dies from the super move, slap of goodness, and died too. The end. Yo, I'm kidding. Just kidding. That was a tiny break from the sheet that's going down in this chapter. Let me tell you, it ain't pretty. Now onto the real story. The matching lavender hair and eyes caught Izuku's attention first, the dark eye bags that match his own second. He looks familiar, Izuku thinks. Not one to judge, but you look like Sheet Man. The new person was now standing just a meter away from his collapsed position. Izuku lets out a nasty cough, more red splatters accompanying it. I feel like Sheet too. That was the best response Izuku could think of at the moment. Hey, I'm no doctor, but... The new guy pointed at Izuku's hand and mouth. I know that whatever you have going on there isn't a good sign. Izuku waved his arm, regretting that decision a second later. I just need my medicine bag. I left it in my class's waiting room. Izuku racked his brain, knowing he saw the purple-haired person from somewhere. Where's the room? I could get it for you. The boy offers. It clicks in Izuku's mind. You're the rider for the team that got third in the cavalry battle. Right? Yep. Now about that location. Oh, and I'm Shinso Hitoshi. I'd rather be called my name than just you. Shinso made air quotations when saying, Me Midoriya. Izuku gave back. Midoriya Izuku. And how heroic of you to offer, but I'm fine. I look pathetic right now, don't I? As sad as I look, I can still do this much myself. Being stubborn, Izuku pushed his body to obey his command and stand, accidentally getting some blood on the floor when he used his hands to push off. Shinso lets of a short laugh. Izuku witnesses his eyes go from concern to now dead and irritated, with a hint of pain, the emotional kind. Yeah, I guess anyone would refuse help from the villain kid. Quite the irony you placed in calling me heroic. I bet the modern literature teacher would be proud of you. Izuku scrunches his face at the comment. Why would you call yourself a villain? Shit. My speech is slowing. Izuku takes a step forward, knees almost buckling. Fortunately, they did not. Unfortunately, they did on the second step. Preparing for impact, Izuku shields his face, but the floor never met up with his body. You're lighter than I thought. So that room. Going to tell me where to go, or will we be standing here all day? I have a match to prep for after this. No longer fighting, Izuku leads Shinso to the 1H waiting room with the lavender boy lending him a shoulder. Once reaching the room, Shinso places Izuku on a chair and hands him the needed bag. He stands in the corner and watches Izuku unzip the pouch and take out a small container and water bottle. Unlatching the container, Izuku dumps all 4 pills into his mouth. He swallows them down with a gulp of water, letting out an exhale after. Reaching in again, Izuku finds his handkerchief, wets it with some water, and begins to clean his hand and mouth of the blood splatters. Thanks, Izuku lets out a small cough. For bringing me here. I was being stubborn, I guess. Hey, all in the day's work for a hero. Shinso laughs dryly. Izuku felt his eyelids shutting down, demanding his body to go lax and let sleep take over. But what does the villain kid know, am I right? Shinso heads for the door, not even sparing another glacé towards dude who looked like death a minute ago. Izuku wanted to call out, correct Shinso from his misunderstanding, but it was too late. Izuku's voice gave out and Shinso left the room, leaving Izuku to knock out on the table, his body giving out. And that's how Hatsum found him near the end of lunch break, shoving a bread in his hand and getting him up and to the stands to watch the one-on-one competitions. Alright folks, we're going to need some time to melt the ice, so sit back and relax for a while, ya dig? Take that bathroom break, grab an extra snack, or sit in your seat the whole time, we don't care. Izuku made his move. There was something he needed to rectify, and with Hatsum no longer by his side, this was the only chance he has. His mind replays the 30-second match that was the first round. The hero course student with a frog-like quirk, and the person who helped him the hallway. Brainwashing, Present Mike announced it during the match, but Azui Tsuyu's opponent, Shinso Hitoshi, has the ability to brainwash whoever responds to him. A truly powerful ability that could get him anything he wants, just like Izuku's. But yet, Izuku thought out loud as he headed for the general study stands. His quirk is perfect for heroics, one word and he can stop a villain in an instant, yet he referred to himself as a villain. His quirk. As much as Izuku loves quirks, he hates them just as much. It all cause quirks define your worth these days. Wise words if I ever heard. The familiar voice echoed in the wide hallway. Izuku looked up to see the exact person he was coming to get. Shinso? I see we keep meeting in the hallways, person who should go to the hospital. Shinso walked past Izuku, but Izuku reached out and grabbed his arm. Wait. We need to talk. Please. Izuku pleaded. What? Here to grovel for your life after seeing my quirk. Don't bother. I'm not gonna do anything. Don't want anything either, so just move along. Shinso tugged his arm free and headed off. Just watch. I'm going to win this damn festival and transfer into the hero course. And I'll prove to them I have what it takes to be a hero. That's not what I was going to say. Izuku scrambled. Wait just a moment. Izuku darted after Shinso, but his 2 left feet made him kiss the floor. Ow. His hand rubbed his nose as he knelt on the tiles to gather his bearings. Geez. What's with you and collapsing? Trying to set a world record. Izuku felt himself getting lifted by his arms for the second time today and placed on his feet. At least you don't look as bad as last time. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to prep for my next match. Just as Shinso turned his back, Izuku called out to him again. That's where you're wrong, Shinso. Indigo eyes met with emerald. You don't need to prove you have what it takes to be a hero. Shinso curls his fists. What did you say, you bastard? Are you saying I can't be a hero? That I'm just fated to play the villain? He stalks back to where Izuku stood and grabs the front of his shirt. Well, tough sheet cause I'm dash. You don't have to prove anything cause you're already a hero in my eyes. Shinso falters in his words and releases his grip on the other boy's gym uniform. What? Izuku adjusts his shirt and takes a step back to keep personal space. You called yourself a villain the last time we meet, and it bothered me all this time. A villain wouldn't stop and take time out of his day to help out someone out. A villain wouldn't lend them an arm and walk with them every step of the way. And a villain especially wouldn't be giving his all to become a hero. The hall was silent as the tension grew to become discomforting. Shinso swallowed a gulp of saliva that formed, yet his mouth felt dry all the same. So you came all this way just to tell me that? That I'm not a villain? Izuku shook his head. I didn't come to tell you that you're not a villain. I came to tell you that you already have what it takes to be hero. Izuku smiled at Shinso, his sincere words piercing the lavender-haired boy deeper than Izuku could imagine. A hero? You really think so? 'Cause if you're lying, this is some sick joke. Shinso yelled. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, only villainous people. Izuku retorts. Large words of wisdom for someone so small. I take back everything I said. You, sir, are the most dastardly villain I have ever met, and I hope you suffer while facing the righteous wrath of justice. Izuku and Shinso break off into a small laugh, finding the smallest of humor in their negative discussion. Hey, why did you go through the efforts? You could have left it alone and went about your day. What compelled you? Shinso asks. Izuku coughs into his elbow and looks at Shinso. Your quirk is brainwashing, right? Saw you use it to make Azuitiu from the hero course walk off the stage without a struggle. Present Mike explained your quirk during the match. Let me guess. Quirk discrimination? Izuku deduces. Wow. I wonder how you were able to come to such a puzzling and mind-stumping conclusion. The sarcasm dripped off his words. Tell me, oh wise one. You know my quirk, what's yours? Sounds like a nasty one. What makes you assume that? Izuku shoots back. Shinso shrugs his shoulders. Your words, they sound like they come from experience. Izuku sways on his feet, shifting the weight from one leg to the other. Genie. It's called Genie. He looks down at his red, wide shoes. His words come out as an audible mumble. Take a guess at what I can do. Shinso whistles long and low. Yeah, no sheet. Hold up, we talking about the same thing, right? Mystical creature that gives you 3 wishes but twists them around to F with people? Izuku snorts at that last part. Yup, just like a genie, but more straightforward. I don't mess with the wishes. Pretty powerful, right? Surprised you didn't aim to take over the world. Well, what about you? Do you want to rule the world? Izuku scoffs. The conversation died down, leaving an awkward pause amidst the two students. As much as he loves avoiding social interaction, Izuku takes a deep breath. Why do you want to be a hero? Shinso ducked his head and chuckled. His mind had been effed with, needed a minute to process who the hell this person was, and why he went to such great lengths all to tell him the one thing he's wanted to hear since gaining his quirk. And now he's asking his motives. You can't help the things you long for. Shinso took a step once more in his initial direction. And even if it doesn't work this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll become a hero, better than the ones in the hero course too. Izuku could only watch as Shinso walked away. Both parties left with words that impacted the other, but only one of them were encouraging. The muffled buzz of the crowd became the only sound in that hallway. You won't give up? Izuku clenched his fist, feeling his own weak grip against him. A booming voice echoed from the halls. Sorry for the delays. The third match is about to go underway. Those who took that bathroom trip should get to your seats AIP, for you missed this next thrilling match. Izuku turns back at the warning from present Mike while waving Shinso goodbye. He doesn't want to miss the third match and possibly Maze. And no one was the wiser to the eavesdropping hero student who had made a bathroom trip the next section over. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. The winner is Shiozaki Ibara. Wow, the match really only did take 2 seconds. Izuku didn't really know who would come out as the victor in this match. All he figured was it would end fast with one side having a large advantage over the other. An electric quirk is pretty dangerous, but I guess grass types are still super effective against electric types in real life too. It's Hatsum's turn. Let's cheer. Izuku looks behind him to see his classmates stand and give a shout for Hatsum, who was entering the stage. On the opposite side came in a large-figured hero student with engines in his legs. He's the kid with engines in his legs. Ida Tenya from the hero course. Verse. The support course is Hatsum Mei. The hero dude is wearing gear, Hatsum's gear. His classmate observes. True enough. When Izuku looks at the stage, he sees the hero kid wearing a contraption Mei stashed in the waiting room. After some commotion, Midnight gives her approval for Ida Tenya to use Mei's gear. something Izuku knows the poor kid will regret. Hatsum lowers her head mic. Her eyes gleam from use of her quirk to look into the stands where all the big shots sit representing all sorts of companies sit. Oh no, I can already tell here this is heading. Izuku shakes his head at Hatsum's antics, but no, he's in for a good show. An infomercial. Hatsum May gave the first ever sports festival infomercial. The entirety of Class 1H hung their head at the sight of their classmate toying with the hero course student to display all the products she brought onto stage. Then she stepped out of bounds, securing her victim's win as she wipes her brow from her hard work with a face radiating accomplishment. Phew! What do you think, Izuku? I ended it out there. Those head honchos must have noticed me, right? May came back to the stands, having dumped her gear back into the waiting room. It sure was something, Izuku replies. But how come you gave up the match? If you won, you could have used the next round to show off more things. Meh. I showed off all I brought, so no need for another round. Besides, the next person would know my shtick and totally try to knock me out without hesitating. I'm an inventor, not a fighter. Hatsum plops down beside Izuku and chugs a water bottle. Phew. With that over, I can now just relax and enjoy the rest of the festival. Izuku and May watch the next few matches, spouting off support gear ideas based on quirks. Acid shooter, laser distributor, temperature cloak, indestructible snack compartments, reinforced clothing, a head-to-head fist fight. Izuku and Hatsum shared a laugh when the 7th match ended up being a draw of 2 redundant quirks and having to be settled with a simple contest later when the 2 students wake up. Izuku stands up, balancing himself up, careful not to fall over. Where you going? Bathroom break? Hatsum questions. Oh, I'm going to go see Kaken before his match. I didn't get to see him during lunch and didn't have the chance later either. I never got to wish him luck. Izuku sheepishly grins. Oh, I see. I'll stay here then. Tell to your boyfriend good luck for me too. I don't want to intrude, hee. May suspiciously giggles. What? It's not like that. Why would you assume such? Izuku stammers as he waves his hands in a fast-paced motion. Stop stalling and hurry before the match begins. May pushes. Alright. Izuku salutes and darts off, more like just walks off, as he heads for the waiting rooms. I'm lost. Izuku notes. Izuku leans on the wall as he huffs out of breath. He's been walking for a few minutes and can't find where the waiting rooms are. He swears he's passed the same bathroom twice though. Hey, listener, what you doing there? Pumped for the next spectacular round? Izuku turns around slowly, wondering if all that walking made him delirious. Nope, not going crazy. There stood his English teacher, also the very popular radio host and hero Present Mike, who is also the main commentator of UA Sports Festival ever since he joined the staff, and who just came out of that same bathroom. My plain-faced student who sleeps in my class. Present Mike dramatically points at Izuku who, once again, is leaning against the wall hunched over and aches all over. Izuku wants to die right then and there. Is that the best response I can give? Well, you were exempt from the activities due to medical reason, right? Then it's settled. I'm taking you to the booth. You can be my co-commentator. Cause I already have a co-commentator. You on board, listener? Emmy? A CC commentator? You in? Present Mike extends his hand for Izuku to grab. Go with Present Mike, or find Kaken. Izuku grabs the hero's hand and exclaims. Why wait? Dash. Yes please. I'm sorry, Kaken. Oh yeah. Then let's get a move on. The next match has to start soon. Can't keep the crowd waiting. Izuku follows Present Mike to the commentator booth, which he admits was another long walk that got him winded. And here we are, listener. Yo Aizawa. I brought someone along, so come say hi. Present Mike waved over at his mummified coworker. Hello, Eraserhead-sensei. Izuku gave his greetings, making sure to bow too. Unfortunately, as the gods and author like seeing Izuku suffer, the poor protagonist's legs give out at that bow. Giving into his 3rd kiss, or was it the 4th? With the floor of the day, Izuku accepts his fate. However, Present Mike catching him foils the floor's plan for another intimate contact. Whoa there bud, you alright? Present Mike asks. Yes, sorry. My legs. I got a little winded from walking so much. Izuku nervously scratches the back of his head. It's time to start the next match. Here listener. You can sit in my chair and announce the next match. Present Mike shoves Izuku forward and plops him onto his chair. Izuku's legs sigh in relief of no longer having to support any weight. I'll introduce you to the crowd and take it from there, capiche? Wait, I know Treddy. Hold on, I can't dash. And we are back for the 8th and last match of the first round. But before that I got someone to introduce. Say your name listener for the audience to hear. Present Mike held down the microphone button as he gave Izuku a large smile and nod of the head. I am Midoriya Izuku from support course. What else do I have to say? I literally have no idea what else to do was my introduction. Okay, no of course it wasn't. I stammered like crazy and on national television where everyone in Japan and possibly the world is watching. Oh my god, I don't even want to know what mom is thinking and May is probably laughing at my expense. What should I do? I want to go home dash. Izuku was pulled out of his rampaging thoughts with Present Mike shouting right next to his ear. Well there you have it folks. Meet my new and unexpected CO commentator that I literally grabbed just now to join me in the booth. Give it up for Midoriya Izuku who'll take over for Eraserhead as he catches a nap. So start your new position and give us the deets. Who's fighting next to showcase their stuff? It's Uraraka Ochako against Kaken. A silence permeates the arena as Mike lets go the microphone button. Echa? Did I say something wrong? Izuku questions. Deku. Izuku jumps, metaphorically, in his seat as his attention turns to the stage where he could see Kaken yelling his nickname. Mike chuckles and leans over once more to hit the button. Well, looks like we know who Midoriya's betting on. Hear that, Kaken? Your friend is rootin' for ya. Sorry listener, but Uraraka's the one I personally hope will win. Get ready for a heated battle. Midnight, take it away. Present Mike lets the button go as he laughs full on. Izuku, who at this point recognized his mistake, has a face full of red and trying to make himself smaller and smaller. Oh my god, I just called Kaken on national television for the world to hear. I'm so embarrassed. Oh no, Kaken is going to end me for this. So, I take it you know Bakugo? Present Mike takes a step back to watch through the windows. Midnight start the match. With his eyes glued to the stage, Izuku answers back. Why? We grew up together and he's my best friend. At most, Izuku knows the Uraraka girl's quirk as to do with making things float. He suspects touch-based, for Kaken is simply blasting her away. Wow, talk about alternate personalities. Eraserhead over here is the homeroom teacher of Class A where your friend is. Present Mike dramatically points to his coworker who just lazily stares at Izuku and Mike, switching between the two. Izuku waves his arms frantically. Thank you for putting up with Kaken. I know he's not the best when it comes to listening to teachers, but he has a good heart and can be really friendly if you give him the chance and he's determined to Biko dash. Geez kid. I get it. Don't worry. No need to speak on his behalf. Your friend has potential, and it's my job to bring that potential out the fullest. His gaze lingers on Izuku for a moment, till it turns back to the window. Just do me a favor, get him to work with his classmates more. And the yelling. Make him tone down the yelling. Why yes sir, Izuku doesn't think he'll be able to accomplish much on the yelling part. That's a part of Kaken that makes Kaken. His eyes turn downcast. The memory of the red-haired classmate and the team he picked for the cavalry round. He's already getting along with them without my interference. He's making whole new friends. I can't watch. Oh, such ruthlessness. To do that against a girl? How dare you toy with a girl like that? Izuku stopped his train of thoughts to see the commotion. They're criticizing Kaken. Izuku watched as his friend blew up his opponent over and over and over again, seeing what light it's painting Kaken in. But Izuku knows better than to just brush him off as being brutish. Who just said he's toying with her? Are you a pro? How many years? If you said that in your right mind, then there's no meaning for you to keep watching. So us all a favor and go home. In fact, you ought to keep watching the match at a career turnover site. Eraserhead-sensei? He clearly recognizes the strength of an opponent who's reached this far and is on guard as a result. That's right, Kaken is giving this his all and respecting her as his opponent, someone who is capable of putting up a fight. For them to undermine this, Izuku clenches his fists. It's because he's doing everything in his power to win, that he's refusing to let his guard down or stay his hand. Regardless of Bakugo's distance from the stands, the pros who started booing without noticing should be ashamed of themselves. At those words, Izuku looked up and his eyes grew to saucers. How did I not notice? Present Mike leans over and yells, "A meteor shower!" Boom. And with that, the arena went quiet as Bakugo Katsuki blew up Uraraka's sandy hailstorm with a single, deafening blast. The echo of the explosion resonating till at the walls. Izuku didn't know Kaken could make a blast that large, that powerful. When? When did the Kaken he grew up with, observed for years, envied so much? When did the gap between them get so great? How much did Kaken grow without him looking? It's always been like that. Kaken had always been better in everything. Each and every classmate he's seen participate in the first rounds have all been amazing, strong, and leagues ahead. They live up to the title of the golden eggs of UA. And Izuku? How far has he fallen behind? Was there ever a time when he could call himself just as strong? But, WHE, why did I give him that wish? Izuku leans forward as he grasps at his head, a pounding sensation taking over from his thoughts, shouting and spiraling out of control, his regret overtaking his entire being. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo Katsuki wins the match. Midnight's voice griped Izuku's nerves and sent a shock, grounding him back to reality. Had he not been sitting, he most definitely would have fallen over. A wave of nausea and dizziness hit him as looked up at the window to see Uraraka carried out on a stretcher and Kaken leaving the stage. Izuku got out of the seat, relying on the chair to hold him up. I have to go, excuse me. He makes a dash for the door, nearly stumbling, but pried the obstacle open and races off. But we still got the rest of the third event to cover, Coco commentator. Present Mike shouts out the open door. He turns to his friend. Should fetch the listener back? He didn't look too good. Aizawa's face remains unreadable in the bandages, but his eyes stare at the door the young student just fled from. Hisashi may have been distracted with the fight in front of him, but Aizawa had kept his sights on this Midoriya instead. Leave it. Focus on your job. Announce the next round already. Cementos finished fixing the stage already? You're here as a commentator too. You can do it instead. Shut up. While Hisashi sulks and moves on, Aizawa's mind stays on Midoriya. That face he made, what a problematic child. Izuku doesn't know why he chose this place. He could have hidden out at any place besides this one. The 1H break room, outside the building, a secluded hallway, but no. He chose to lock himself inside a bathroom stall and hide out there. He could still hear all the battles happening in the background. Imagine how pissed Kaken is for not going to see him in between matches. Visualize Hatsume's worry on what's taking him so long. That damned wish, it's all his brain could focus on. If only. Those were the key words. If only he didn't make that wish. If only he didn't, then he could be a hero. If only he didn't, then he would be healthy. If only he didn't, then he wouldn't need to feel so inferior. If only he didn't, people wouldn't look at him like a kicked puppy. If only he didn't, then there would be nothing holding him back. If only he didn't, if only he didn't, if only he didn't try so hard to get everyone to like him. That kid. Izuku scoffs. The kid's not even a kid anymore. They're the same age, yet Izuku calls him kid, 'cause it happened when they were just children. He no longer remembers his name, not even his face, the accident causing his memories to blur around that time. A loud cheer echoes on the tiled walls. It was time for the finals. Todoroki, Shuto, and Kaken were fighting. Izuku hears as Present Mike hypes the crowd. My best friend and person I yelled at are fighting in an epic battle for the #1 spot as UA's best first year while I'm sitting on a toilet grumbling to myself. I'll admit this is pretty sad even in my standards, and I carry a sleeping bag everywhere to take naps in. Izuku whips his head up in shock, as if he could magically see past the bathroom stall door. You sure didn't make it easy to find you. I came into the bathroom 'cause it was the only place I didn't look. Now my body hurts from walking around so damn much. Izuku recognizes that gruff voice. Eraserhead Sensei, when did he enter? Oh kid, I heard about your tale and read your files too. You got quite the sheety backstory. How about instead of sitting here in the sheet hole feeling sorry for yourself from the things you can't do and focus on what you can? You've gone through a hell even most adults would find themselves stumped, but we can't change the past, so focus on the future. Izuku grits his teeth. Who does he think he is trying to tell him, hey, your life is sheet and there's nothing to do to change that sheet, so you should just make do with the sheet. He opens his mouth to retort, but Eraserhead beats it to him. I nearly lost my life a few weeks ago in that USJ attack. But here I am still kicking. I broke a ton of things, and royally f'd my eyes which my quirk depends on, but I'm still trotting ahead since I'm alive. You are alive. So don't give up before you even start. Izuku hears Eraserhead hobbling back and opening the door before he chooses to respond. But what if you know there's no point? What if that chance got ripped out of your hands before you could make anything of it? What if you're not going to be alive to make anything of a fleeting chance? Izuku opens the stall door and stares the hero in the eyes. What do you do when you know you're going to die in half a year and everything you worked so hard to grab it means nothing? His eyes were glistening with tears, yet none threatened to fall. Eraserhead shifts his body to face Izuku properly. The hero stays quiet as if processing the words he just heard. Were you not listening, kid? That's all the more reason not to let yourself fall into the stump you're headed for right now. Don't let all the work you put into waste and burn out. You got this far 'cause you fought for it. Fight till the end. Don't give up. Isn't that the heart of a hero? Eraserhead finally took his leave, the heavy metallic door closing shut with a loud thud. With nothing left to face, he faced himself, the mirror reflecting his expression. Izuku slowly cusped his face to make sure the one he was seeing was actually his. The emerald eyes are wide, his lips wobbling, his cheeks relaxed and astonished. Don't give up. He has to stop his studies at UA for now. It's too dangerous for him to continue. Don't give up. I'm sorry, Izuku. Don't give up. Just stay away from being a hero. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. I can't give up. Izuku took his hand, shut his eyes, and slapped himself the hardest he could. Probably a stupid decision, but he doesn't care. I can't give up. Splashing cold sink water on his face, he looks up with a newfound determination. Don't give up, I need to keep pushing. Izuku left the bathroom, head held high for once, and promptly fell against the wall as the entire stadium shook. Kaken won the sport festival. Todoroki was knocked out of bounds lying unconscious on a bed of ice while Kaken tried to still fight him. He was knocked out with Midnight's pink gas. Izuku watched from the hallway and decided to head for the temporary nurse station rather than the seating area where Mei most likely was. He'll be there for Kaken when he wakes up. Izuku raises his hand to knock on the door when it slides open and he's greeted with a face full of boobs. Midnight. Looking away, he turns his head and shuts his eyes to avoid from staring straight. Oh, Midoriya. Here to see your Kaken, is it? Such refreshing display of youth. Izuku hears the crack of a whip, but chooses to keep his vision focused elsewhere. He's right in there on the second cot. See you in classes 2 days from now. Oh, and try not to sleep next time or else there'll be hell to pay. Another whip crack and off Izuku heard Midnight go with her heels clicking down the hallway. Entering the infirmary, Izuku strolls up to Katsuki's bed. He sits on the stool next to it and rests his head in his hand. Is this what Kaken sees when I'm lying there? The roles usually reversed with Izuku the one sleeping as if he'll never wake up and Katsuki boring holes into the front of his head. Then, stupid half-and if, fight me like you mean it, Katsuki grumbles, shifting in the cot. Izuku chuckles. Even in your sleep you think about fighting. All of the sudden, as if aroused by Izuku's voice, Katsuki bolts straight up in bed, startling Izuku who grabbed his chest in surprise. Where's the Canadian flag effer? I'm gonna beat the sheet out of him. That damned bastard didn't use his fire. Come out, you piece of a dash. Katsuki's gaze finally set upon Izuku, his shoulders now relaxing and his brain finally taking in his surroundings. Kaken, be more quiet. or else recovery girl will kick you out. Izuku warns with his arms flailing about. Katsuki's eyes shift to a glare. Deku, swinging his legs of the cot, Katsuki stretches his arms and back. You got something to tell me or what dash? Oh good. You're awake. Now chop chop. We have an awards ceremony to host. Recovery girl makes her appearance with swinging the curtain back, startling both boys. Todoroki also woke up not that long ago and I healed him. I was waiting for you. Oh and hello Midoriya. Glad to finally see you not as a patient for once. Recovery girl chastens. With one final look as if to say this ain't over Deku, Katsuki gets up and follows the direction recovery girl points with her cane out and to where he needs to be. And you young man, look absolutely awful. Knowing you, I find it hard to believe you had no issues at all today. Recovery girl motions Izuku to sit back down as she has a once-over look, scolding him after finding out all that's happened. Now take these gummies and go back to the stands. The conclusion is about to begin and you shouldn't miss it, ya hear? Alright. Izuku bows and scurries off to rejoin Mei, deciding he can tell Kaken of his resolutions after the sport festival ends. The youthful heroine watches Izuku's figure turn the corner before she grimaces. She received an update on Izuku's in-depth medical files that only she has access to 3 days ago. Her sight while reading it honed in on the specialist's note. As someone in the medical profession for as long as herself, the heroine is well aware of the famed Dr. Hattori Soma, whose quirk lets him predict death rates in individuals with somewhat accuracy. She taps her cane against the floor as she walks out, closing her temporary office doors. She can only hope that she doesn't lose a student under her watch, not again. Izuku caught up with Mei, who immediately asked as to why he was gone for so long. I came up with so many new ideas but has no one to share them with. How did you even end up in the host box? Don't think you're escaping my wrath later. Mei huffed, crossing her arms with a pout. Sorry Mei. I just got distracted. But let's watch the awards ceremony, yeah? Izuku appeases Mei's tantrum and looks to the stage as midnight announces the beginning. Kaken? Izuku has to wipe his eyes to make sure he wasn't just imagining it. Kaken? Why is he tied up like that? Katsuki was bound in restraints and muzzled, straining and resisting the binds as hard as he could. And yet the teachers carried on as if this was all normal. The whole stadium watched as All Might handed out awards and hugs, Present Mic announcing the end of the sports festival. Head out without me Izuku. My family came to watch so I'm going to be heading out with them to view the second and third years. Tell Blasty I say congrats to the win. Mei salutes Izuku and sunders off to meet up with her parents. Izuku sends a wave as well, deciding to head to the school gates to wait for Kaken to emerge. The crowds lessened the closer he got to the gates and away from the stadium. Don't give up. I won't give up. He clenches his fist, eyes awakened with new vigor that reflected the glowing sun still high in the sky. I'll tell Kaken that I won't ever give up. Not now or anymore. Nothing will stop me. And Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku alright. It's you. It's finally you. Oh my god I finally found you. Izuku turns at the sound of a new voice. It's one he doesn't recognize. A teen Izuku sees, most likely the same age. His face is oval with brown hair and average build. Besides being slightly out of breath, he seemed like the run-of-the-mill individual. Nothing particularly remarkable Izuku notes. Yet there was a look of desperation, guilt, agony. Why? How did this person know Izuku? I'm Dash. The stranger starts. He bows his head, his forehead touching the brick walkway. I'm so sorry. Incredibly sorry, holy shit, I imagined this situation millions of times in my mind, but now that it's happening I have no idea what the hell to say but sorry. That's what I've wanted to tell you for 5 years. How sorry I am, I never got to see you ever since that day. Izuku stilled, not fully understanding what was happening. I saw you in the host box. I heard your voice and saw your face. I couldn't believe my eyes at first, but then I realized this must be the world giving me my chance by coming to the sports festival. The stranger's words shot in rapid fire, nerves audible in his voice, yet the puzzle pieces in Izuku's mind were not matching up. Who is this guy? His confusion must have been visible on his face because the stranger finally looked up and locked eyes. It's me. I'm the boy from the swing set. The one you gave a quirk to. Bonus. Izawa Shoyuta POV. What do you do when you know you're going to die in half a year and everything you worked so hard to grab it means nothing? Die in half a year? This wasn't written in the files. Damn, now what I said sounds really pretentious. As if I'm gloating, we both went through something tragic, but I get to walk away from this while you get head straight for the grave. Stupid Hisashi telling me to go after him when I'm in a full body cast only for me to get metaphorically punched in the gut. Think Shoyuta, what's the best way to respond? I got it. Were you not listening, kid? That's all the more reason not to let yourself fall into the stump you're headed for right now. Don't let all the work you put into waste and burn out. You got this far 'cause you fought for it. Fight till the end. Don't give up. Isn't that the heart of a hero? Now time to make my exit. Goddamn, my arms and face hurt. I'm going to end that cockatoo as soon as I see the bastard. Izawa limps away to murder his coworker. Hey, I heard you can grant wishes, right? Can you grant mine? Grant my wish too, please. I really need this.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notifications.